in Germany sits the Sachsenring, with all set for another spectacular sprint in the Grand Prix of Germany. The shortest track on the calendar features one of the most breathtaking corners, with turn 11 a super fast test for the world's fastest riders. Marc Marquez is on pole, chasing a record 19th sprint success. It's time for MotoGP. Grand Prix here at the Sachsenring back in 1998. The layout then was measured 3.5 kilometres, modified in 2001, changed the current layout 2 years later in 2003. 13 corners, 3.67 k's, 10 lefts, just the 3 rights, turn 1, turn 3, and the super scary, the super fast turn 11 which you take in 5th gear, 200 kilometres an hour here on a MotoGP bike. That sets up a real good overtaking opportunity down the hill on the brakes into turn 12, the 3rd gear, left-hand and a Saxon curve. The lap completed uphill into Queckenberg, turn 13. The tyres get a real workout in those first 2 sectors. Overtaking hot spots, plenty of them. The most popular of all those, this was MerliMollyMeki versus Fabio Gianantonio in the final corner last year. So 13 days ago at the Grand Prix of the Netherlands in Assen, for the first time in Grand Prix history, 4 Aprilias locked out the top 4 places on the grid. The field led away for the first time in the Prix colours for Jorge Martin. There was a good super-file trackhouse battle raging behind the Spaniard between Raul Fernandez and Ayagura. This 200 kilometres now, a scary crash though on lap 2. So MerliMollyMeki failed to score points on a Sunday once again as Ayagura started his charge through the 30, was as low as 5th or 6th in the early part of that Grand Prix of the Netherlands before Agura-san charged his way through the field. This was the key moment, and what a moment in MotoGP history, as for the first time in over 2 decades, 22 long years, Ayagura became the first Japanese rider to win since Makoto Tamada at Mategi back in 2004. Some fight behind him between Fabio Gianantonio and Marc Marquez, but Ayagura, 25 points gathered on that Sunday in Assen. 25 points the Japanese star sits behind world champion leader Jorge Martin. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Sachsenring. Welcome to the LIQUI Grand Prix of Germany. It's round 11 in this year's MotoGP World Championship. We've talked so often already throughout this weekend about how the first 10 Grand Prix have delivered so many plot twists, so many momentum changes. We've had another seismic move in the championship here today at the Grand Prix of Germany, because former world champion leader MerliMollyMeki, second in the standings coming into the halfway point of this campaign, is missing in action. MerliMollyMeki, his dreadful recent run, it's all gone horribly wrong after his affairs after that dream victory in front of his home crowd in Mugello. There was the first lap exit in Balaton Park. There was the drama when he was banned in Brno. There was the high-speed crash in Assen a couple of weeks ago. And just when you thought things could not get any worse for the 27-year-old Italian, unfortunately they did, and they have a heavy crash, a high side at turn 7 of this morning for the factory Aprilia rider, as a result of which MerliMollyMeki was taken to the Circuit Medical Centre, where he was diagnosed with a complete and displaced fracture on the left collarbone, a fracture which will require immediate surgery. Meki will be heading under the knife. Surgery soon be carried out by Dr. Giuseppe Forcellini in Italy. We send our best wishes for a speedy recovery to MerliMollyMeki, who is completely out of luck at the moment. Our goal event to this 11th sprint of the campaign, with Marc Marquez on pole position for the 9th time here at the Sachsenring, as he goes in search of a record-breaking 19th sprint victory. Matt Lewis will be in the comms, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. And as we just mentioned, we've talked all weekend about how the pendulum has swung in terms of the championship chase, particularly at the top between the 2 factory Aprilia, but the worst possible moves, the moves we kind of feared after that heavy 4th gear, 170 coming down fastest point for MerliMollyMeki. This is why he's out of the German Grand Prix.
I winced when I watched the replay of it. A painful crash for what was already a painful MerliMollyMeki, dropping downhill through turn 7, who has already been sort of trudging around around this paddock with the aero-weary rider who was looking forward to the summer break. Such a shame to see the weekend ended in that fashion. It's the news we also feared when we saw him leave the box. You can only see him there favouring his left arm and left collarbone. He was essentially using his prettier shirt as a sling when he moved out of the truck to the ambulance, which took him to the medical centre where he received the diagnosis, which has ended his weekend. So on a weekend which began with 4 riders potentially leaving here as World Championship leader, that has now been reduced to 3.
What a shift and imbalance of power in this championship. After that unbelievable victory in the Jello, what a fairy tale story that was a few years ago. Seems like a distant memory right now, doesn't it, for Marco Bezzecchi? At that stage, he was 102 points clear of reigning world champion Marc Marquez in the championship. If things go to plan, if the master plan works for Marc Marquez, quite remarkably, the reigning world champion could lead this Sachsenring Grand Prix ahead of Bezzecchi in the World Championship. There's been a significant impact, of course, Bezzecchi's absence on the grid. He was due to start, despite that big crash at turn 7. He had qualified 8th on the grid. Of course, now there's a reshuffling of the pack with Bezzecchi sideline. It means now that Jorge Martinez's teammate moves up into that 8th place on the grid. Pedro Costa up into 9th on the 3rd row. No problems, though. These are other problems for Marc Marquez here at the Sachsenring. The 33-year-old Spaniard bouncing back from an early crash yesterday morning on his 3rd lap of the weekend at turn 3. Of course, it could only be one rider on pole position here this weekend once again. His 9th pole here. The record now for the most poles on a single circuit since records began all the way back in 1974. Well, it's going to be Lewis with a pole position which showed Marc Marquez's class, his love affair with the Sachsenring, an all-time lap record. And he's going to take some beating from that pole.
He is, and generally the history is that when Marc Marquez is firing on all cylinders, you don't beat him at the Sachsenring. Will that change today? Well, his brother is right next to him on the grid. It's a Marquez family double, 1 and 2. They start for the Sachsenring Sprint and for the Grand Prix tomorrow. 1:19.041 this morning for Marc Marquez, which means that one of the few Sachsenring records that he did not hold coming into this weekend was the all-time record, now also belongs to the king of the ring.
Took it away from 27-year-old Italian Fabio Antonio. What a chance this is. Could Bigia be our new world champion leader heading into the 3-week summer break before the British Grand Prix at Silverstone? He came to Sachsenring trailing Jorge Martinez by just 16 points. With Martin deep on the grid, with no Marco Bezzecchi, what a chance this is for Bigia and VR46 to pounce on some of that MOLY factory misfortune. Fabio Antonio's 5th front row start of the year. A little bit missed that Mark took away his all-time lap record, but it shows how good a career have been so far in 2026. This, the first definitive front row lockout since last year, the Malaysian Grand Prix over in Sepang. Best qualifier, so that was a few times so far this year for the Prix brand, is the informed Raul Fernandez, who goes from 4th.
Feels like once again, just admitted this is Prix's hopes rest on the shoulders of their satellite team. I guess we had to turn the Trackhouse Racing after their double 1-2. We had to turn the table to Felipe Fernandez for that magical Sunday 1-2. That's side by side in 4th and 5th place. Fabio Quartararo completing an intriguing 2nd row behind that old Ducati lockout of the front.
Marc Marquez tied on 18 sprint victories with compatriot Jorge Martin. He's going to have a great chance to take his 19th Tissot Sprint success here this afternoon to seriously ramp up some pressure on the top of the World Championship. Coming into the German Grand Prix, Marc was well aware that mathematically it was not possible for him to leave Germany on his holidays as the World Champion leader, but boy, can he really start to stick his nose for some intriguing fight at the top of the rankings. With no Bezzecchi, with Martin stuck on the 3rd row of the grid. A maximum 37-point haul here this weekend from Marc, which he did so from pole position here last year. Well, he said he's in the game 3 weekends, but not after. He's sitting right firmly back in the fight.
The game is almost coming to him at the moment. Marc Marquez will feel I haven't really had to do an awful lot to make up so much ground in the World Championship. But thanks to victory set count across Hungary and Renault, but Prix in particular have let a lot of points go. Marco Bezzecchi scored historic numbers again, which means that Bezzecchi after that victory in Mugello, of course, will not have scored a Sunday point 6. And that will remain the case until we get to Silverstone
unfortunately, once again, they've been useless over the last 18 months or so. They've made a factory of Prix depleted. Jorge Martin having so many injury woes last year. Back on the casualties, unfortunately, is Marco Bezzecchi. Let's get some thoughts, Prix Sprint, for the boss, Paolo Venora.
Yeah, absolutely. This nightmare period for Marco Bezzecchi in particular continues, Paolo. We've had the news filtered through left collarbone fractures. Firstly, how is Marco? I'm sure you and the team have had the chance to speak with him. And what does he do to the movers in the camp?
Yeah, something that we didn't expect it for sure. We didn't plan to recover from the last three weekends with 0 points. This is something very bad for him in particular. Now is, to be honest, we are lucky that we have 1 month of summer break. This is something that it is positive to recover the energy, to recharge the battery, and to start in the correct way for the second part of the season. Tomorrow morning, it is already planned to have the medical surgery in the hospital of Sassuolo, made by Dr. Francesco Porcellini. So, we give to him a big hug for sure. He knows that all the team is around him, and we know his energy, we know our strength, so it has to be very positive and take the opportunity of this summer break to recover the current mood for the second part of the season.
Paolo, the yellow didn't seem all that long ago, but such a different story then to now. What has happened over the last month?
I'm so convinced that Marco is the same Marco that was before. This is something that makes us very, very positive, and I'd like to say to him every time that remember that you are the same Marco as in the journey. It's something coming from the external, from something that we can't control, that affects the situation, and remove from you the correct mood, give to you this kind of bad situation, but remember that you are the same Marco that won in such a great way in Italy.
Paolo, thanks for your time. We join you in sending our best to Marco. Paolo,
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Paolo Venora. Pretty much, yeah, we all send a big hug and our well wishes to Marco Bezzecchi. When he left Texas on Monday out of Austin, he just won his 5th successive Grand Prix, and he led every single lap in those 5 Grand Prix. It just shows, doesn't it, how quickly the coin can flip, how quickly you can go from a great run to one of the worst runs, arguably, in Marco Bezzecchi's Grand Prix career. It's the nature of elite level, top level professional motorsport, isn't it? Sometimes, some days you're just hot, and then other days you simply are not. Marco Bezzecchi, though, sideline from this Grand Prix of Germany. Just seen their Marco Marquez walk away from what's going to be his 77th MotoGP pole position, 150th Grand Prix. Some record that. Will the big challenge come, though, from Fabio Di Gianantonio? Fair to say so far, the Cheerless, Digi and Marco are locked horns on more than one occasion.
Yeah, it feels like Digi really has the stomach for that particular fight in 2026. Every opportunity they've got, he'll send one inside of Marquez. Being able to, or wanting to do it, and being able to, are two very different things though around the Sachsenring. Just getting close to a move on Marquez is hard enough. He is so hard to beat around the circuit like this, but let's see if Fabio Di Gianantonio and Alex Marquez can get in amongst it at the start of the sprints. The grid, of course, is a little more spaced out now for these sprints, which we will show you shortly. Before that, let's show you though how they line up. Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez, and Fabio Di Gianantonio. That is your front row of the grid. Hard front top trio for each of the three. After the Trinity front row lockdown, that's it. It's a Ducati lockdown here. Raul Fernandez, Ayadura, and Fabio Quartararo, who came to qualifying 1 on the second row. On the third row, it's Morbidelli, Martin, and Acosta now with Bezzecchi out to the injury. Bagnaia, Miller and Mir is your fourth row of the grid. Mir missing out in qualifying one, along with his fellow Hondas, Luca Marini and Diogo Moreira. Brad Binder will move up onto row 5 ahead of Bastianini, Toprak and Alex Rins, who make up row 6. And as mentioned, no Fermin Aldeguer from the start of this German Grand Prix weekend, but Maverick Vinales and Cal Crutchlow completing our grid of 20.
So there, just one real big box left for him, particularly now in 2026. He's had a pole position in Brno. He's had his first MotoGP victory last time out in Assen. He's been second in the last 2 sprints. Second in Brno, second in Assen. He claimed his first ever sprint victory. Ralph Hernandez looking to make it back-to-back sprint wins for Superfast track out in Puglia. Standing in their way is one very, very large obstacle. And he goes by the name of Marc Marquez, rising in factory Ducati. 18 sprint wins so far for Marc Marquez, 34 sprint podiums. He did the treble here last year, he completed the hat-trick, pole position, sprint victory, pushed all the way in the wet weather sprint here last year by Marco Bezzecchi, before he managed to get another Grand Prix victory. Tired up. See, I don't know, will Matt pre-race with a former Ducati boss, now current king of Hamad Yamaha Supremo, Carlo Campanocci on the left there in the white shirt, and Michele Rossini, Brazilian Ducati boss, also part of their Prix sprint bubble.
It feels pendulum is swung back towards Ducati this weekend, doesn't it? After a real show of pretty strength at Assen, locked out the top 4 on the grid, locked out the Sunday podium. Is it now the opportunity for the Bologna Bullets to wrestle the momentum in the World Championship? Potentially for Fabio Di Gianantonio, if he can pull out a couple of big results to maybe, just maybe, lead the MotoGP World Championship into the summer break. I was going to say stranger things have happened, plenty of strange things have happened in this incredible 2026 season so far.
Marc Marquez will top that record lap this morning in Q2. He captures at 6, second pole position in Germany. They are undefeated in 3 previous sprints here. Twice the victor. He's unbeaten himself in a sprint here in Germany. It is Jorge Martin. Going to have to go some to continue that stellar record. Now on the factory of Puglia, of course, Jorge now bumped up to 8th place. Middle of the 3rd row. Maverick Vinales, what's going through the mind right now of the Top Gun at the moment is at the bottom of the order in MotoGP. Vinales, nightmare spell, qualifying down. He started 9th and qualified 20th. And we're going to get now a little bit of an explanation on what is, for the first time in history, a revised grid format. More space than now between every single row on the grid. This is the perfect illustration to explain the former format. 5 meters between rows, 3 meters between positions on the same row. That has been extended now up from 9 meters to 12 meters of the new gap between all rows on the grid, of course. Last time at Assen we saw a blanket ban on horse shop devices, only launch devices now permitted in MotoGP. This is a further reaction to a couple of a series of first lap incidents which most recently in Marathon Park and in Catalunya.
We're going to get our first opportunity in practice to see what that will make to the start of the sprint coming up, whether it will be harder for some of those faster starters further back to make progress on the order. Potentially is a bigger opportunity or an even bigger benefit to be on pole position as Marc Marquez is pole position for 72nd MotoGP career and counting for the reigning world champion. And of course, he will not want to see anybody get injured, just like none of us do watching up here. But there is no room for sentiment at this level, and Marc Marquez must know, with Bezzecchi now sidelined for the rest of the weekend, he has got to take full advantage.
Well, it was dreamland last time out in Assen, wasn't it, for Superfast track out in Puglia. Just the second team in Grand Prix history to take a clean sweep, 1-2 in the sprint, 1-2 in the Grand Prix. I mean, Ducati done that previously, the factory team in Batagni last year. Can they have another double podium here in the Saturday? Let's get the thoughts at the bottom. Down there with the other Jack.
Yeah, that's the big question. Back-to-back 1-2 finishes, Davide. Can he go and do it again? Can we have a hat-trick?
Oh, yes. I mean, what we have done in Assen is something exceptional, I think difficult, and we are, of course, but that's the past. I mean, we are approaching this weekend like a normal weekend, of course, and try to do our best. Probably here, of course, we know Marc is very strong. Ducati are showing great pace. So we go in a race, we starting from a good position to be in the second row, try to play our card and see what we can achieve and try to score points. See what's happening.
Would you say Raoul looks slightly stronger than I at this current moment, or is it quite equal?
Yeah, no, he's been very good through all the weekend, especially on a time attack, on a fast lap, but also on a pace. Yes, not so bad. I wouldn't say, I don't know, stronger or not, because also, you know, I get better and better. So they both quite comfortable on the bike. They're both quite happy about the setup and everything. So let's see where we can go. Good luck. Thank you.
Well, the omens good for Ralph Manders. He started Assen in fourth place and went on to win the sprint in emphatic fashion, and he pushed his teammate Ivan all the way to the checkered flag in that unforgettable Dutch Grand Prix for the American-based team. Marc Marquez will do something special as he so often does at the Sachsenring here this morning. So too with Fabio Quattraro on the back of the Yamaha. Second row start for the 27-year-old Frenchman. 4 long years since he was last victorious in the Grand Prix here back in 2022, and in the third time this year Quattraro find himself starting inside the top 6, his first in 6 since his home round at the French Grand Prix in the He certainly capitalised on getting through Q1 with Quattraro, because he found half a second to get himself onto that second row of the grid. Not the same for Pecco Bagnaia, who was fast, which is nowhere near fast enough. At least Pecco was consistent in the 2 qualifying sessions this morning, because he set a 119.753 to top Q1, and he did the exact same at that time in the second qualifying session, which qualified in 11th. He got bumped up those fours to Pizza.
The 119.0 for pole position for his teammate Marc Marquez. Juan Bagnaia fighting back on that fourth row, but that's not further far back than that to finish on sprint podiums already this evening. He was 10th on the grid in Perez, came through to finish the sprint and be a race down the sprint in second place, and 13th to a Sunday podium in Barcelona. There's Juan Mir, who is the leading Honda on the grid. We've had a bit of a familiar story, it has to be said, from Honda points of view this weekend. What we've seen on Fridays, the Hondas look good midway through practice, but then as everyone else makes that big step forward on a brand new soft rear tyre, Honda don't make that same step, which is why their first rider, the 2020 champion, starts 12th.
Bagnaia 10th on the grid, he was 10th on the grid here last year, fought his way through the third place in the Grand Prix. Both Marc and Alex Marquez. The only rider so far this season is Pecco Bagnaia, who has still had a 100-point scoring record in all 10 sprints so far this year. There is Jorge Martin there, with an opportunity to stretch out that narrow 7-point lead over his absent teammate Marco Bezzecchi in the World Championship. There is the now traditional 3 sprints and 3 Grand Prix routine, getting himself lifted up and fighting fit for what is about to come. Marc Marquez on that pole position. Jorge Martin, when he was on a Tarmac Ducati in the sprints in 2023 and in 2024, while he won the pair of them. First time he's tackling the Sachsenring on a Aprilia, and it has not been an easy proposition for the Spanish rider. Before I can get out of here with a couple of top 5 finishes, he'll be super happy to take that into his summer break.
Yeah, it feels like the summer break is coming at a good time for the Aprilia factory team, who have committed a bit of self-destruct since that Italian Grand Prix victory when they heralded Mugello as their house. The house crumbling, has to be said, since then for that particular team. Even if from an Aprilia point of view, they have been going very well so far. Let's head down back to the grid and join Jack, who's with McKaylee seat.
Yeah, great to be joined by McKaylee in the middle of the front row of the grid. This is fabulous to see, a real return to form now that he's coming in for Alex.
Yeah, full return, like you said. I mean, our target was to make a normal GP weekend, but normal with this speed is amazing to be here, and hope that we enjoy the first row, because it's crucial here. Also, we have the fastest 1 meter more in between rows, so I think that it's important to keep the position, and then we'll see. We know that Marc has, as Alex said, always something more here, but never say never.
As you say, Alex knows better than anybody on the grid how hard it will be to stop Marc Marquez around the Sachsenring. Can he do it?
Of course, but we have to play our cards at 100%.
Good luck.
You're welcome.
Never say never. Thanks, Jack. Thanks for the cake. It is a very, very tough task. A big ask to try and topple Marc Marquez here at the Sachsenring. Alex Marquez, he had 27 podiums in 6 sprints in Grand Prix in 2025. 19 of those were second place. He was looking to put them over on his older brother, Marky, this afternoon. Alex on the front row, but for just the second time. But from pole position, he has been here before. He has been here, got the T-shirt and several pieces of silverware at the end of the Sachsenring Grand Prix weekend. Marc Marquez, is he going to make it back-to-back sprint victories here? He left it late, choosing I bet second. The victory champs here 1 year ago, what was it, wet or the sprints? But Marc Marquez is a big, clear favourite from pole position. Pega Bagnaia was ready to do. But I think the fourth row. Let's get the thoughts of the Cathy Boss Davide. Start off to the Jack.
Davide goes without saying, Mark, red hot favourite for the sprint today. How much is it down to Mark to keep concentration here?
Yeah, it's very complicated, but one first lap is able to do it because he's a very talented guy. But in the end, the race is another story. And not today, but we are more worried for tomorrow because here the race track doesn't give you too much room to relax. Here is a very demanding race track. So we see.
Feels like that Pecco was able to take a step today, but not enough of a step to get up towards that front row with, obviously, Ducati lockout.
Yeah. I don't know. In this moment, we know that we have three Ducatis on the first row, but we are absolutely sure that the two track out the premiers will be very fast in the end of the race like they used to do. So, having a good start is important, but collecting points is more important too.
Good luck.
Thank you. Marc Marquez, pole position in Jerez. He won the sprint. Marc Marquez, pole position in Balaton Park. He won the sprint. He'll make it 3 out of 3 so far in 2026. The only times over this season where Marc Marquez has had podiums in both the sprint and the Grand Prix was in Hungary and most recently in Brno. So then, your front row of the grid on this revised grid with no Marco Bezzecchi sadly absent through injury after a heavy Q2 crash this morning at turn 7. And all the Ducati front row for the first time this season. Fabio Di Gianantonio, top Ducati in the World Championship, goes from 3rd place. Alex Marquez on the front row for just the 2nd time this season. Can anybody dethrone the king of the Sachsenring in the short sprint format? Marc Marquez on pole. 6 different riders have already collected a gold medal on Sprint Saturdays so far in 2026. The leader of the pack in terms of that gold medal haul is the reigning world champion, Marc Marquez. Winner of the sprint in Goiânia, winner of the sprint in Jerez, winner of the sprint at Balaton Park in Hungary just a few weeks ago. And he's the big favourite to take the spoils and get another gold medal. If he does so here this afternoon, over 15 laps of the Sachsenring, he will be outright the most successful sprint winner in history. He's tied at the top on 18 sprint wins with fellow Spaniard Jorge Martin. No Marco Bezzecchi, the former World Championship leader, winner of our only 3 Grand Prix of the campaign. Sadly missing in action now for the remainder of this weekend. A heavy high side in 4th gear and the 170 kilometers an hour at turn 7 in qualifying this morning has ruled Bezzecchi out of all the race action here now at the Sachsenring. That leaves an all Ducati front row of the grid, as it was anyway at the end of Q2, led by Marc Marquez, pole number 77 for the reigning world champion. 7 points the buffer Jorge Martin has over his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. So whatever happens in the sprint, Jorge Martin will still be leading the World Championship going into tomorrow's 30-lap Grand Prix of Germany. Can the likes though of Ayagura and Fabio Di Gianantonio pile some pressure on Martin at the top of the standings? Strange to think, isn't it, as we head into the halfway point of the campaign. This round 11 of 22, we have still not seen a Ducati rider lead the World Championship so far this year. Pedro Acosta was the round 1 leader of the standings after Bull Round, and since then it's been a tale of the factory couriers, Martin and Bezzecchi. Gianantonio, 16 points he is behind Martin to be going to this 15-lap sprint then here in the Grand Prix of Germany. Marc Marquez, big favourite from pole position, 9th pole here at the Sachsenring. Brother Alex slots in alongside him on the front row of the grid. They were 1 and 2 in the Grand Prix here last summer. Gianantonio then on the front row of the grid for the 10th time in his MotoGP career, still seeking his first ever sprint victory. Ducati undefeated in sprints here. They've won it in 2023, 2024 and in 2025. Can they complete a fantastic form? Successive win. Green flag then has cleared at the back. Lights out, and we're racing in the sprint here in the Sachsenring. It's a really good start from pole position by Marc Marquez. Ayagura trying to make up some early ground on Fabio Di Gianantonio on that run down to the first corner. Agura's got the inside line now on his teammate Raul Fernandez. Agura sure he's going to get through on the Gianantonio as well. Agura then super aggressive, up 2 places, 5th to 3rd.
Digi got squeezed on the outside of turmoil and had to back out of that. Pecco Bagnaya's made a big start. He's up, I think, already into about 6th or 7th, side by side with Frankie Morbidelli. They are both ahead of Jorge Martin.
Just the start that Marc Marquez envisaged. Just the start he's ramped on. We're going through turn 7, which is where Marco Bezzecchi had his monster Q2 crash this morning, which brought him out of this Grand Prix. So from pole position, Marc Marquez clear, trying to head into the Sachsenring. That spells trouble for the chasing back.
Yeah, that's Jorge Martin attacking at the inside there of Frankie Morbidelli. Former Pramac teammates. I think that's Martin up into 7th place.
And there is Martin then. He was pushed up 1 place on the grid from 9th into 8th. We drop down through the Ralph Baldwin curve. The spectacular 50 of 3 down the hill into turn 11. 2 left-hand corners remaining now as Agura just manages to fend off Fernandez behind him. Martin's on a real strong first lap here. Now he's got to the factory Ducati of Bagnaia.
So he is now running 6th. So it's Ducati's at 1 and 2. Then we've got the first 3 Trackhouse and Prix. Of course, now behind Di Gianantonio, he's reclaimed that 3rd place. So Trackhouse 4 and 5. So they have been leading places to swap on the first lap. Top 3 as they started now, with Marc Marquez leading by 1/4 of a second.
Perfect first lap. Unfortunately, number 93 was it. Got the drop on the field on that run down to a tricky, tight first corner, avoiding any potential drama and chaos behind him. Shows the significance of the front row start here in the Sachsenring. Marc Marquez in the 120 on that, from that standing start. Raul Fernandez was 5th, he was doing 122. He's further down the field in traffic. You've got the likes of Acosta, Marie, Morbidelli doing 23s. Just shows how tough it is to work your way through the order around this tight, twisty Sachsenring.
Key move on the opening lap though for Di Gianantonio to get back ahead of the Trackhouse and Prix. He's now trying to get himself back onto terms with the Marquez brothers. Of course, Di Gianantonio with an opportunity. If Di Gianantonio to win this sprint, he would take 2nd place in the World Championship away from Marco Bezzecchi. He's got 2 Marquez brothers between himself and that.
The Sachsenring sunshine. Through one of the 3 right-handers here. The jaw-dropping turn 11. We're on board then with Alex. And we drop down almost driven from the snow before you hit the brakes and then attack the 2 final left-handers. Coming a little bit offline there. Putting a late apex towards the 73 of Alex Marquez. The 3 Ducati start of this sprint on the front row. They're just trying to put a little bit of daylight between themselves and the Trackhouse and Prix behind them. Ayagura running a slightly wide line to that final corner compared to his teammate Raul Fernandez. Tissot, fastest rider on circuit with a 120.119.
Pedro Acosta is at a 20.4 further back, but you can see he's tracking this in the process. He is already on lap 2 of the sprint. Got a track to this warning, so he's already walking a disciplinary tightrope.
Strong start to our former world champion in this pack. Jorge Martin, 8th up to 6th. Bagnaia, even better, 10th up to 7th. Trying to keep his impressive point scoring record going in sprints so far this year. Bagnaia scored points in all 10 sprints so far this season. The only rider to do so. To drop down and now through this 4th gear left-handed turn 7. This is Marc Marquez's domain. This is his territory. Left. He loves left-handers. His dirt track background really paying dividends here now.
Agura, though, was just about keeping tabs on them. The Trackhouse and Prix next up. He's got Raul Fernandez still right behind him. The battle between the 2 teammates for 4th and trio, 4th, 5th and 6th. Martin, of course, looking to claim as many points as he can with his teammate not even starting.
Yeah, the gap between him and Bears coming into sprint was 7 points. So a potential big payday weekend for Martin. Into turn 13 we go then. We're about to click off lap 3 of 15. Over the line it will be Marc Marquez that will lead. Just at his birds of both back on the sprint so far, down to a 1:20.286. Agura is looking strong. Behind Marc, Alex Digia and Agura all doing 20.3s.
Personal best for the 79. He's been able to put a bit of breathing space, only just by about 3 tenths of a second for himself and his teammate Ralph Fernandez. This is the battle for 8th and 9th. We're just picking it up there. Quartararo versus Acosta. Pedro Acosta looks to try and get himself ahead and the factory Yamaha into what will be 2 World Championship points for P8.
Tough start for the left on the grid for Jack Miller. Into a Q2 just the 3rd time this season. Jack's lost early ground on the podium. This is a great hour endurance race last weekend. He's down in 15th place at the moment for Prima, Tamak, Yamaha. Under pressure here is El Diablo. Pedro Acosta trying to find a way through on Quartararo. Tough to make a move there through that left-hander at turn 8. Can he build up some momentum? Maybe attack Quartararo down the hill. A favourite overtaking Oscar coming up for Acosta. Got to get the corner speed now here through 11. That's a tough proposition to get close to Quartararo.
Marcus brothers look like they were backing each other there in the top of the picture for the lead. Mark is under a bit of pressure in the top left corner as Acosta is piling the pressure on Quartararo. But look at this queue down that's building up behind the 93. Marc Marquez, I don't think he'll be worried at this stage, setting a pace that he is happy to set. But Alex Marquez, Gian Antonio and the Trackhouse Aprilis have jumped all over it.
Acosta got through on Quartararo then at the final corner. Acosta now up into P8. Yeah, there's a big gang forming, isn't there? An express train building up behind 93 of Marc. Fastest rider in that league group on the previous lap was once again Agura in 4th, looking super strong. Consumer File track out to 1:20.478. That was almost 3 tenths per second quicker than your sprint leader Marc.
Mark said yesterday, instead of a 1 lap, I think I'm the fastest, but over race distance, I guess you had to put sprint distance into that calculation. He didn't think he was the fastest. Is he potentially proving himself right at the moment? Because we've now dropped down here. Alex Marquez looks like he's keen to make a move on his older brother.
Wanting to sit on Marc's rear tyre, so an entirely different ball game to try and find a way through. When will Alex feel like will be the right time to maybe try and strike on Marc? He's been sat on that rear tyre now, almost 5 laps, almost 3rd sprint distance completed. So good, isn't it? We know Alex Marquez's strength, his fast right-handers. That's the real trick tonight, isn't it, for Marc? And you can see evidence there as they go through that 50 right-hander of turn 11. It's where Alex can really make up some serious ground on Brother Marc ahead of him.
Mark stronger through the left, completed the lap 12 and 13. They're now doing 20.7s in the lead pace. They were doing low 20s earlier on as Alex is just favouring a different line down the main straight. He wasn't really trying to distract his brother, although his brother does go slightly wide. You can take multiple lines through that first corner. The 20, you want the speed going in, or do you want the speed coming out to give you the best run at turn 2?
How close do you want it? Marc, Alex, Digia, Agura, all doing 20.7s on that lap 5. riders have already collected a gold medal on sprint Saturdays so far in 2026. The leader of the pack in terms of that gold medal haul is the reigning world champion, Marc Marquez. Winner of the sprint in Goiânia, winner of the sprint in Jerez, winner of the sprint at Balaton Park in Hungary just a few weeks ago. And big favourites to take the spoils and take yet another gold medal. If he does so here this afternoon over 15 laps at the Sachsenring, he will be outright the most successful sprint winner in history. He's tied at the top on 18 sprint wins with fellow Spaniard Jorge Martin. No Marco Bezzecchi, the former World Championship leader, winner of only 3 Grand Prix of the campaign. Sadly missing in action now for the remainder of this weekend. A heavy high side in fourth gear and the 170 km an hour at turn 7 in qualifying this morning has ruled Bezzecchi out of all the race action here now at the Sachsenring. That leaves an old Ducati front row of the grid, as it was anyway at the end of Q2. Led by Marc Marquez, pole number 77 for the reigning world champion. 7 points is the buffer Jorge Martin has over his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. So whatever happens in this sprint, Jorge Martin will still be leading the World Championship going into tomorrow's Thursday lap Grand Prix of Germany. Can the likes though of Ayagura and Fabio Di Giannantonio pile some pressure on Martin at the top of the standings? Strange to think, isn't it, as we head into the halfway point of the campaign. This round 11 of 22, we have still not seen a Ducati rider lead the World Championship so far this year. Pedro Acosta was the round 1 leader of the standings after Burram, and since then it has been a tale of the factory of Prix. Martin and Bezzecchi. Antonio, 16 points he is behind Martin as we go into this 15-lap sprint here in the Grand Prix of Germany. Marc Marquez, big favourite from pole position, 9th pole here at the Sachsenring. Brother Alex slots in alongside him on the front row of the grid. They were 1 and 2 in the Grand Prix here last summer. Antonio then on the front row of the grid for the 10th time in his MotoGP career. Still seeking his first ever sprint victory. Ducati undefeated in sprints here. They won it in 2023, 2024 and in 2025. Can they complete a fantastic 4th successive win? Green flag then has cleared at the back. Lights out and we're racing in the sprint here in the Sachsenring. It's a really good start from proposition by Marc Marquez. Ayagura trying to make up some early ground on Fabio Di Giannantonio on that run down to the first corner. Agura's got the inside line there on his teammate Raul Fernandez. Agura sure he's going to get a draw on Di Giannantonio as well. Agura then super aggressive up 2 places, 5th to 3rd.
Yeah, Gigi got squeezed on the outside of turn 1 and had to back out of that. Pecco Bagnaya's made a big start. He's up, I think, already into about 6th or 7th, side by side with Frankie Morbidelli. They are both ahead of Jorge Martin.
Just the start that Marc Marquez envisaged. Just the start he dreamt of. We're going through turn 7, which is where Marco Bezzecchi had his monster Q2 crash this morning, which ruled him out of this Grand Prix. So from pole position, Marc Marquez clear track ahead into the Sachsenring. That spells trouble for the chasing pack.
Yeah, that's Jorge Martin attacking at the inside there of Frankie Morbidelli, former Pramac teammate. I think that's Martin up into 7th place.
There is Martin, and he was pushed at 1 place on the grid from 9th into 8th. He dropped down through the Ralph Baldwin curve, the spectacular 50th sweep down the hill into turn 11. 2 left-hand corners remaining now as Agura just manages to fend off Fernandez behind him. Martin's had a real strong first lap here. Now he's got to the back to Ducati of Bagnaia.
Yeah, so he is now running 6th. So it's Ducati's 1 and 2. Then we've got the first 3 trackhouse of Prix, of course, now behind Di Giannantonio, who's reclaimed that 3rd place. So trackhouse 4 and 5. So they have been the places to swap for the first lap. Top 3 as they started now, with Marc Marquez leading by a 1/4 of a second.
Perfect first lap for the number 93 was. It got the top on the field on that run down to a tricky, tight first corner, avoided any potential drama and chaos behind him. Shows the significance of a front row start here in the Sachsenring. Marc Marquez in the 120s on that, from that standing start. Raul Fernandez was 5th, he was doing 122s. Further down the field in traffic, you've got the likes of Acosta in the lead. Morbidelli doing 23s. Just shows how tough it is to work your way through the order around this tight, twisty Sachsenring.
Key move on that early lap though for Di Giannantonio to get back ahead of the trackhouse of Prix. He's now trying to get himself back on the turns with the Marquez brothers. Of course, Di Giannantonio with an opportunity. If Di Giannantonio can win this sprint, he would take 2nd place in the World Championship away from Marco Bezzecchi. He's got 2 Marquez brothers between himself and Max.
And the Sachsenring sunshine. Really one of the 3 right-handers here. The George up in turn 11. On board then with Alex, who'll be dropped down almost 300 kilometers now before you hit the brakes and then attack the two final left-handers, putting a little bit offline there, putting a late apex towards the 73 of Alex Marquez. The three Ducati started the sprint on the front row, but just trying to put a little bit of daylight between themselves and the track out the bullies behind them. Girl winning a slightly wide line to that final corner compared to his teammate Ralph Fernandez. Digia, fastest rider on circuit with a 120.119.
Yeah, Pedro Acosta's done a 20.4 further back, but he's exceeding track limits in the process. He is already on lap 2 of the sprint. Got 8 track limits warning, so he's already walking a disciplinary tightrope.
Strong start from some of our former world champions in this pack. Jorge Martin, 8 up to 6. Bagnaia, even better, 10 up to 7 to try and keep his impressive point scoring record going in sprints so far this year. Bagnaia scored points in all 10 sprints so far this season, the only rider to do so. We drop down there now through this 4-3 left-hander turn. This is Marc Marquez's domain. This is his territory. Left. He loves left-handers. His dirt track background really paying dividends here now.
Rueda was just about keeping tabs on them. The track out to Brilliant next up. He's got Ralph Fernandez still right behind him. The battle between the two teammates for 4th and 5th and Martin. This brilliant trio, 4th, 5th and 6th. Martin, of course, looking to claim as many points as he can with his teammate not even starting.
Yeah, the gap between him and Baez coming into this sprint was 7 points. So a potential big payday coming, a big payday weekend for Martin. Into turn 13 we go then. We're about to kick off lap 3 of 15. Over the line it will be Marc Marquez that will lead. He just set his clothes back on the sprint so far, down to a 120.286. Aguirre is looking strong. Behind Marc, Alex Digia and Aguirre all doing 20.3s.
Personal best for the 79. He's been able to put a bit of breathing space, only just by about 3 seconds with himself and his teammate Ralph Fernandez. This is the battle for 8th and 9th. We're just picking it up there. Quattararo versus Acosta. As Pedro Acosta looks to try and get himself ahead of the factory Yamaha into what will be 2 World Championship points for P8.
Tough start from 11 on the race for Jack Miller. To a Q2 for the 3rd time this season. Jack's lost early ground on the podium in the Super 8-hour endurance race last weekend. He's down in 15th place at the moment for Prima, Pramac and Yamaha. Under pressure here is El Diablo. Pedro Acosta trying to find a way through on Quattararo. Tough to make a move there through that left-hander at turn 8. Can he build up some momentum? Maybe attack Quattararo down the hill. A favourite overtaking hotspot coming up for Acosta. Got to get the corner speed now here. 3:11. That's a tough proposition to get close to Quattararo.
The Marquez brothers on by the back of each other there in the top of the picture for the lead. Marquez under a bit of pressure in the top left corner as Acosta is piling the pressure on Quattararo. But look at this queue down that's building up behind the 93. Marc Marquez, I don't think he'll be worried at this stage, setting a pace that he is happy to set. But from Alex Marquez to Gian Antonio and the track out of Prix has jumped all over him.
Acosta got through on Quattararo then at the final corner. Acosta now up into P8. Yeah, there's a big game for them, isn't there? An express train building up behind 93 of Marc. Fastest rider in that league from the previous lap was once again Aguirre in 4th, looking super strong. The super far track out to 120.47. That was almost 3 tenths per second quicker than your sprint leader Marc.
Like I said yesterday, did over 1 lap, I think, on the fastest, but over race distance, I guess you have to put sprint distance into that calculation. You didn't think he was the fastest. Is he potentially proving himself right at the moment? Because he's now dropped down here. Alex Marquez looks like he's keen to make a move on his older brother.
Wanting to sit on Marc's rear tyre, so an entirely different ball game to try and find a way through. When will Alex feel like will be the right time to maybe try and strike on Marc, who's been sat on that rear tyre now for almost 5 laps, almost 3rd sprint distance completed. So good, we know Alex Marquez is straight, his fast right-handed. That's the real kryptonite, isn't it, for Marc? And you can see everything sails they go through that 5th gear right-hander at turn 11. It's where Alex can really make up some serious ground on Brother Marc ahead of him.
Marc stronger through the left, that completed the lap 12 and 13. They're now doing 20.7s in the lead phase. They were doing low 20s earlier on as Alex is just favouring a different line down the main straight. He wasn't really trying to distract his brother, although his brother does go slightly wide. You can take multiple lines through that first corner. It's whether you want the speed going in or whether you want the speed coming out to give you the best run at turn 2.
How close do you want it? Marc, Alex, Digia, Aguirre, all doing 20.7s on that lap 5. Just in danger of getting slightly dropped off this podium battle. This medal hunt is Fernandez in 5th. He came over the line over half a second behind his teammate Aguirre, so can't get too detached here. Can he, the Spaniard? He's got trouble brake behind him as well with Jorge Martin lurking.
Alex Marquez is no fool. He's not going to launch a crazy move from way too far back on his older brother. He knows full well that Marquez is coming back from a pretty significant injury at the start of the season, which is why he's playing catch-up in the World Championship. Mark will really want these points, but we've heard from Davide Tardotti, it's all about collecting points, whether it's 12, whether it's 9, just collect some points, particularly with Bezzecchi not even in the action.
Still firmly in the game for his first ever sprint victory. Here's the number 49 of the Gian Antonio. Gaining more points in the crucial points in the top of the championship. There's only 16 adrift. The Martin coming into this 15-lap sprint. Lap 6 of those 15 is now in the books. Just under a quarter of a second dividing Mark and Alex at the front. As we drop anchor with Alex onto this real tricky downhill off camber first corner.
Morbidelli's dropped down the order. The reason for that is because he has crashed down, presumably it's at the final corner, because he was certainly in the pack as they dropped down the hill from the waterfall. Of course, he has the 3-place group penalty to come tomorrow, so a big opportunity lost for Frankie Morbidelli.
So Frank was okay with an almighty crash at turn 8 and that went sprint here last year, a crash which ultimately ruled him out of the Sunday Grand Prix, and well, he's back on his feet, which is good to see. It's been a pretty miserable weekend so far for Frankie. Here we go then, into turn 8. One of the 10 left-handers around this anti-clockwise Sachsenring circuit. Just a little bit of a gap emerging, isn't it, between Mark and Alex. Mark just keeping the hovering over a couple of tenths of a second.
Prettiers, or certainly Fernandez and Martin are now struggling to set this race leading pace. They're now back in the 121s, top 3 or top 4 actually, back to Agura. Are still lapping in the 120s, and we're now starting to see this leading group splinter a little bit. See now the big noticeable gap between the 79 here of Agura to his trackhouse teammate Ralph Fernandez. Is this Marc Marquez feeling a bit more comfortable, a bit happy now, and upping his pace? Well, he's still doing 120.7s, but it's now just the top 3 that are in the 120s.
This pace a little bit too hot right now for Fernandez there in 5th place. He's got at the moment Martin and Bagnaia pretty well coming off, as Martin runs a little bit wide, drops right across the nose there at Bagnaia, set him on a wide route as well going through turn 2. There's no way through. That just shows that time to this first sector in particular. I think in any other circuit, Bagnaia darted to the inside line there, but did not want to instigate contact. I think it was Martin who was present with his rights to seize the racing line back as they drop down towards the middle corner into turn 3.
6th place is worth 4 World Championship points to Jorge Martin. That would put him 11 clear of Marco Bezzecchi. Fabio Gian Antonio in 3rd at the moment. That would score him 7 World Championship points. So he would close to within 2 of Bezzecchi for 2nd in the World Championship. Gian Antonio has not settled for bronze by any means yet.
Well, when Marc Marquez leads at the Sachsenring, he doesn't tend to squander that lead, does he? He tends to get business sorted when he leads here at his beloved German Grand Prix venue. He's doing a great job at the moment of keeping Alex Marquez, his younger brother, 2-3 tenths off of his rear tyre at the moment. Gian Antonio has been 3rd for most of this sprint. He's not really been able to get close on Tardotti to show either of the Marquez brothers his front wheel as yet. Over the line we go. It's only Mark and Alex that are keeping themselves in those 120s, slightly faster once again. On the last lap was Mark. Gap extends to just over 4 tenths.
Gian Antonio doing a 21.0, so he wants another quarter of a second. He's one below before Tissot in the 2nd off the sprint lead. Not under any pressure at the moment though from Agura, so he's still in a fairly comfortable 3rd place. Agura now best part of a second clear of Ralph Fernandez and Martin, of course, with that rather scruffy lap. He's now very much got his eyes on what's behind him and defence from Bagnaia rather than attacking up ahead.
This was the start then to this sprint. Launch away. Unfortunately, we get the wider grid format now with more space between rows on the grid. Thankfully, we've got a pretty safe road to try and here. I think it's Peter Richter aggressive and tight on the inside of Jack Miller. There was a perfect launch, wasn't it, by Marc Marquez. Just knew that he'd be great to lay his seat there. There was nobody who was going to be able to dare throw on his inside. At the moment, a lead that he established at the very first corner of this sprint is a lead that so far he hasn't looked like relinquishing. He's now over half a second, or he was at the start of this lap 9, over half a second clear of brother Alex.
Gian Antonio is just step for the tip for Tissot. Although they have seen this year quite a few occasions Gian Antonio being very, very fast at the end of sprint, so he might yet still yo-yo back into contention here. But he's in a rather lonely-ish 3rd place now. Fernandez is now second behind Iogura. He's now running a lonely fifth.
I just wonder as well whether Agura starts to spin, whether the element of the championship starts to come into his mind. Fourth place, doesn't look like he's got the pace of the three. The Captain's ahead of him. I'll just take my medicine, pick up the points. Let's not take any crazy risks. Let's keep it's a strong run of top six finishes going. Nobody, of course, so far this season has won more sprints than Marc Marquez. He led the way on three coming into this German Grand Prix. Potentially nobody in Grand Prix history is going to have won more sprints. Marc Marquez comes in on a record of 19 sprint victory.
Fabio Quartararo doing sort of mid to high 21s at the moment in ninth place. He's not under any immediate threat because this is the battle behind him. It's an all-Honda battle between Moreira and Marini for 10th place. So Fabio Quartararo, unless he has a serious drop-off in performance in the final third of this sprint, is going to hold on to that final World Championship point.
Weekend, the girl has said he'd be happy with a pair of top six finishes. He's well on track to achieve half of that particular job. He's on the lovely fourth place at the moment. This is further down the field we go. There is Jack Miller. He started this sprint in 11th place. He slid back a couple of places to 13th. Gap between Mark and Alex is sort of holding station in between 4/10ths and half a second. It looks like with 5 to go that Mark will be pretty comfortable at the front.
Excellent ride this, has to be said, by Alex Marquez. Very much keeping his brother in view. Hasn't ultimately been able to make a pass or come close to making a pass in a dart at his older brother, but he's very much keeping in range, and it's clear, and you can see from the overhead shot, the helicopter shot, popping onto your screens, where Mark is stronger and where Alex is stronger, and of course with more lefts than rights around the circuit, that very much plays into the hands of the 93.
He's getting strung out a little bit. 4/10ths is the gap at the start of this lap between Mark and Alex. 8/10ths back to Figure, a further 7/10ths in back between Figure and Agura, and then a big gap of almost 1.5 seconds between the two Trackhouse teammates. So it looks like if anybody is to deny Mark a record 19 sprint victory, it is going to come from the same household. It looks like it's only going to be Alex that can deny him. Antonio just has not got the pace at this late stage. 4 laps with a little bit more remaining. Through the final corner we go. The short climb up the hill to the finish line. What's the gap between Mark and Alex? Of course, well, it's come down a little bit. Fair play to Alex and fair play to GermanGP as well, because behind Mark, those two have both got themselves back in the 120s. This one maybe still got a little bit of life left in it.
Still 4 more laps to go. And at the very least that Alex Marquez can do here is just keep the pressure on Marc Marquez. Of course, someone who's won as often as he has, particularly around the Sachsenring. He's not the kind of rider to put under pressure, but you never know. It's important to take a little bit more risk than he'd ordinarily want to. Because Marc Marquez can understand with his physical situation that he might not want to necessarily push an absolute 100% unless he absolutely needs to. Alex Marquez is trying to ensure that he does need to.
He's no front-running sprint novice, is he, Alex Marquez? He's a 6-time sprint winner himself, most recently on a weekend which ultimately turned out to be a rather painful exercise balance at the circuit of Barcelona Catalunya. He was superb in the Saturday sprint before all of his well-documented Sunday problems. He's doing a fantastic job here of at least keeping Mark honest, keeping Mark right on his toes as they dance down through turn 11. Turn 12 coming up then, this third-gear left-hander. Just cannot, can he, get close enough just to even threaten to nudge it on the inside of Mark.
Antonio at the moment is still hovering around that sort of 8/10 of a second gap back from Alex, but can't seem to achieve it behind him on the racetrack as they move across the line. They exchange 21-1s. Antonio was the fastest of the leading 3 on that time around, down to his final sector, but he is still just over that tantalising 1 second behind the race leader.
Yeah, it's clear that Figure had just left 93 and 73 get away from him a little bit too much. Who knows, never say never in MotoGP. There's your live championship. So Jorge Martin is going to potentially, as it stands right now, take 4 points out of his Beliga teammate Marco Bezzecchi. Unfortunately, he's watching this sprint sidelined with a mangled left collarbone after his heavy crash right here. And Q2 this morning. There's still Mark that looks in complete control of the sprint so far. He has made a mistake. We haven't seen it on camera.
So good in this sort of position. You don't win as many world championships as Grand Prix and sprints and all the rest of the best Marc Marquez has unless you're a very comfortable front runner. Antonio looks like he's making the late move here, but as you mentioned, he might well have just left it a little too late once again after we've seen so many sprints this season. It's Tissot finishing quickly.
Yeah, it does look like Agura has decided to think bigger picture. litter, so he's given up the chase of the three. The Ducatis ahead of him. No need for him to take any credit because he's got Ralph Fernandez, his teammate, almost 2 seconds further back. Gian Antonio, 4/10 quicker on that last lap compared to Alex. A couple of tenths faster than Mark. Silver medal up for grabs here, potentially for Digi, you feel?
Yeah, he's the only rider now in the 120s. He did a 20.9 on the last lap. The battle's developing elsewhere. Look how close he's getting now from the overhead shot. Fernandez looks like he's just about got Martin covered. There's about 6 tenths between them for 5th and 6th. Bagnaia has come to the clear of Acosta, who in turn at the second half on Fabio Quartararo. The big battle is the one you're watching, and it's for 2nd place.
Just wonder here whether Alex Marquez, who is still nowhere near full fitness, just might be tiring. Just might be an element of fatigue here that's a factor at play. Let's not bleed around the bush. This is not Alex Marquez in perfect full fitness trim after the bruising crash he had in Barcelona. The big high side he had recently, of course, in Assen, where somehow in the Sunday Grand Prix still wrestled back with the Ducati to a sensational 5th place. We've got it all on here to hang on to the silver medal position. 1 lap and now 1 corner remaining here in this Sachsenring sprint. Is Marc Marquez on course for a record 19 sprint victory? He tackles the final corner, 3.671 seconds standing between Marc and a moment of history.
Gian Antonio's going to attack here into turn 1 if he can get anywhere there close. Alex Marquez so good through the right hand of the Ralph Walden curve of turn 11, which pretty much thwarts any attempt that Gian Antonio can have of making you move into those final 2 left-handers.
Can Martin get Fernandez late on here? For 5th. He's only 3/10 a little bit more behind Fernandez when they started the last lap. 3/10 quicker on the previous lap was Martin, so that could come down to a real juicy last sector battle between the two of brilliance.
So then coming to Gian Antonio, bottom move here on Alex Marquez, knowing that the corner he needs to be strong at to get a run on Alex Marquez is probably Alex's strongest corner on the circuit, where now through this never-ending series of left-handers through turns 7 and 8, he needs a good run through 11 to try and attack Alex Marquez into 12.
You feel that Alex is thinking more defence and offence at the moment. Looks like he's running out of time in terms of trying to hunt down Mark and deny him that record sprint victory. What has Fabio Di Antonio got left? He's running out of time. Just 2 corners then of this Sachsenring sprint remaining, and it has been a start to finish cruise, not a cruise, but Marc Marquez has led it from the very first corner. 1 corner remaining then for the reigning world champion, who is well on course for yet another Sachsenring treble. Pole position to the sprint win in 2025. He's backed up here in 2026. Marc Marquez is now the all-time winning rider in sprints. This is his 19th success. Brilliant performance by the reigning world champion, the factory Ducati. He converts pole position number 77 into sprint win number 19. Takes the checkered flag by just over 3.5 tenths of a second. Alex Marquez does indeed hold on to the silver medal spot. He bends off the late fast-charging Fabio Di Antonio. Another sprint medal, a more important world championship points for Digia. Ayagura is 4th. Ralph Fernandez does hold off Roy Martin for 5th place. Martin increases world champion to 11 points for the half for 6th. Points for Bagnaia, Acosta and Quartararo. That's points to all 11 sprints now so far this season for Pecco Bagnaia. Well, from that pole position, which is secured in record-breaking fashion this morning with the all-time lap record, was a record sprint victory in any serious doubts? Was there in any serious jeopardy? Alex Marquez tried to put the pressure on throughout that sprint, but once again in the Sachsenring, Marc Marquez just head and shoulders above anybody else on track.
All felt very 2025, that, didn't it, for Marc Marquez. The Marquez brother, 1-2. First time we've been able to say that this season. Alex with a tremendous 2nd place, given what he's been through over the last month or so. And Fabio Di Antonio, well, whether he would have been able to do anything about the Marquez brothers anyway without being embroiled in the trackhouse of Prix on that other lap, we will never know. But in the end, he just could not find a way past Alex. And has to settle for a bronze, which does still enhance his title prospects. Di Antonio now just 13 points off the lead.
Despite his absence in that sprint, Marco Bezzecchi does still just about cling on to 2nd place in the standings. A 2nd place which is more than likely to surrender at the end of tomorrow's 30-lap Grand Prix. He's only 2 points clear now of Fabio Di Antonio. Fabio Di Antonio then into the celebrating as the World Championship leader. I don't think too many people would have been saying that at the start of the campaign. But he's not just been super fast this season, as he did you. He has been super consistent as well. He keeps racking up the podiums and the top sixes. That sprint podium number 5 for Didier. This was third in Assen, he's now third here today in the Sachsenring. In fact, his last 4 sprint podiums, he's had to settle for a bronze medal. He keeps the point scoring, the big point scoring finishes ticking over. But Marc Marquez, his threat in this year's World Championship is starting to build some serious momentum. There's confirmation on your screen there, but it's now a record 19 sprint wins for Marc Marquez. He's also now the most successful sprint rider in terms of podiums as well, as he moves on to 35 sprint podiums. Not a bad job that, a good rescue job by Paul MRT. I'm not too sure pre-sprint you would have been expecting too much better than a 6th place, Lewis.
No, and given that Ducati clearly have an advantage over Aprilia here, with those 3 looking at the podium from the front row, it's always going to be a battle for the Aprilia to the best of the rest. Martin won't match the track house duo as he gazes at the front tyre of his factory Aprilia. Yeah, the championship position extends his lead to 11 points, so it's always going to go one way. One section towards that weekend, which started with 25 points, covering the top 4. That is now 23 between Martin, Bezzecchi, Antonio and Adora.
Another sensational sprint Saturday for the number 93, Marc Marquez. That's now the 3rd time this season he has from pole position been able to take the spoils in the sprint. Some 2 sprints he's won from pole in a round. He did it as well in Hungary. And that is, without any question, surely one of his favourite track for Marc Marquez. He has done it again. He's going to come and congratulate his brother Alex. Before he's saying, come on, there's a little bit of news you have to do. And that one, Alex, he really did push and test Mark. So often throughout his Grand Prix career. The 93 seldom buckles under pressure, he seldom cracks. I have to say, he never really looked like losing the lead in that sprint. 15 laps, which were nigh on perfection. Once he got to the pole position, and once he'd seen his track position at that first corner, he never really looked like he was going to yield to anybody. To Alex, who did a superb job behind him. Very important 9-point collected for Alex. Right in the World Championship.
Mark on the Ducati car. Ralph Fernandez won the Aprilia, got behind them for 4th, 5th, and got the battle over the Fernandez and Martin. The Sakura just ahead of him in the end after getting the advantage on that other lap, having qualified behind Ralph Fernandez. Bit of a lonely ride in the end, wasn't it, for Raul? The 50 riding against his kickboard. He looked going up to the final lap as the MoLY Martin was closing in. Fernandez, to his credit, responded on that final lap by putting out a further 4 times over MoLY Martin to take a very comfortable 5th place.
Sprint weekend here, coming into the Sachsenring. I'm in the game. I am in the hunt to mount a successful event of the World Championship. Try and be crowned MotoGP World Champion for the 8th time. It's been a pretty good weekend so far for the World Champion. Didn't get off to the best of starts with an early crash in FP1 yesterday at turn 3. From that point onwards though, he has been once again the cream of a very talented crop. Takes the checkered flag just in the 4/10 of the second clear. Brother Alex, Validate Tardoxy. This is why they were so keen to get Mark signed up on an 2-year contract. He did say that there was some brief talks about maybe what would, I think, fairy tale return to Honda, but having been on Ducati, having won a World Championship for Ducati, hard to imagine Mark moving anywhere else for 2027 and beyond.
The person who loves winning more than Marc Marquez is Validate Tardoxy, being absolutely buzzing with that. The sprint podium, which is held down into the distance. Well, where's that over at turn 1? Yes, he congratulates Alex Marquez and comes asking what we asked in the coach box. Could you make it a bit easier for us?
Real top job. This is a real busy, tight, compact, quirky Sachsenring layout. Your body gets no rest whatsoever. the start-finish straight here measures only 700 metres, very, very short. Carrying full lean angle with so much of the lap here at the Sachsenring, particularly on the left-hand side. It is a real tough challenge. One that Fabio Di Antonio was up for, one that he relishes. Another sprint podium for Didier from the front row. He's the Jap.
Fabio, another brilliant ride, another very important sprint podium. He made that vital move on ice in the opening laps. The early football laps, it would have been very interesting, but I'm sure you'll be very pleased with that result for Michael.
Yeah, for sure. Leading almost to touching the podium, and then for sure taking the last points of Boston, every point counts. So I had to do the move on I at the beginning because I knew that they had a little more pace, and maybe at the end I was a little faster than others, but here in Sector 2 it difficult then to find clean air and then overtake, so it was too much risk for the last 2 laps. So third is not a problem, and great job.
Yeah, another great job as Fabio Di Antonio then takes this sprint podium down to 11. It's pretty much a full year, the last time Ducati locked out a sprint podium in the drive was all the way back at Peloton Park in Hungary in 2025. Some of the headlines so far this year have gone the way of Aprilia. Marc Marquez will build it. Some form of normal service has been resumed here at the Sachsenring. He was pushed all the way. There was the 40 win in that 15-lap sprint. Really pushing with his brother Alex, who gets the congratulations from Didier. Let's get Alex's thoughts on that half or second place with Jack.
Alex, what a brilliant ride. It's been such a complicated 6 weeks since Barcelona. You are truly back to your best this weekend. You made part of every single lap. How much is the second place?
I did my best every lap, every corner. I was trying just to survive because I was quite a slippery from real. But anyway, you know, I did my best race, the most possible race. I can't make physical condition all the race pushes 100%. I need the speed to be there in a safety mode a little bit, and I try not in a proper way because I'm a little bit more twisty. But for the race, you know, what a really good race. The cycle behind me, really close, and I was coming a little bit, so yeah, so happy, and it's a result that I needed after pricing the year to do so much.
A result needed, a result richly deserved. Brilliant job that by Alex. It's actually his first podium since he was victorious in that Catalan Grand Prix sprint. But once again, we saw it so frequently, didn't we, in 2025. Alex was strong, Alex was fast, but his pesky old buddy was always just that little bit back that was it. More very important championship points collected then for Ayagura. Sits just 23 back now of Series leader Jorge Martin, so a couple of points gained in the championship lead for Agura, but he's done it again. From pole position, it's back-to-back poles and now back-to-back sprint wins here at the Sachsenring for the king, Marc Marquez the Jack.
Mark, it's yet another victory here at the Sachsenring, but one where you were pushed every single lap by Alex. Great to see him back to your best, but I'm sure you feel this is a hugely important win in the championship picture.
Yeah, of course, Alex was pushing quite hard. I saw that always was very close in the last laps, and yeah, he just tried to keep a constant pace, but even like this, he was able to even catch me in the last lap. So let's see for tomorrow with the medium tire we can manage in a better way, but we will see.
Sprint 27 in the factory Ducati red for Marc Marquez. It was his 18th victory, and it wasn't easy, but it made it look easy. Let's be perfectly frank. It looked like Marc Marquez had another year. We'll find out tomorrow over the 4-3 laps in the Grand Prix of Germany. He does lead the Sachsenring with the maximum 37 point haul for the second year in a row. Aprilia under the strength of the depleted with no Marco Bezzecchi sideline to injury. When you return from our hard-earned 3-week summer break and the British Grand Prix at Silverstone in about a month's time, what the second half of the season lies in store.
There's a genuine scenario tomorrow which could see Marc Marquez lead the Sachsenring second in the World Championship if the results go his way tomorrow. And he does his part of the bargain. He's 21 points for Marco Bezzecchi, who we know won't score anything tomorrow. The reigning champion is looming in the background. Antonio, he's firmly in it too, and could yet lead the World Championship out of Germany if he can score enough points to overhaul Jorge Martin tomorrow. Going 2 behind Marco Bezzecchi, who we know won't start. 4 riders covered by 23 points. Top 5 covered by 32. Still 8 riders covered by 64 points. Back to Pecco Bagnaia, who finished 7th today. The bronze medal is handed over and put around the neck of Fabio Antonio, who is 15th in two bronzes as of late. This is 4th consecutive sprint podium that has been the colour bronze. Second place for Alex Marquez. Second sprint podium of the season. The other fourth thing of gold at home in Barcelona. Kept pointed to the up in the CD wasn't any parts of Marquez's podium. He had to recuperate recently. But the winner today, the winner always at the Sachsenring, is Marc Marquez. He goes for a 10th MotoGP, the Grand Prix success at the Sachsenring tomorrow, but he takes back-to-back sprint wins at the Sachsenring. After gold in 2025, it's gold in 2026 as his title defence gathers momentum.
So we've had 4 sprints here at the Sachsenring, and the Cati have won the lot. Their first lockout of a sprint podium in 7 Grand Prix since they locked out the top 3 in that dramatic Spanish Grand Prix sprint at Jerez. First time in a year in a dry sprint that we've got 3 Ducatis in the better positions, and topping the lot from pole position is your reigning world champion Marc Marquez, who is going forward yet another treble. We've had 19 pole position sprint and Grand Prix trebles in history. Marc Marquez has taken 9 of them. Can he take his treble tally into double figures here tomorrow at the Sachsenring? We'll have to pole position and the sprint win on a truly super Saturday for the factory, the Captain Superstar. It's going to take him some stopping to deny him what would be his 10th Grand Prix success at the Sachsenring. There is just something magical that happens when Marc Marquez takes to this 3.61 kilometre river of tarmac. Once again, he takes the spoils. Now, Marc Marquez, well, coming in this weekend, he's still in the game on a title contender. And there is the Grand Prix. That's a big old get off for Fabio Antonio. Let's go down to Jack for first good. On Jack, down to you.
Yeah, I was just about to come in and tell you that I was really surprised this morning to see that Fabio Di Antonio had on both of his machines the new Ducati Aero update. We've been telling you all year how he's had these items at his disposal, but he's wanted to remain with the Aero patches that he started the year with. Quite surprisingly, on Sunday morning of all time, when he's clearly in podium contention, in race victory contention, he decided to make that huge change and go into the GP26 Aero. I was going to tell you, it's clearly going to have affected the balance of the bike. It's going to make the bike a very different piece to handle, and have that crash an effect, is that Aero a consequence of him trying his brand new Aero for the very first time this weekend, this morning? Will it change the balance of the bike? Is that what caught him out there?
Thanks very much, Jack. Good observation as always when he was testing that new Aero, and now he trashed that new Aero. That's a big crash. You can see there was some big barrel rolls through the double trap there for Fabio Di Antonio. So two of our Italian title contenders have had bruising weekends here at the Sachsenring. No Marco Beck second today after his Q2 crash in turn 7 yesterday in qualifying, and Fabio Di Antonio with a washing machine still to start his Sunday. He's going to be pretty second hand and sore for those 30 laps this afternoon. A big task as well for the mechanics to repair and rebuild that number 1 bike, because that was a high-speed get-off, third gear, not far shy of 150 clicks through that turn 8 for Lydia.
Unfortunately, there were no concerns with any flag-to-flag action later on, so we won't need 2 bikes for that reason, but Di Antonio certainly have a dent to the confidence after that. He did finish the warm-up in second place. He was second on a 20.189 before the crash, so it wasn't all bad. It certainly ended in a bad fashion for Fabio Di Antonio. Even if you are not looking at your screens right now, you won't need many guesses to work out who Di Antonio was second to.
Let's hope he is okay, but there was some awkward tricks through that gravel there, wasn't there, for Fabio? Yeah, the body through that gravel to that. Marc Marquez then. The winner's Thatcher, so of course P1 in a session here as he goes from P1 on the grid this afternoon, P1 in the sprint yesterday. Can he lock out yet another brilliant treble to wrap some serious pressure on those at the top of this World Championship? Out of the game just a few weeks ago, he said, until that 8th World Championship, turn face this, on board the 6th Ducati. Fabio Di Antonio quickly on his feet, but then just needed to take a seat on the outside of the trackside barrier there, just to expose himself to that horrible crash at turn 8. That's the word. The top spin has been three superior riders here this weekend. And we're all on Ducati GP26s. We have two Marquez, both Marquez's on the front row of yesterday, both of them on the sprint podium. Fabio Di Antonio on the front row and the sprint podium. And that's the top 3 at the end of that warm session. Anybody try and pick a fight with those 3 gyms this afternoon? That's the big question.
Yeah, the riders from outside that second row will be looking great progress later on. Covered Martin will attempt to get 7th. We have Pedro Costa, Pecco Bagnaia on the 3rd row of the grid, both promoted by Frank Morbidelli. A grid penalty of 3 places. Bagnaia was 7th in the warm-up session on a 21.0. Get 30th on a 21.3, and any hopes of KTM getting into the top 6 down once again firmly on the shoulders of Costa.
World champion Leaderboy Martin then. As that warm session down in 14th place, over 1.2 seconds back. So effective damage limitation for the factory at Prix team now. Martin, brilliant move on the outside of Pecco Bagnaia going down through turn 11. Still not feeling like that at Prix is completely clean by now. He's going to be feeling really sore behind Fabio. So the best thing possible for the off-board Ducati is on top of the back of the scooter. He's able to walk back into the garage under his own steam or go for a medical check. But that was his big crash. Just a thumbs up, that's what I say, from Digia for the worst possible start to his Sunday here at the Sachsenring.
He's fancies at the very least a crack second this afternoon. Any answer from Marquez and see if any early track position from him remains to be seen. Pablo Neto on his phone there, and it is, yeah, he's showing Di Antonio a replay of the crash. You've been watching the big screen. First time he's seen it since he got off the bike altogether. He was pretty quick through that section of the circuit, but it caught him out big time.
wasn't at KO when he started that warm session. That was yours. Medical Director Dr. Angel Chartres just comes to check on the condition of Fabio Antonio. A little bit of concern, they might just twist his neck. Some awkward rolls through this gravel trap. Can't quite see there for the sort of dust that's been kicked up with this white cloud in the air vents. But yeah, there were a couple of awkward rolls. Let's have a listen then to Digi going through 7 and 8. That's under the concern where there might have been a tweak of the neck muscles. Pablo Nieto expressing a lot of concern with very good reasons. Fabio Di Giannantonio is right in the thick of this world champion back this year. He's only 13 points behind Moly Martin, with 25 up to grabs later on this afternoon. They know injury at any stage of the season is really bad, but he's worked so hard to put himself in the heights. Missing that points. Jack was saying the offers also giving him the thumbs up down the pit lane, all A-OK. So the good news is that we'll have a bit of bash at turn 8 and that will touch Fabio Antonio fit and raring to go for the Grand Prix.
Captain team are hanging on the every word of Marc Marquez. Trails by 32 in the World Championship. Victory. Hoped for some people fully expected Jack likely to shrink further than Marc Marquez when was all going on summer holidays. Jack Miller, I think in that warm-up session, some more World Championship points. 12 backwards in the sprint yesterday. Boxed in at the first corner was Jack Miller from that lucky fourth row start. Couldn't really recover from that to get himself anywhere near the sprint one.
Right, so fifth place here this weekend with Jack in the scripted boat sessions here on Friday. Winning good record around this Sachsenring circuit. He made his Grand Prix debut, of course, back in 2011. Points in all 10 starts in MotoGP with 4 top 6s. Big ask for Jack to keep that point here this afternoon, but never say never. As Fabio Quartararo, 4 years on from his last MotoGP success right here at the Sachsenring. Well, Fabio session that from Fabio, 120.888. He's seen once again sees top Yamaha honours. Still awaiting confirmation of his big HRC move next year. Such a fabulous destination 2027 for Fabio Quartararo. Still a bit of uncertainty about his teammate, whether it will be Diogo Moreira, whether it will be David alongside one type of contender. This was a message though from Marco Bezzecchi. It's a tough moment, but we are tougher. I'm going to get fixed and I will get back to work. Nothing will make me give up. See you soon. I certainly hope so, Marco. Going to be under the knife today, Italy. That was for corrective surgery on that badly damaged left collarbone. Not the way you wanted to head into the summer break. Speedy recovery and our well wishes to the former MotoGP World Champ who made up that qualifying for Q2 yesterday.
Another session though, and once again it is Marc Marquez who ends it on top, the world champion, leading Fabio Giannantonio, although that wasn't really the headline for Digia with that late crash at turn 8. Alex Marquez third, that beautiful Telefonica All-Star livery on race day. Quartararo fourth from Miller, Fernandez, Bagnaia, Marini, Moreira and Ayagura. Joan Mir 11th. First came down with rapid this morning in 12th place. And right behind him. Championship leader Martin 14th. And a Maverick Vinales, who surely the only way is up for him today. Top rank 60th. Saw all the time behind Marc Marquez in that warm-up session. Bastianini 17th. Morbidelli, who remember dropped 3 places on the grid today before he qualified yesterday. PAC for him ahead of Alex Rins and Cal.
So that's the warm-up done and dusted here at the Sachsenring. Can anybody dethrone the undisputed king of the Sachsenring? He's already got pole position in the bag. He's already got a sprint win in the bag. There's another treble beckon here for reigning world champion Marc Marquez. He leads the morning one session. Have a great race day in Germany, folks.
Morgen, liebe Sachsenring-Fans, liebe MotoGP-Fans, es ist Zeit für den letzten Rennsonntag vor der großen Sommerpause. Herrlich, dass ihr alle da seid. Ihr heizt das ganze Wochenende ja schon irre ein. Jetzt bitte auch bei der Rider Parade. Wir laufen auf dem internationalen Weltsignal, also switchen wir jetzt mal rüber ins Englische. And therefore, I want to welcome our international audience. Hello everybody, let's get this Rider Parade started here at the GermanGP at the Sachsenring. Let's have a look over here and let's start with Pecco Bagnaia waving to the crowd. Pecco, so good to see you here at the Sachsenring. You became a dad 2 weeks ago. Please tell us, how was it to come back from Assen and to meet the little Olivia?
Fantastic experience. We got to meet the Sachsenring, but let's start on today. It will be long, tough. 3 riders are making a difference, but the battle for the 4th place is there, so we need to be confident.
How much sleep did you get during the last 2 weeks?
A lot.
So he's a nice cute little baby, yeah?
Yeah.
So again, what's the plan for the race? Yesterday in the sprint it was P10, so P7
He's starting well.
because of the crash short.
Today I start 9th, so I need to, from the inside, starting well the same and try to overtake as soon as possible many riders without trying to focus and be close to the first place.
Perfect. Thank you so much and all the best, Pecco Bagnaia. Let's move on over here and talk to Pedro Acosta for a little bit. Pedro, so good to see you here at the Sachsenring. How was it out there yesterday being the best KTM?
Well, it was not an easy race, but I was able to see how Ducati was managing with Pecco for this. I think today will be a bit better. It's true that will be anyway a tough race with the rear tires, but I think we can make a good race.
Only 11 days ago we had that surgery, the Carl Tucker arm surgery. How is it going, Carl?
Super happy about how it's going. You know, it's true that I have a bit of pain in the braking points, like 10-1 and 10-12, but anyway, we have a good pace for this. Let's see.
Can you just show us the scar or like the bandage?
Now I have this for this. Anyway.
Always covered, right, to protect it?
Yeah.
Perfect. Have a good race. Thank you so much, Pedro Acosta. And now let's talk to Jorge Martin for a second. Jorge, leading the championship into season, and now here you are at the Sachsenring. What's the plan for you?
Well, the plan is to do the best race that I can. For sure, it's been a weekend that I'm struggling a lot with the front, and yeah, we are improving. Let's see in the race. I hope to make a good start and then try to go with the front race.
I've seen you snacking around at Giga Center yesterday, eating a nice Würstchen. That's how we call it in German. Did you like that one? Würstchen.
Würstchen, yeah, I love it. I will eat a lot after the race. Thank you.
Let's just talk about Marco Bezzecchi for a second. He had this bad accident yesterday in the qualifying. How is he doing right now? Are you guys in contact?
Yeah, for sure it's a pity that we have Marco in that situation. I think he's more my friend. I know what it is to go through that difficult time period, and yeah, he will come back as soon as he can.
Thank you so much. Have a good race today. Next one is Alex Marquez over there. Alex, so good to see you. You had a bad accident a few weeks ago. Maybe you can show us your arm. What about your physical condition here at the moment at Sachsenring? Yesterday was a pretty good race for you.
Yeah, yesterday, I was so happy. Today we have again a great opportunity. But I mean, yeah, from Assen injured, I'm 100% recovered. From the Carolina 1 still I'm trying to recover. But anyway, I'm feeling day by day a little bit better. Today, the last race. After Le Mans and after Catalonia, so they were emotional, and today again we started first and second and with the over.
Do you know what? I remember last year we talked about you moving out of the house you shared with Mark. So how is living without him now, and who's taking care of his pool and his garden? Because I thought that was your job.
I think he is sometimes when I went to this home, I see the garden or the swimming pool a little bit bad, and then I call the guys, to taking care and all that. But for the rest, everything is going good. We are training together every day, so we are not living together, but we are living together.
Perfect. Thank you so much and have a good race today. Let's move on talking to Cal. After talking to Jack Miller. What about the physical condition, the fitness level? How could you adapt to the bike already?
Yeah, it's not easy. That's sure. I think after so long off, not racing or testing, it's difficult. Physically, it's difficult. There's no doubt. But enjoying it. Pleased to be and proud to be asked to come back to some races. Biking today will be a long, tough race, 30 laps around Sachsenring. It's a great circuit. We always have a great crowd here. So yeah, it'll be good fun.
Are you a soccer fan?
Yeah, of course.
So how long? Okay.
No, I didn't stay up because in the World Cup there's been loads of and stuff like that. So yeah, it was bad timing for us really. But really pleased England won. We're going to take on the reigning champions next in Argentina, and then we'll get the job done in the final as well.
Oh, congrats on reaching the semi-final.
I would eat that all the time. I'm just not hungry, but that's like my normal food.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Enjoy the race today. And let's talk to that guy here in the corner of the back, to Jack Miller, with a big smile on his face. Jack, it's Sachsenring.
Feels like you're in the stadium, so it's a pleasure to be back here, and I've always had good support here, so have a good day today.
So when it comes to the atmosphere, it's definitely in your top 3 then?
Yeah, honestly, it will be well and truly on the podium, if not, for me, it's a close second behind Phillip Island, obviously, doing a home Grand Prix for me, but this feels good, you see the flags, we have a lot of support, it's always a good one. enjoy this place. I've always had good days here, so yeah, I love coming to race here. And yeah, hopefully we'll have a decent day today.
What do you think about the crowd here in Sachsenring, the German fans, and maybe you've been to the event yesterday to the Karthalle? There was such a nice party going on.
I tell you, at 1 o'clock this morning when I was listening to all the music, I was considering putting on a hoodie and going to join because I couldn't sleep anyway. So yeah, maybe next year.
Perfect, that's a good plan. Thank you so much. Enjoy the race. Let's move on and talk to Fabio Quattararo. Fabio, how is it going so far here at Sachsenring, the best Yamaha yesterday?
Yeah, I mean,
can do better, of course, but I think considering what we have, we managed to get the best of us today.
I think top 10 was your goal yesterday. What's your goal for today's race?
Trying to make the same realistically. We know that there is some people in the back that are going faster on the pace, so we're trying to maximize our tactic and do our best.
Thank you so much and enjoy the race. Next one is the Tobrat on the left and right. Tobrat, sorry for interrupting you. It's pretty hot today. What about the conditions?
This condition is not bad. It's better than Assen. You know, the Assen is incredible hot. Now it's much better. But the more difficult one, managed to be tired because the race is 30 laps and very difficult for everyone. I'm just thinking to how is the manage to tire 30 laps. We will see. You know, it's a very hard race for everyone.
What do you think about Sachsenring? I think you have some pretty good old memories, right?
Yeah, 12 years ago, yes, I have a really nice memories here. But, you know, now we are with the MotoGP bike. You know, this one is very difficult. I like the good track, but now I need to manage the tire because my biggest problem now with the tires. Because yesterday, in the end, I lose my momentum because the tires drop a lot. Anyway, we will see today. I'm just riding through every station. And now it's very important one, you know, tire manage. I hope we are doing some special results today.
What about your German skills? Are there any sentences or words you can say?
With all German. I like the German people because they are very crazy. They are also follow all motorsport, which is really nice. And when I'm first time racing in the German championship, the Archiska, first I learned just say the Achtung Fahrerlager because in the paddock everyone say Achtung Fahrerlager. I learned this, and yesterday also we are did fun zone. You know, I say Achtung Fahrerlager. This is really nice, but I'm really enjoying here. I hope we are doing some good special results.
Perfect. One more question, because I just noticed that the dog of Marc Marquez is called Turco. Did you know that? So what an honor, huh?
Yeah, I'm talking with him about this because I have Turco. The dog is Turco, but the Turco is he's explained why he's coming the Turco because in Spain Turco is really the. Now I don't remember a lot, but they have explained, you know, this is coming from Spain. And yeah, I know. I'm talking with him beginning this season, and I hope one day I see with this dog.
Perfect. I think we can arrange that. Thank you so much. Have a good race. Let's move on. And Ayurura is next. It's so good to see you. You are the newest member of MotoGP race winners. It was the race win for you in Assen. Did that give a special boost for you?
Probably, yes, a little bit.
So how do you like Sachsenring?
It's not really my type of track. I'm not a big fan of this game, but yesterday I did a good ride, so yeah, I expect something more from today's race, but yeah, we'll see.
So what do you expect if you expect something more? What's the goal?
For sure we look for a better position than yesterday, but the riders who finished front of me yesterday, those guys seems that it's really strong in this truck. So yeah, it's hard to beat those guys, but
I prepared a very small Q&A for you, okay? It's just a quick question, quick answer. So, helmet or fishing hat?
How much? What?
Helmet or fishing hat? I know that you're into fishing.
Second one.
Fishing hat. Ocean or lake?
Lake.
Gym in the morning or in the evening?
Morning, probably, yeah.
And if you could choose tennis with Jorge Martin or Pilates with Fernandez?
Tennis with Jorge.
Pretty good. Thank you so much and have a good race today. And for now, I think it's time to talk to the king of the ring, to Marc Marquez. Marc, amazing race yesterday. You're back at the Sachsenring, your special Grand Prix, and it's possible today to reach the triple again. right?
Let's see. We are working for it, and we will try to do our best, of course, and will be not easy because as we saw yesterday, Alex and Disha, they were pushing me a lot, and yeah, I try to take the victory, but today will be even more difficult. But let's see if in front this amazing crowd I can do a great race.
It could become your 10th victory here at the Sachsenring, and you could equal the record of Giacomo Agostini, who did it in Finland. What does a number like that mean to you?
Too many numbers, and yeah, 10 victories in one circuit can be a very good achievement, but at the moment I have 9. So let's see, I don't want to speak about it.
We have some special liveries here at the track, for example, the Grisini one. Do you like it?
Incredible. I mean, incredible because it's like a deja vu. When I was a kid and sitting and just following Sergio Bernal, Marco Belandri, all these amazing riders. Even Tajiro Kato was riding a similar livery. So yeah, one of the nicest ones.
Being the king of the ring here at Sachsenring, and do you have any German skills?
Any?
German skills. What can you say in German?
Dankeschön and ich liebe dich, Sachsenring.
That's what we want to hear. And I think I want to teach you a new one, which is läuft bei mir, which means it's going pretty well at the moment. Läuft bei mir.
No?
Läuft bei mir.
Not by me. It's difficult, this one, eh? What means exactly?
It's going pretty well at the moment. That's what it means.
Let's see. I hope. I would like I will try to continue.
Oh, and you know, one last one, because I already talked to Toprak about his name as Turco and your dog having the name Turco, so I think it's to honor him, right?
Yeah, I mean, I say the first time when I meet him after have the dog, I say, you are the Mr. Turco. He's the Turco Junior, but yeah, I mean, he can be proud because he's a very smart dog. So he's a border collie. So Toprak is a super nice guy and a very smart dog.
And he told us he wants to meet him, you and the dog, so you should just take him for a walk.
Of course, sure.
Have a good race, Mark. Thank you so much. Who is missing, I think. Maverick Vinales is missing, for example. Maverick, so good to see you here at the Sachsenring. Yesterday you had some issues with the bike. What's the plan for today's race?
Well, we changed a little bit the setup, trying to find a better feeling with the bike, especially with the front. We are suffering a lot on the front feeling. I think we didn't step on the warm-up. So actually, we need to try to build up a good race. But however, my mission is trying to understand. The fans are crazy here.
They are so crazy. It's so loud here in that corner, right?
Yeah. But we are trying to understand how to improve, and actually very happy. Thank you.
Have a good race, Maverick. Thank you so much. Franco, how do you like Sachsenring?
I love it. It's beautiful to be here with the nice weather and the scenario, the people, also the track is amazing.
In the warm-up, your teammate Fabio Giannaturi had a crash. How is he doing? Because I think you just met him in the box after the warm-up.
He's in a little bit of pain with his shoulder, I think. I don't know how it will progress.
But you're doing pretty well today, right?
I'm doing very, very good, yeah. I'm fine. We're starting from P9. Hopefully we're going to have a good start and a smooth race.
What would be a satisfying result for you today?
We're aiming for the top 10. I think we can do it. Let's see.
Thank you so much and have a good race. And we did also not talk to Luca Marini so far, but he is here with us right now, and it's a bit windy up here on the track. Luca, what's your plan for today's race here at the Sachsenring? What do you also think about the condition?
Well, no plan at the moment. For sure, the start will be the key of the race. It's very difficult to overtake in this track, and the pace from the 8th to the 12th, 13 is very similar. So this is what we are. This is our target. We will try to push a lot at the beginning of the race, and then to manage also the tires, because this track is always important.
if you rate the Sachsenring, is it a track you really like, or?
Yeah, it's really unique track, so you find some beautiful points, and obviously there is turn 11 that is one of the best corners in the world, so it's beautiful. When it's hot, that you are not worried about the front tire is fantastic.
Is the last race before the summer break? Any plans?
Not yet, not yet. For sure I will be a little bit at home with my family and to enjoy it for now. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much and have a good race today here at the Sachsenring. Is there anyone missing? Because the truck is about to stop. Riders will leave the track right now for the hero walk down there at the Karthalle. Alex Rins, just for one last quick word before you leave the track. What's the plan for today's race? What about the conditions?
It will be long. Luckily, there is a bit of wind that keeps the track a little bit more not so warm. But yeah, it will be very long.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Enjoy the hero walk right now and the race later. So thank you so much, guys. Thanks for the rider parade. Enjoy our GermanGP here at the Sachsenring. Best weather, best conditions. So let's go.
11 of the 2026 MotoGP World Championship brings the world's fastest riders to Eastern Germany with the aim of the game taking a tight and twisted Sachsenring. It's the 28th visit to the shortest track on the calendar, and it's all eyes on Marc Marquez to see if he can complete back-to-back win doubles in Deutschland. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good morning and welcome to what is a glorious Sunday morning here in Eastern Germany. Welcome one and all to the LIQUI MOLY Grand Prix of Germany. It's the 11th chapter of the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. And later on this afternoon, in the full distance 30 lap MotoGP race, Marc Marquez looks to once again stand with authority all over the Sachsenring from pole position yesterday. The reigning world champion on the factory Ducati won the Tissot Sprint, and this afternoon he looks to go into double figures in terms of MotoGP victories here. 9 previous successes at the beloved Sachsenring. Marc Marquez, the overwhelming massive favourite, should make it a perfect 10 later on this afternoon. Jorge Martin, the factory of Prix rider, leads the MotoGP World Championship by 11 points going into this afternoon's action, but unfortunately, sadly, his teammate Marco Bezzecchi sidelined from today's action. Yesterday at turn 7 is ruled out there with a left collarbone fracture. So going along for the factory of Prix team is Jorge Martin. And of course, with the former Moto3 world champion himself. And as always, getting the action underway on our race day number 11, it is the rising stars of the future. Set to do battle around the Sachsenring over 23 laps before we head off on our welcome 3-week summer break. What is not in any kind of dispute is Max Tillers will definitely heading on his holidays. Very, very happy in the tune of what this afternoon because he comes into this round 11, 90 points. Yes, you heard that right, 90 points clear of Alvaro Carpe in second place. The world champion leader, the dominant world champion leader, heads to second over in fourth place. Brian Uriarte, Marco Ronnie, Hakim Danish, very much an international flavour to our front row of the grid this afternoon. Spain leading Argentina and Malaysia. All the action getting underway then this morning. Pleasure as always to be joining you. Matt Burn, Lewis in the comms box. Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Brian Uriarte then on pole position for the first time in his Moto3 career. He's at front row. Another box tip for the contestant, 17-year-old from Red Bull, Casey Meyer. 68 different rider in Moto3 start on pole position. 7th different rider on pole position.
Very recent Red Bull Rookies winner around the Sachsenring too. So talking course and distance, Uriarte knows exactly what it takes to win here at the Sachsenring. Could potentially, if it's all to go his way today, head into the summer break as Max Tillers his closest championship rival. That is currently Uriarte's teammate Alvaro Carpe. 22 busy laps of the Sachsenring in Moto3. The World Championship leader Max Tillers is right behind that old rookie front row in fourth. Far from straightforward weekend for him.
Uriarte on the front running lately. He's led in 4 of the last 5 Grand Prix. The only one he didn't lead in that sequence was the Hungarian Grand Prix at Peloton. Really going to get his nose in front of the start of this 23 lap Grand Prix. So your runaway leader is Tillers, 211 points. He's taken from the only 10 Grand Prix. Quite a remarkable record. Last time out in the Grand Prix of the Netherlands, it was a 6th win of the season, 9 podiums in the opening 10 Grand Prix. Those 211 points at the 10 round with the most in Moto3 history at this stage of the season. He's only dropped 39 out of 250 available so far this year. The 82-year-old, this will come as no great surprise. 90 points on 10 rounds, the biggest leading margin in Moto3 history. He's going to take some serious stopping. Somebody's going to have to have a blinding second half to this Moto3 World Champion campaign. And to not just beat this, but to get anywhere near it.
Second half of the season. There are no obvious signs at the moment of Max Tillers doing that. I think he has been uber consistent on Sunday morning so far this year. I mentioned though, so far this weekend, early on Friday afternoon, actually for the first time this year, put Tillers in Q1.
talking about the championship battle in Moto3. Unfortunately, once again, we are missing the rider third in the standings. A big home Grand Prix, of course, for the LIQUI MoLY Dynamo team. Well, their star rider, Gabriel Mansa, is a Saturday side by the builders once again. Moving out of Spain. More on that very, very shortly, because we'll go down to Jack on the inside GermanGP, his best qualifying since round 2. And we'll back to the Japanese rider, ninth in the back of the third row. Good morning, Jack.
Yeah, good morning to everybody at home. Good morning, like you say, what a great weekend it's been so far. A real return to form. I imagine you're really excited to get stuck into this league group.
Yeah, they will be along, so try to focus from the beginning, because they are fast from the beginning, so I think it's important to stay some drop from the beginning, so I try my best.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to the 24-year-old Japanese rider in Israel. He's finished all 10 Grand Prix so far this season, points in 5, but no higher than 11th in the morning. He did lose 5 laps here last year, though, only the third time he's Grand Prix the group. Yamanaka has actually led the Moto3 battle. This is going to be 126 starts.
His teammate, Matthew Dennis, star first half of the highlights on the bottom of the screen. The podium back in Jello, of course, mixing in for no. Can he back it up with a second one today here in the Sachsenring?
Yeah, Hakim in absolutely brilliant form at the moment with podiums, victories to your name. Can we have another one today?
Yeah, I think today will be not easy to do it, but it's nothing impossible, but I try to do it again.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
Back up the Malaysian, who has impressed in his first full season. Fourth time this year, he's qualified on the front row of the 6 top 10s in the Open 10 Grand Prix. For Matthew Dennis, that's why he's doing something brilliant. 6th place overall in the World Championship. So Ryan Ariarte then on pole position. Marco Morelli going from that front row. Here's Matteo Bertelli. He's got a good weekend from them from MTA KTM. 7th, he heads that third row of the group. Bertelli, that's his best qualifying 4 Grand Prix since Phillip Island. Points in 7 of his last 8, only 2 top 10s with his Lamont.
The rear tire for sure. I don't know how we arrive to the finish to the last lap, but the rear tire will suffer a lot. For sure, the left part of the tire, I think will be the worst, especially after lap 12 already, lap 15. The pace will drop a lot. A lot of riders, I think, will drop from the group. Will be a very important thing to have in mind, because it's very difficult to ride here with the tires.
Good luck.
Thank you.
This is a very small car. Thanks very much, Jack. He started and finished the Grand Prix here 5th last year, despite a long lap of irresponsible riding. Gabriel Mansa. But as you mentioned, there's now a match, unfortunately, in this Grand Prix. And he said this weekend was MotoGP yesterday, but he missed the whole of Friday. Laid low, so not more occurrence in the top right. He's got one about the Gabriel Mansa, both Gabby Movers scored as well. 451 right now. As good as the German squad is doing in Moto2, all the good fortune is going away from the two boys. It's certainly not the same for their Moto3 squad.
All right, on the second is Marcos Ariarte, who has been on the grid. One of the Aston teams to draw your attention to. Germany is moving with practice, qualifying back in Aston. Missed that one. From Grand Prix D, World Cup to the
Max Quilez has been so good so far this season. 9 podiums in the Open 10 round. He's 4th on the grid, just a couple of places. The only teammate MerliMollyMeki, I'm sure there's big hopes of more asphalt. So let's go to the floor. You got the roll.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago in Aston, Nico, you wanted a double podium, you got a double podium, you got another great chance today. Marco on the front row, Max here on the second row, but 2 crashes this weekend for Max. How will that affect his confidence?
He's one rider that he don't lose confidence in his crash a little bit like some riders, but he has something special that he always push 100% and he have very good feeling. We'll be see today because not easy here in Sachsenring also to manage the tire at the end of the race, but we have both riders ready to battle for podium. Good luck. Thank you.
On the second front row start before 19. Well, it's the best ever qualifying. Second third early on the season in Le Mans. Lightweight world champion after his third place last time out over the Netherlands.
Well, Cormac Buchanan's best ever qualifying came 1 year ago here at Sachsenring. He hasn't quite matched that this 10th place qualifying on the 2016 for the young Kiwi in desperate need of a big result in a top second season at this level for Cormac Buchanan. But on that quarter of the grid, potential today for Cormac to challenge for his first top 10 finish for since this race.
No chance we'll see that fourth row. Buchanan, one place the Kiwi head of Joel Kelso for Green Racing Honda. Joel Kelso, the 23 Australian, actually well in qualifying German Grand Prix in Thailand. 8th place last time out, Kelso, over in Assen, the best result of the season. 11 rounds, fourth round last year. Confident he's got the pace to fight his way through as we ride from Darwin.
Big rider to watch behind Kelso too on the third grid. Two rookies on Hondas, Veda Patama, Casey O'Gorman, start 13 and 14 respectively. Veda Patama, who's another rider who's Red Bull rookie success to draw off the pack around this circuit. Practice on Friday actually on the number 9 bike. Expected, as he so often does, saw it till he crashed in Assen. He offered rockets up the order when he qualified for.
Second world championship, level on points with Anthony Danny. Low points though in 2 of the last 3 Grand Prix. For the 17-year-old, he's got 5 top 5 finishes so far this season. So when he is in the mix, he does tend to bring a complete conclusion to the 14th on the grid then. Alongside another Honda rider, Patana, is 60th James Bond, the quarter rider, Casey O'Gorman. Last time out, wasn't it? O'Gorman, the first time the Grand Prix he did set the fastest lap, 10th, top 10 in 10. So he's got race pace for O'Gorman. He needs to be moving a little bit more sharper on Saturday in qualifying. Belt in Assen. Front row of the grid then, ahead of this 23-lap Moto3 race here in Germany. Anthony Danish on the front row for Malaysia. Going back-to-back podium finishes is Marco Morelli on the Aspar KTM. Or KTM locked out of the top 7 places on this grid with it. Brian Uriarte, barring away from the pole position. 51 heading to the summer break. 25 points from the bottom, strengthen his challenge. He's second in the World Championship. Uriarte on pole here in Germany.
Well, the rookies ran right in qualifying yesterday. Can they do the same on Sunday at the Sachsenring? It's Brian Uriarte from the maiden pole in Moto3 ahead of Marco Morelli. 3 best 4 points for him. In 4th, top 3 qualifying season for Hakim Danish in 3rd. 2 crashes this weekend, but Max Tito still came from Q1 to 4th on the grid. And Alvaro Carpe and Vitor Samara at 3rd and 6th. Matteo Bertelli specialist in 7th ahead of Jesus Rios and Luce Yamanaka. Adrian Fernandez has qualified 10th for the second Grand Prix in a row. He's ahead of Cormac Buchanan and Joel Kelso. Veda Patama was fastest on Friday. He's 13th ahead of O'Gorman and Esteban, with Eddie O'Shea, Adrian Punset and Scott Ogden together on row 6. Perone, Uriarte, the sole intact rider, and Leo Ramastorfer on row 7. That's Ramastorfer's best since Brazil. Guido Pini, his worst since Argentina last year in 22nd on the grid. And Eddie Gutierrez to the Joao. The reminder that David Almanza does not take part in the
So can Max Tires become just the 7th rider in Moto3 history to win 10 or more Grand Prix? Can he join a club which features David Alonso, Ravana Finati, Juanmir, Jose Bruno, Rueda, Roger, Gamma Massey? Got a great chance at it. That's Pires. He was second in the Grand Prix here last year. He leading for 7 laps very early on in the Grand Prix.
It's about tyres, and that is reflected in the tyres. The vast majority of the company conservative options in front. We get just 3 riders who gone to the soft run. That is Rios, Kelso, Ferraro, but all on Honda.
penalty. That's so right at the back. While in second is Q1 against Ray. Second fence. Any kind of significant impact on the common conditions came on this Grand Prix of Germany. Will be led away from the third time by Brian Uriarte. Really has shown some top form, has been doing exactly right. They will take Mayo wanted to get him on one of their motorcycles in 2026. Another rising star of the future. Rider of top talent, obviously, the endless production line of young hot Spanish talent. To the front row with a red second on the Danish third place. Confidence in his prospects. Two-time winner this season in Moto3. You see there, damage on the far left of your picture on the number 13 KTM. What a dream launch that was by Uriarte. He was a little bit wide going for the first corner, but it was a perfect start for Uriarte, and he leads down into turn 2.
Not the greatest of starts from Championship League Chile, but hung out to dry in that first corner by both Carpe and Salmela, so the points lead is down 2 places to 6.
Right the line, good swing over the corner, but Uriarte and Danish in second place. Well, he's a little bit wide as they start the time on through 4. That just hoped the door sliding from Carpe. Wasn't able to find a way through though.
Obama, as expected, making big progress early on. He's straight into the top 10 with a good battle with companion is Morelli, making a move that he clearly feels he needs to make. With Uriarte already bolting clear, Morelli back in a second.
Jumped around here because now Carpe has seized third place away from him as they went into the high-speed turn 8. Fabio with Antonio had a monster crash with MotoGP walks this morning.
He's trying to pick away through to 10 on Rico Salmelo. No way through, though. Dorsman shuts in his face already through the third sector. Uriarte is 3/4 of a second clear.
Start. He's got that hammer down here already having a big time. Danger wide on the brakes going down into turn 12. That's allowed Salmela to pick him off so briefly at the start of this first lap. But he's was as high as second. Now Quiles bugs him on the inside at turn 13. So he's got the runway here with the Malaysian.
Right behind them is Fratelli and Yamanaka. Fratelli still where he started, although he's lost a couple out of the final corner. He's in the battle with Rios and Yamanaka. They're side by side at the back of the picture. So 7/10 of a second to go back to just that Salmela getting bowled off the inside. Alvaro Carpe, we have already seen him in the podium battle, so I think there's a major pile-up at the back of the field with 3 or 4 riders involved. I think that's Peroni amongst them.
Peroni is definitely one of those involved. After Uriarte as well, further down, back at the front, streaking away at the front. All his length at the moment is Uriarte in a commanding leading over 3/4 of a second already. We're only on lap 2 of 23. Quiles there in 5th place. Peroni got himself back into second quickly after he got picked off by Belucci on that run to turn 1.
Peroni and Uriarte definitely worried for. Carraro was also delayed by it. He went around the outside of it all. I think John Kelter also might have been involved in delayed because he's also dropped way down the order.
Back at Rico Salmela on the 27 machine. Equal best qualifying for Salmela. He really has capitalised on that. He drops down now through the Ralph Walton curve. Side by side there, Carpe attacking Morelli. That's lovely. Oh, that's lovely. And then that Quiles darts from the inside of his teammate Max. Quiles getting busy, getting aggressive early on here on the 28.5. Quiles ends 5th to 3rd.
Quiles can see Uriarte disappearing up the road, and he needs to make sure that he brings him back into play, and it's not a breakaway for Brian Uriarte. A 125.4 for him. Fast back of the Grand Prix. It was matched by Carpe, but of course, with that lead already pulled out of 8/10 of a second, Quiles now trying to get down to business to close that down. He takes second.
That's lovely by Quiles. He got a perfect drive out of turn 13, over the press, down the 700 metre start, really great. Lined up Carpe quite beautifully. Textbookly, that wasn't a break by Quiles into that first corner. Has to get on with this because you can see Uriarte checking out further down the back. That might have been Uriarte who instigated that one.
Peroni hit the back of somebody, but he's been taken down a lot, but he managed very hard on his own there. The back of the picture, the battle elsewhere up front between Carpe and Salmela. You can see the flying picture. That's a Peroni doing the somersault into view. Uriarte, and they stick also top of the picture on the end by delay.
Horrible back there, wasn't it? Struggled in qualifying, started 19th as well. He started the Assen Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. He's passed his way through to Prix in fourth place, beating the 18-year-old. Back at the front then. That gap is now coming down. Uriarte's advantage is just under 8 tenths per second as he started this lap 3. We're already having clear traffic. Quiles, with the hammer down himself, is starting to make some big strides back towards the front.
Grand Prix from here. It is 125, 227. That's almost as quick as Quiles went in qualifying yesterday. Cut the gap by 6 tenths of a second to Uriarte. Of course, starting lap third place in the top 5. We look like they've built up a bit of an advantage. With Danny struggling in these early stages, lacking the pace to go in the top 5.
For Quiles, also Alfred rejoined the Grand Prix after he was involved in that crash tangle a couple laps ago at the first corner. So they have now chased and caught Uriarte at the front. Carrara also rejoining the Grand Prix. So what was a pretty commanding early advantage for Uriarte has completely vanished after the incident will be reviewed after the Grand Prix by Simon Craigbar and co in the steward office.
Yellow ground turn for a pitch down, dropping that door, then confirmation on Dunstry. Tissot Sprint out of the race. So another Honda dropping out of the action.
Serious speed, but unfortunately, it's a good effort from so far for the promising Irish rider. Yeah, that would be a real big threat. Turn 3 was caught out over. Back then with the lead group. Here we go, through turn 12. They'll start climbing up the hill. Good overtaking opportunity this into 30. Is anybody going to be close enough to Towns? Not going to be visually on board and get it right now. This top 5 though have put distance between themselves and that chasing pack. Uriarte leads it. They're all in the sort of 135s. Leading that pursuing pack is Rios on the 54 bike, who's just over a second back.
Another side of Morelli then, and it's fourth place. So I ought to move that chase route. It's Adrian Fernandez on the left on the side in the background, diving inside of one of the NTA bikes, now ahead of both of them, and he's up in 12th place. He's the fastest rider outside the leading group.
Rios, whoever gets the lead of that big secondary, dragged themselves back into contention. Making more than 5 in this pony battle early on here. Uriarte then, from Quiles. Carpe still right in the mix. Moving back after a disappointing exit in Assen last time out. It was 14 after 33 Grand Prix to that for Carpe. That's good to see the balance of the right there. He was that snow on the street when he landed in that turn 1 gravel trap. It was a bit of a system to get back to the Red Bull K10 Tech 3 garage. It was a painful start to the summer holidays for Perone.
After a couple of 19.3 to near the podium, last time in Assen, consider that qualified 19th yesterday, unfortunately, great ending. Within a couple of laps back to the top 5 then. Morelli just hovering away at the back of this group, the second lap bar. He's the rider who generally is so strong late in the race. Very kind on his tyres, Morelli. He doesn't always do him any favours in the early stages. Things that he's worked to do is so often than scheming through the pack in those closing stages.
Right now is Sam looking aggressive, looking really racing on the inside of Carpe. Sam only at 125.787. So on that lap 5, there's nobody quicker than the flying pin. The championship is right now. Where it's going. With the championship back 4 or 5 Grand Prix, it's fair to carries on its first half form. This is part 2.
Down the other side of the back of this looks like also dropping down the order. Just in the very back of the picture through the turn 3 hairpin. There is Ogden joining. He's now at the back of the field. He was going back with his fellow Brit O'Shea for the final point.
Down turn 3 on Friday as well. That's not Ogden, so that has not been an apple corner for Ogden. Leaders fighting to arrive on the Moto3 grid in 2027. I think it's told by CRP Green how there's no seat for him there next year as Carpe and Sal Mallow lock elbow. Who's on that run down into turn 12. Brilliant stuff here between Sal Mallow and Carpe. John Fox Moto3 talent on twin right now. Uriarte, Quiles, Carpe, Sal Mallow are running up too far back. Rios not making any sort of significant strides back towards this lead group. He's still over a second back. It's now Patelli that leads group 2 as Quiles just threatens to show Uriarte his front wheel on the brakes into that first corner. Uriarte had to check up there a little bit. Looking like he's moving a little bit wide. Faded a wider line once again. A sweeping line through two.
Salmela fifth on the road in Aston Martin, but took that 6-second penalty, but along that penalty wasn't in operation. So he is in operation today. Salmela knows how to do it off the back.
Very soon come to that second group, taking 8 away from Esteban. So Vitelli in 6. Looking at the top 5, just coming through the picture there. Back to 6th place. Still Vitelli with Alexander back, I think he is. Below them now, 1.9 seconds since the back of Uriarte.
5 Star versus double KTM Ayo with a little bit of double KTM tech-free sprinkled in again as Carpe favours that inside line. So it forces Salmela to go around the outside. Quiles though slightly wide as he loses some momentum on the way out of turn 12. He's gone to the corner on this lap. Fascinating battle this, and we're only at 1/3 distance.
Salmela on showing the place, are they? Downhill in the turn 12, a little twitch there as Carpe on the edge of the free bike. Looking at now from Quiles is Aspar KTM, a little bit twitch as he's on the gas coming out of turn 13, desperate to pick up some drive, but trying maybe attack Quiles with the brakes in the third corner, nowhere near close. Now a little bit steady, a little bit second the brakes there with Salmela in 4th place. Here is Vitelli then, who is starting to check out from that second group. There's a bit of daylight between himself and now and Rios. Cruces, Fernandez, Esteban, Fatama, Yamanaka and Ganesha all involved in this really intense fight in that second group.
Even Vitelli checking out this group. The fastest wide on circuit. The only wider still landing with the 125 to the 125.9 on the last lap of Vitelli. To pull that half-second gap over Rios, Cruces and Anthony Fernandez. 2.5 seconds. Oh, big highs right there. And that's the second time this weekend we see Cruces down through there, and he's taken down Joel Esteban.
How many times has Joel Esteban had monster crashes so far this year? That's the one back to Brazil, when he was on pole position and fighting with a podium, but he had a mighty get off there. So Cruces then, who was the innocent party in a Guido Pini side, going through 7 earlier on in the weekend, is out again. He's taken Esteban out with him 2. That's taken 2 out of that second group. Back at the front, but he's still Uriarte in P1. A P1 which he has held for the entirety of this Grand Prix so far. Got the whole shot after a perfect launch weight from his maiden pole position. And at the moment it looks like Uriarte and Quiles are just trying to stretch their legs out a little bit. 3.5 tenths with the gap between Quiles and Carpe as they came over the line.
Don't keep an eye out to see if they get a red flag for that kind of shortest lap on the calendar, so you've only got about 25 before they're back round again at turn 7. There is Cruces, thankfully at least up on his feet, clearly in a lot of pain. Turn 7 has not been on the corner for him.
One of the fastest left-handers around this Sachsenring circuit. 7 making now go, strong and flying back up. So yeah, let's hope the Cruces have both Esteban on the occasions. That's a real big, heavy impacts for the pair of them. The gap to Alvarez, Quiles, Uriarte, both 1 and 2, those two. In 3rd place is Carpe. Moroni once again just keeping that watch and breathe. Let the figure running Vitelli. That's come down to 1.4 seconds. I suppose the question mark here, related to Vitelli, is how much has he taken out of those 40 tyres to get himself back into this really good Vitelli job at the moment.
Second lap, 25 for Vitelli. 4 seconds lap of the most quicker than Morelli. The leaders, the top 2 were back in the top 5 last time around. Salmela back now ahead of Alvaro Carpe, chasing his first Moto3 podium, of course, is the young speed. Several rookies already this season have made their first go headlines, including current leader Uriarte. Salmela wants some of his own.
There he is, going back to the gearbox and pressing down in there by Salmela. Pretty spectacular to watch, isn't he? The 18-year-old. He found himself in a flash on Friday at turn 13. Quiles, and once again, gets all over the rear tyre of Uriarte. Dropped down on low part of the circuit through the opening corner. There's a little squabble between Salmela and Carpe. I'm going to have to settle down a little bit because you can't let Uriarte and Quiles try and make a break and get away from this battle.
Great Salmela, very, very good. Back right-handed around Borton curve at turn 11. That looks like Cruces, holding his head. He high sides first, and then Esteban's got absolutely nowhere to go. stopping in the gravel track. And a nasty landing as well at the back, who was just along for the ride there.
They are both taking it to Red Bull both to I think Prix now as we Scott on also punching out and remounting.
Now opens up on this lap. The pace is really hotting up as the race to go back into 25 last time round. Oriate and Kiles. Salmeva having got ahead of Carpe, must have got the space before clear. He hasn't at this stage, and now it's 1.1 seconds between Leader Oriate and this three-way battle for third.
Said while this scrap was raging, as Carpe now going to try and send it on the inside of Salmeva on the base of the first corner to play the hands of Oriate and Kiles, who do no favours here, do they, in the Sachsenring. One rider that's been winning the Formula 1 so far this year. He's the world champion by 90 points coming into this German Grand Prix. Another rider who's full of confidence, having taken his first pole position and gelled immediately with this Sachsenring track. Oriate then still that gap just over 2/10 of a second to sprint one.
Riding Michael Suffer late in the race, we know how good he is late in the race. He's now zoomed up to the back of the two who were fighting for that third place. Slight error, very slight error, that's all it took before we closed down already. Now bottled up behind him there, he now finds himself second and a half up the lead.
Back through them on Salmeva, which actually downhill into 12, so too is Morelli. He fires the Aspar KTM on the inside of Salmeva, that's lovely. 97 finding the way through on 27, so Morelli then round up into fourth place. Cruz walking away from the classic show 7 with the assistant medical team Mobar, reporting comments they're both getting treatment and tested now with the medical centre. Oriate is and still leads from Kiles. Oriate has done all of the front running so far in this Grand Prix. He's got that threatening sign as Morelli now goes on the inside of Carpe. This has been a good ending, hasn't it, to lap 10 and now the start of lap 12 for Morelli. He's picked off both Salmeva and Carpe, and now he's up in the third place.
Yeah, Morelli, if he has wanted to win this Grand Prix, if he thinks he's got the right way to change on the top, he's sit there and think that he wants two decisive moves from the Argentine, and that group is in danger of reversing back towards Matteo Bertelli too, who's in 26-1. Bertelli is not far off the race leading pace on the road. That's bringing him nicely into play for a potential podium battle.
Absolutely awesome. Bertelli, superb. Out of the pitch there, the drop downhill through turn 7 there is Bertelli then. Whoa! Big moment, massive moment. How on earth has Carpe stayed on top of that Red Bull KTM? He was out of the seat twice at least, on the gas he was, going through a high-speed turnout, trying to pick up some momentum through 9, 10 and 11. That was a monumental scare there for Carpe. Just about got his heart back in his chest, because this was big. This was so close to disaster, so close to back-to-back DNS for Carpe. Look how that Pirelli tyre spun up underneath it. Well, I tried to buck him off, 2 or 3 times, did it? High-speed run through the gravel track. Carpe still in this Grand Prix. Well, that's cost him any hope of a podium.
I think it's cost him around 6 seconds. He's now back to 10th place, or 11th actually now, because Danish has also gone past him. And Carpe with a 33.5 on that, that's going to cost him 7 seconds to the race leaders, and it is now a 2-rider battle at the moment. Bertelli now trying to make it 3 in the battle for the podium.
Big scare, wasn't it, for Carpe? Good to see him still upright and on 2 wheels. The podium hopes go detailed by that big incident. Oriate then, Kiles, those two are setting this all up for a bit of advanced stand finish, aren't they, at the moment? It's been a bit of a game of chess at the moment between Oriate and Kiles. Kiles is not anywhere near close to Mazda, just trying to have an attack for the lead. Here was Morelli then, with Salmeva and Bertelli in the company, now that Carpe has taken himself out of this battle.
Carpe is now at the back of the grid, that's quite Fernandez. Fernandez is off the tarmac, second half of front end, so on Carpe now, settle things down and try and chase back up to that group ahead of him. Because Kiles, he's not currently leading this Grand Prix, he is gaining more big points in the World Championship. Looks like now his lead will be past the 100 mark.
Max Kiles is talented enough to get the job done all on his flagship, but more favours coming the way of Kiles. I'm hoping that will be another accident. 25.4. Oriate's back at 25. Some lap that by Uriarte at 125.878. Now that's dragged him almost half a second clear of Kilos here. This is awesome front running this by Brian Uriarte. This is the 5th time now in the last 6 Grand Prix he has led, so this is not alien territory for the number 51.
Often when you've got a World Championship leader running second behind the guy who's got the immediate threat in the World Championship, you're starting to ask the question, does Kilos take 20 points in second? He's got such a huge advantage in the World Championship. I think Kilos can afford to take some risks here and try and chase Uriarte down. It feels like he's going to have to take some risks here because Uriarte looks like he's got the legs going right now.
Right in orange at the moment for Uriarte is the old season third place potentially in the World Championship with David Almanza sideline 2 illness. He's done 7 points clear for Uriarte coming into this German Grand Prix weekend. So championship positions at stake as well as big points for Uriarte.
Takes second actually from Carpe too. So Carpe is now down in 11th place and we only score 5 points for that. At the moment Uriarte is 19 points behind Alvaro Carpe on course for 25 of his own. A long way to go though. Morelli hasn't been able to bolt clear from Salmella and they have now got some serious company in the form of Matteo Bertelli.
Right, this might be Bertelli. He's come from so far back. I suppose the only question mark I think actually is just taken out of this run and get himself into this battle for the podium. At the front now, your pit already going down through turn 2 will be your runaway top 2. Here they are. Oh, Uriarte's made a mistake. That's the first time he's blinked. Almost took the front leg, going down to the left-hander of turn 2 and right on his rear tyre, ready to pounce. Just as he knew what was Kilos. Kilos for the moment himself there, going through turn 3. Oh, they always suffering with a lack of grip here. Kilos are now wide through 4.
A big run through left there and he went wide. I think he was voluntarily giving the lead up, but Uriarte with his own mistake for the lead, handing straight back to. They're both pushing so hard here. They are a mile faster than anyone else on the racetrack, lapping in the high 25s and low 26s.
Uriarte's 125 on lap 13 was a bit of a Kilos because he moved then on the very next lap, putting himself back into the 125s. Fascinating, intriguing battle here, racing between 2 big racing superstars of the future. Uriarte versus Kilos. These two seem destined to go all the way to the top, won't they? Kilos is going to be into the Aspar Moto3 project next year with both Daniel Olgado and Dan Alonso moving up to MotoGP. Further back, Morelli still, there's this thing missing pressure from Salmella and Bertelli. Over the line they will go in 3rd, 4th and 5th respectively.
Pace up top by about a second on that last lap with the mistakes and the hot potatoing of the lead between Uriarte and Kilos. They were in the very high 26s. They're actually slower than the trio that we're now watching. Back in the 3rd, 4th and 5th. Don't need to consider encourage this trio to get involved in the lead battle unless more mistakes happen up ahead. They are focused very much on the final step on the podium.
Bertelli nigh on 4 seconds clear of Fernandez in 6th place. We've got Rios for close. He's coming through the gap and back to Matama in 8th spot. This was all the drama then as Uriarte charged into the first corner a little bit hot. And he's going to have the moment here as well, isn't it? Through 2.
On the way into turn 4, he then goes wide. He knows he's gone wide, but he had a look to his left, so he slightly crossed the front tyre of Brian Uriarte. In the end, as he worked,
second because he lost about 3 tenths to Uriarte. And second 2 on this lap 16 of 23. Yeah, you can just see that. I'm sure something did happen to Kilos in that second split because he lost clear ground and now he tries to recover the ground that he did lose to Uriarte. As the top 2 then now start with sharp rise and a short run to the finish line. Out of turn 13 we go. It was Uriarte that leads. Yeah, he took a couple of tenths on that last lap compared to Kilos.
Back down to the low 26s that time around for Uriarte. Kilos almost so wide in turn 12 and nearly 10 minutes as Bertelli now has a look at the inside of Salmella. Salmella, I think, has eyes only forwards on the 97 Aspar bike of Morelli. You go wide, by the way, in that penultimate corner turn 12. It's black carpet out there. It's not a track of violation. He hasn't had a warning yet.
Who's still very much part of the MotoGP paddock, the wider coach and mentor at KTM. He was the last steer to finish in the lightweight world championship over 125 all the way back in Valencia 20 long years ago in 2006. That's the big prize, the big accolade waiting here for Salmella. not been dropped by Morelli. You know how good Morelli is in the latter stage of the Grand Prix. That could be a real ace up the sleeve for the Argentinian. He's the 97 by now, powering up through 9 and 10. Spectacular sequence of left-handers here in the Sachsenring for you. The hit lines do one of the scariest corners in the Grand Prix. Going up, it's full gas there. Tapped out, maxed out on the Moto3 by 211.
By the way, has now changed back up to that group from 6 backwards. He's doing his 26 as well, but he's now right on the back of Yamanaka, beneath Katama and Rios, so potential to still salvage some good points for Carpe, although the damage certainly done by that mistake earlier on, which is very little shot up into the sky on his Red Bull Paper high on the seat. This is that 18 on 23. We're now past the point at which you can get a red flag in this race. We will get a finish, and at the moment it is Morelli hanging on to that third place for Mattelli, who's on the move.
Someone's a bit of turn here. See, he's got inside tarmac there, Mattelli. There's nothing to do that, but he knew there was nothing that Samuel could do. If he got alongside him, that would have been the braking zone for that tricky off-camber down his first corner, or Samuel would just have to yield. So Mattelli then now up into P4. Some like this by the Italian. Must have been able to see something behind at one stage of that battle, which did previously feature Carpe before his big moments at turn 8.
Already third, which was later turned into second back at the French Grand Prix. That was, of course, in wet conditions. Before he had a massive crash here in his rookie season over in Mattelli, where he damaged his ACL in his knee. They basically took the gear out of Mattelli's career. Camille had some good memories to take on from his 2026 season in the Sachsenring.
Since that one podium, he's not actually scored a top 10. He's not been higher than 11 in the last 5. So something was surprised this from the 22 on Italian, although he did have his best qualifying in 14 rounds since qualifying last year. So Son in Q2, and thankfully, he's still in the most important part of the weekend as well on Sunday morning as we charge towards the business end of this Grand Prix of Germany in Moto3. Still nothing to divide Uriarte and Quiles at the front. They came divided by still on the 2/10 of a second. Here we are, they're picking it up once again as Quiles almost runs into the back of Uriarte as they brake hard for that first corner.
Big question. You heard the rider saying that there is some concern over time management here. They spent so much time on the left-hand side of the tyres. Quiles goes in hot into the Omega third. Is Quiles on his absolute limit, just staying with Juan Uriarte here, or has he been able just to manage his tyre to a certain extent up behind 51? Does he have some extra cards to play with in these final 5 laps?
To this podium back in the 27th for the first time in the Grand Prix on that last lap. He just gone to the road, understandably so. He's not a champion contender, nothing to lose really here for Sam Miller. You see you're already starting to encounter some Pirelli's tyre wear. Pirelli with his then still leads this podium battle for final place on the box. Pirelli from Mattelli from Sam Miller. They now power down through the Ralph Walman curve.
Podium already for Morelli, but he has to take a back-to-back podium. This would be a first if the 97 holds on to this. This is Salmona, who's very much staying in the action. He's not been checked off yet. We're in battle for third place. Keeping an eye on the gap between the top two. It sort of ballooned down a little bit with that slight kilos into the Omega, but he's closing that back down once again. Nothing to choose between them. He is now right on the rear tyre once again of Uriarte. 4 more laps for him to finally solve this puzzle.
Back-to-back podiums, which is the storyline back in for Marco Morelli. Fernandez has seen a rather lovely 6th place at the moment, nowhere near this trio as he's 3 seconds back of Salmella. He's got about 9/10 of a second bumping back to Rios, who in turn is 3.5 seconds clear of Yamanaka. Carpe having his big scare at turn 8, he's going up into 9th place. He might actually very quickly pick off Yamanaka for that 8th place. Top 10 for Katana, points right now for Dunny, O'Shea, Buchanan, Kelso, and he's disappointed that Dunny started in the front row of the beginning of second on that first lap.
We'll start to win dangerous now with 4 laps there. Uriarte was ever so slightly wide as they came over the hill at turns 4 and 5. And Quiles right onto his rear tyre once again. 51 leads 28. The world champion leader, what's going on there was he was fidgeting with perhaps his legs or something there. Uriarte slowed down the hill and it opens the door for Quiles to take the lead.
This could be Max Quiles able to fend off Uriarte. What's going on here with Uriarte? Another check down to his left-hand side. Through the final corner we go, and this now is going to keep Max his perfect record running. He's now led all 11 Grand Prix so far in 2026. First time though he leads here in the Sachsenring. What's going on there briefly for Uriarte? Rear tyre in the air. Well, it's speedway, so this is motocross this from Brian Uriarte. Desperate to try and get back on par with Keeler's now your leader. Oh, they're constantly with Molley behind them. Look at the gap between Morelli, Salmon and Vitelli Salmon's moved himself back up into fourth place on the break into the first corner. Two super tight battles are raging here at the super tight Sachsenring.
While Uriarte was nearly overtaking himself into turn one, Salmon was overtaking Vitelli, so he's now back into what would at the moment be a career best fourth place. And fourth is not what Nicolas Salmon is after this afternoon. 3 more laps to go. We know 2 of the names, subject to any crashes, are going to stand on the podium. We don't know the order. Any one of 3 could join them.
27, a couple of laps to go. Now he's confident of himself back at those mid to high 126. And back to kind of pace he's going to need if he is to break his podium here in the Moto3 World Championship. Uriarte starting to the inside on, running close to Prix to attack Keeler's just too darn good at the brakes down the hill into turn 12. That's one of the big overtaking on the 2% that's passed Uriarte by on this coming back under close as well to strike on Keeler's into the final corner. Some battle this. It's been a race-long battle, hasn't it, between Uriarte and Keeler's. Over the line we go. 2 to go here in Germany. And back is Keeler's.
Uriarte though is riding the slipstream of the 28. Keeler's, though we know, is so good on the brakes. He is so difficult to overtake. He very rarely blocks his line in this sort of situation. Although the one time he did it was back in Brno on the final lap, and of course it's Uriarte who took full advantage.
Seriously, front sideway here today with Uriarte. So aggressive on the brakes into that first corner. It's brilliant. And by the number 51, trying to convert that maiden competition into victory here. This is going to be a tough task if he's trying to try and get ahead of serial winner Max Keeler's. It's still Morelli hanging on to that third place. Still under intense pressure from Salmella and Pateki. Keep an eye on that intense battle in the top left-hand corner of your screen. Fernandez 6th, we are still in 7th place. Eddie O'Shea's working himself up into the top 10 now. O'Shea on the last lap picked off Gamanaki and Danish. The Brit up into 9th, and now it's 10.
Right behind Carpe too. He might have something for Carpe on the final lap here too, like Eddie O'Shea. This will be the big overtaking opportunity on the final lap. Uriarte, who lost the lead in rather unusual circumstances a couple of laps ago, right on the rear tyre of Keeler's. Do you want the track position here, or do you want to be second on the descent down the waterfall on the final lap?
Here we go then, folks. 3.671 kilometres remaining. 13 remaining as Max Keeler's charges towards yet another brilliant Moto3 victory. It's now just between Keeler's and Uriarte for the win here in the Sachsenring. Uriarte not close enough to attack as he goes sideways once again. Spectacularly once again from Uriarte from pole, sliding into that first corner, but still Keeler's resists.
Vitelli's also looked at the inside of Salmella. He can follow the battle for the podium too. Top left of your screen, but it's still in the hands of Morelli. But he back ahead.
Keeler's is almost down there. Keeler's lost the front big time going through the Omega corner, and that's allowed Uriarte to sweep back into the lead. That was Keeler's almost on the floor. He's never had a DNF in his World Championship career. So close to a last lap disaster there for the World Championship leader.
Now he's got to go on the attack, turn defence into attack. I'm pretty sure if I'm Brian Uriarte now and I'm just looking to the waterfall, just focus on what's ahead. Don't be thinking with your letters against Brian.
Here we go then. Keeler's is running out of opportunities here. He's going to be close enough. He's building speed, he's building momentum. Now as they go through the Ralph Waldman curve, through 11 to go. Uriarte's got superb corner speed. Who's going to be late on the brakes and now down into turn 12. Uriarte with it. He goes defensive, trying to run the sweeping line through that turn 12. Is Keeler's. 1 corner remaining here of a Sachsenring Classic. Big twitch there for Keeler's. Has that ended his hopes of victory here in the Sachsenring? I think it actually knows because Brian Uriarte has been fully, but Keeler's gets superb drive out of the final corner, a dart to the line, and Uriarte pinches it. What a race. Who's going to get the final place for Tony Vitelli has just pinched it as well. Uriarte wins from pole position. Another Moto3 classic, a nail-biting, thrilling finale between Uriarte and Keeler's. The gap between those two got even 700ths of a second. The key moment in that Grand Prix was at turn 3 on the last lap when Keeler's almost washed out the front of his aftermarket KTM, wasn't able to recover from that moment. Congratulations to the brilliant Brian Uriarte. Bertelli with an awesome ride. What a cracking ride that was by Bertelli to take third place. This is how the Italian finished. He's going to dart to the inside line. Classic Sachsenring last corner moments, isn't it? Set up the drive. He allowed Moly to charge and hot on the brakes, so they favoured slower entry, faster exit, and that was a tactic that worked perfectly for Bertelli. Look how close that gap was. 7,000ths of a second. Running fourth, Salmano running fifth, Fernandez, Rios, Patami, Yamanaka, and O'Shea in the top 10s. Points, Carpe, Janish, disappointing. The wide on the front row, Buchanan back in the points, good for the Kiwi. Kelso 14, Dean 15. But that was a heck of a race between Quinez and Uriarte. And it is Uriarte that takes it.
Brian Uriarte is now up to second place in the World Championship. He is the nearest championship challenger now for Max Quinez after beating the championship leader fair and square, head to head. They were both on the absolute limit. Uriarte did a lot of the heavy lifting, Quinez did a lot of the chasing, but it was a crucial Quinez mistake on the final lap that opened the door for Uriarte to take his second win of the year.
What a day it's been for Red Bull KTM. Brian Uriarte from pole position and taking the second win of the campaign. What a race that was. Let's get the thoughts of his boss, Nicky Ayo, the Jack.
Yeah, what a ride, guys. Easy to forget, still only a rookie, Nicky. We know how strong Max Quinez is. To beat him in a last lap battle, what does that say about Brian Uriarte?
Of course, great shot from Ryan. I mean, he was very impressive since the beginning of the weekend. You know, always Sunday on mind, keeping his cool, riding alone, having a great pace. So, yeah, great job from him.
Have you any idea what he was doing with 3-4 laps to go?
I think it was something similar with Dennis 3 years ago with the leg, because, you know, it's normal with the co-riders that they start having some cramps when they are pulling back. Anyway, he managed.
Great job, well done.
That was, thank you very much, Jack. Congratulations to all the KTM connected back to the big moment. The big moment when Quinez was almost DNF for the first time in his Grand Prix career. Ultimately, proved decisive, but there to attack him, there to jump all over that mistake from Quinez was Brian Uriarte. How good was that? Well, it was the closest ever Moto3 finish here in the German Grand Prix. That's how good it was. Cracking ride. Uriarte is surely a big candidate for ride of the day. So keen for table tennis. How much work did he have to do? Having been stuck in that second group in the early part of the Grand Prix, charged towards the Rally Salmano Carpe battle and eventually won it.
Second back, you know, as you say, with the perfect timing. He was only in third in this race for about 10 metres of it. Those were the metres that mattered on the final lap. A very interesting point there for Nicky Ayo, who was a team manager for Tissot when he was in his own practice for victory a couple of years ago. Against Brian Uriarte, reaching out to stretch his left foot out with some potential track kicking in. Took him here from Uriarte when he returns to Barlow. They find exactly what that was.
Give the old inflatable football a good boot there, just for good measure. And Brian Uriarte, what's he doing? Like he almost dumped the old stacked up green there. Party now there. It's supposed to be enough to come and take the race, but it's that close. Close for Quinez, second place. He's getting another podium. There's been only one appearance so far this year where Quinez has not found himself in Park Ferme on a Sunday. That was 11 in Mugello. All of the 10 Grand Prix. Big talk of Jack post-race. Almost another double asphalt rostrum. This was 2 weeks ago. But denied by Bertelli's last corner brilliance. Late attack that was, but yeah, that was very good. That's how close it was, Marco, to back-to-back podiums for the first time in his Grand Prix career. 7,000ths of a second. Are we ready? Well, it's been a rather hectic, at times dramatic cool-down lap for Brian Uriarte. But we're happy to report, as you can see, he has made it back to Park Ferme in one piece. And in one piece is the rider who is finishing P1 here in the Sachsenring Classic in Moto3.
Might already be able to have a pretty good prediction as to who the title favourite Kilo Sanchez next is. Surely that's going to be quite Uriarte. Carpe hangs his could have been in that podium battle for sure without that second high side with Johnson at the top 10 and then
about that Grand Prix as well, McCarthy, because it almost ended in disaster. That big scare as he's flying through high speed left out in turn 8. That's great to see. Andre Vigna there, rider coach of mentor, Moto3 himself in the left-hand side of the picture. Of course, he's very familiar to all the watching home double MotoGP World Champion, Pecco Bagnaia, is very close to Matteo Bertelli. So great to see Pecco coming down and congratulating Bertelli. Last year, straight on the back of that Austin success. Training TikTok form. KTMIO have unearthed yet another TikTok talent, haven't they? It goes by the name of Brian Uriarte. Right, that was. Doing it for the first time in the Jello. Both Almanza, this is like the Rivers and Barbe, second for World Championship. Well, that was a pretty special way, wasn't it, to get round 11 underway here in the Grand Prix of Germany. So often delivers a big gap of 5 seconds back to the Italian third place, but you only need 2 talents, 2 top riders to make a race. It takes 2 to tango. What a great show, a great dance for Uriarte. What a ride over by Matteo Bertelli. Back on the podium in third here in Germany. He's with Jack.
Matteo, what a brilliant ride. You had to dig so deep to close the gap to that podium battle, second podium of the year, but to have done it in those circumstances, how special is this one?
Yeah, I'm super happy for this, especially because it's in a dry situation, you know, because when I did a podium in Le Mans, many people speak, I know, but it's in the rain, but I try to don't drop, and I'm super happy the team did an incredible job this week. Let's try to keep this mood, you know.
Fantastic job by the 20-year-old Italian. Third podium finish in Sachsenring Grand Prix. Previous best finish here, 3 starts in Sachsenring at 15th from 24. So a big step forward in performance here for Bertelli. He delivered something special late on. Late fireworks as always here in the Sachsenring. The runner here must have thought, well, that's back-to-back podiums for the third time in his Grand Prix career. Locked and loaded. Bertelli had another idea. That is what 7,000ths of a second looks like at the end of 23 Moto3 laps around the Sachsenring. Nicking it at the deck then was Matteo Bertelli.
Starting himself by 86,000 per second in big way of his motor.
Well, it was close, but it is another podium in the column for a runaway world champion Max Quiles. The key moment, that front end mistake, almost losing the front down the hill in turn 3, but he increases his world champion once again. Quiles with Jack.
Max, it's another podium in a great tactical duel between you and Brian. In the end, that big mistake on the final lap, was that the key moment of the race?
Well, it was a bit on purpose because it's true that on the fast corners I didn't have this velocity that Brian had, so I wanted to be behind him and try it on the last 2 corners. But this killer instinct, I didn't have it today. I was thinking a bit on the beach on the holiday, so it was like I'm a bit angry with myself because I didn't have this killer mode, but it's great points as well. I was thinking for the championship, and it's so nice to do another podium, so we will keep working and keep keeping us. Thanks to everybody, and it's been a really fun race. Thank you.
Didn't feel like he had killer mode engaged. He lost the Grand Prix by 600ths of a second. Imagine if he did have killer mode engaged in that Grand Prix. Of course, that's what the Aspar team call Maximo. This occasion, though, not quite ruthless enough, but wasn't the 18-year-old Spaniard. But it is podium number 19 in 29 Grand Prix start. By Quiles, who still head off on his holiday. He's very happy. World champion over 100 points. Second though in the championship. But what a ride! What a last lap by your race winner from pole position here in the Sachsenring. Brian Uriarte with Jack.
Running from pole position to your second Grand Prix victory in your rookie season. A brilliant duel with Max right to the very end. Just talk us through this win and what was happening with 3 or 4 laps to go.
Yeah, well, the battle was there. At one moment I said, well, I'm pushing on the race and I want to see how Max is going because you never know. I didn't know how he was managing the tire, but it's true that I pushed in the first lap to try to make a gap into the back group, and yeah, I think it was everything a bit between gaps, so yeah, then I took the pace that I knew that I can hold for the full race, so yeah, I was feeling quite comfortable, and 4 laps to go, I noticed that my chest protector went on the side, and I tried to put it back, but yeah, I was a bit uncomfy, so I just forgot about it. I was going for the race, and yeah, finally we managed to get here, and yeah, risking until the last corner. I was stuck in the front, sideways, everything in one, so yeah, just to thank my whole team. They are amazing. They are helping me a lot to go as a rider and also as a person, and yeah, we built a nice family, so let's try to keep like this, at least trying to be on the front for a while. Congratulations. Thank you.
Rider was kind of dislodged chest protector, which was what was disturbing Uriarte later on. He's certainly cut his chest out now as he stands on the top step of the podium for the second time. He was right there, had to be right there to pounce on that mistake by Quiles on the last lap. Frustration for Quiles, jubilation for Brian Uriarte. Great ride. Worked perfectly from the start. Got his head down, attacked hard, and then just to see if he could start breaking up what sometimes is a big groove around here at Sachsenring. Eventually became just a straight duel with him and Max Quiles. It's all that joins down on the does come out on top of. Something like that by Uriarte. 1.3 for Carpe, showdown. The second last lap. No great surprise when the
Spain leaning over to the left. He surely won't have to wait too long for the free podium. He understandably looks a little bit fed up with that, and he comes so close. He was within a second of himself of that podium. In third, fifth place of the season for Nicolas Samalin. This is the points away from the top 10 of the world champion.
Austin Balaton in the 5th place. He's knocking on the door. Very, very soon he's going to hard his way right through Samalin and the brilliant drive. Something to be proud of in that German Grand Prix. But it is Uriarte. Just under 700ths of a second. I just wonder whether he felt on that last lap had been the straight no go from Quiles at turn 3. Where was Uriarte potentially going to line up a move on Quiles, because he knew he was going to go all in for the win. That potential late attack from Uriarte. Congratulations then. The complete first half of Moto3 in 3.6. The other way here in Germany.
Two wins for Brian Uriarte. Right on point of keeper for the Batelli. Top 12 months last year. Congratulations, that's what he's ended up with today. Spain has already enjoyed some important success over North America. Semi-finals to come for them. Get on your bad days, an awful lot wrong, but it was. It's small errors. It cost him today. for his prize, his second Moto3 victory. Making him wait for it. Brian does finally accept the winning prize. Worked away for Brian Oriarte, who beat Max Gilles in his Sachsenring stage.
Win for Spain in the Moto3 World Championship. 2 now for Brian Oriarte in 2026. In what is turning out to be a very, very impressive first season with the Moto3. There's too young in this part of the world to celebrate with any Prosecco post-Grand Prix, so they'll take a shower, a very welcome shower, I'm sure, from both Gilles and from Telly. Both were to the beach. Very, very happy with the cool of the Prosecco from Max Gilles. When we resume hostilities at the British Grand Prix Silverstone in about a month's time, it will be 104 chasing back. Certainty, right? Nice to make prediction from motorcycle racing, but it's going to take something special from the Moto3 chasing pack to deny Gilles runaway victory in the Moto3 World Championship. For the podium, of course, Gilles, but denied another win by the brilliant Brian Oriarte.
600 between them, but Oriarte does deny Max Gilles a second of the season to him. Matteo Martelli wins that fantastic three-way fight for third ahead of Morelli and Salmella, the rookies sitting out on the podium today. Adrian Fernandez loaded sixth ahead of Jesus Rios, Veda Fatama, Yusai Yamanaka, his first top 10 of the season. Eddie O'Shea finishing back to Alvaro Carpe in 10th place. Carpe 11th, Danish, Buchanan, Kelso, and the final point after the top of the game for Hugo. More retirements, Casey O'Gorman and Tuesday, as well as a balancing throw. Three of those very painful crashes. But all well. So Max Gilles is leading 104 points. His lead by weight is so big that he's already guaranteed to lead the World Championship when we go off to Asia for the flyaways, and Japan might win the World Championship there. The race is going. 104 is advantage with Brian Oriarte now up ahead of his teammate Alvaro Carpe into second. Marco Morelli leads from Gavin Almanza up 84. Championship there, so I think he's got points. But they need a challenge to their first victory today was Adrian Fernandez. Championship Javier Aspar at 93 points here. Red Bull KTM Io. Pole position and led for most of the race, which might sound like it was a very simple route to victory. It was anything but. Looked like he might well have glorious isolation in front of the field when he led by almost a second at the end of lap 1. Hakim Danish in those early stages trying to give chase. He was able to reach second to Marco Morelli as Carnage unfolded further back, with Peroni involved as a tyrant from the Grand Prix. Pretty small of that mayhem though was Max Quiles, as he tried to chase down the runaway leader from Brian Uriarte. A high side though for Prix, which took down Joel Esteban. Painful spills for the pair of them, well, they were at least up on their feet afterwards. Then in turn 2, saw Uriarte relinquish the lead. Curious change of lead in that Grand Prix. There was another, as Quiles handed the lead back again in turn 4. Issues with the chest protector. Uriarte saw the lead swap hand next. Quiles leading onto the final lap. Telly chased down the rookie pair and fight for third place. That battle had earlier also involved Raul Carpe, but he nearly high-sided, dropped him out of the top 10. Front end nearly took it for Quiles through the Omega. That was all the encouragement that Uriarte second win of the season for the rapid rookie as Brian Uriarte takes second place in the championship heading into the summer break. 104 behind the runaway leader, Max Quiles.
Meantime, breather, and we'll see you at noon at the top of the hour in the build-up for the Moto3 back in here. Round 11 this year's MotoGP World Championship comes from the tight, twisty and technical Sachsenring, most many of the Grand Prix of Germany since 1998, located in a picturesque part of the motorsport man Saxony region. It's all eyes on Marc Marquez to see if the world champion can continue his sensational Sachsenring winning streak. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good afternoon and a warm welcome back to the LIQUI Grand Prix of Germany. We are about to close out the first half of the 2026 MotoGP World Championship campaign. First half in the Premier class, which has seen several big momentum changes. Another one came this weekend right here at the tight, twisted, technical Sachsenring with Marco Bezzecchi, former world champion in last time and Assen. Well, it's got back to worse for the Italian, unfortunately. Missing from this afternoon's Grand Prix after some of the fractured left collarbone. A heavy turn 7 qualifying crash yesterday. Our thoughts for speedy recovery go to the factory. A brilliant start so far in MotoGP here in the Sachsenring has been a very, very familiar story, because from pole position yesterday, Marc Marquez, the undisputed king of the Sachsenring, prevailed from start to finish in the 15-lap sprints, which means it's going to be a massive red-hot from his favourites to complete yet another treble and really force his way firmly into championship contention as he looks for an 8th MotoGP World title this season, as he looks for a 10th MotoGP victory in the 30-lap MotoGP race coming up in just under 2 hours time here local time in eastern Germany. Next on the agenda for us though is Moto3, a race action here in the Sachsenring. Has already got off to a cracking start. No spoilers here, but the Moto3 battle lived up to all expectations, lived up to all the hype. So no pressure on a Moto2 field, which will be led away today for the very first time by Ivan Ortola. What a performance in qualifying yesterday by the Spanish rider. Becoming the 9th different rider on a Moto2 pole position this year, the 40th different rider. We started on the front row of the grid. As Alan Kinnett was getting information, has crashed on the sighting lap here in that corner there. Looking at fellow Spaniard Manu Gonzalez, who's on the front row of the grid in second place, 57.5 points clear of Ethan Guevara in the championship. Our information on our time machines is that Elfmar Vigas racing rider Alan Kinnett has had a tumble on the sighting lap. We'll bring you any kind of information as soon as we have that. Well, there is a clear and there are scuff marks all over the right-hand side of Kinnett's number 44 bike, a broken screen as well. Moto2 coming in the way here in Germany in the company of Mapper and Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box. Jack Anfield down in Prix Kinect then has dumped it on the exciting lap at the third corner. Drama then for the Belgian team.
The quick slot that Kinect to pull up to is right outside our commentary box. I'm sure the team moving away. Kinect has crashed. It's a right-hander, so essentially it's crashed at the Omega at turn 3. It has been a tough weekend for Aaron Kinect. It's of course a somber weekend for Motley, yes, as it is. The race to finish today to their late team owner, founder, Mark Verstappen. Their thoughts now straight to his family, his friends, and of course to his team who raised him his honour.
As mentioned, Kinect went down at turn 3. On that warm-up lap into the end of the corner. That was certainly going to be failing on that character from that Foster Store machine rider. So again, that point his crew realised. You can see there Mendo and Stu Bradley, two British team members of Norman Rank, the crew chief, with a bit of a rapid repair job to undertake here. So Kinect has at least been able to remount and get his Foster Store to the grid. He was due to start the Grand Prix. Should hopefully still start the Grand Prix in a very lowly 21st place, 4 times this year. 26-year-old has qualified outside of the top 20. What's been a pretty difficult season for the 26-year-old Spaniard. And all Spanish in front row of the grid, all Spanish top 4 on the grid, and led by Ortola, as mentioned, 9th different rider on pole position. There he is on the number 4 bike. Of course, the winner of that dramatic last lap showdown with David Alonso in the Grand Prix of Czechia in Brno. Fantastic form all weekend. As Ortola led practice yesterday morning, stumped the Calex on pole position. Heavyweight front row with as well this season. Gonzalez, the world champion, is second. Second in the world championship. Guevara is third on the grid. Danny Holgado, who's confirmed he's going to Brazil Ducati in MotoGP next year, is fourth on the grid. Sonny is there in fifth as well. This should be an absolutely belting Moto2 battle. Let's go and get an update on Aaron Kinnett down the grid, Jack. We're just having a bit of a break officially there with Jack down on the grid. We'll try and pick it up just as soon as we possibly Jam will endeavour to sort out those issues. Back on the front right of the grid then. There is Dan Goodball. Let's have another crack, shall we, with Jack down on the grid.
Yeah, hopefully you've got me now. Yeah, there we go. I think you do. I was just saying, the guys feverishly working away. The big issue for the Mark VDS squad is due to the nature of the Sachsenring. We've got a split paddock here, so the pit wall that you see on your TV only have MotoGP teams there. The Moto3 squad are actually on the other side, and it's a fair old way away. So to be caught out like this, they're having to sprint a long way to try and pick up some spares. And at the moment, there are no spares here on the grid to be able to put on the bike. The clock is ticking. 3 minutes to go. That will be the point at which they can no longer work on the bike. It's currently at 8 minutes 20 seconds.
Thanks very much, Jack. We're seeing this rapid repair job being done on Connect's bike. We've been told that he actually tipped off on the bump at turn 3, which has caught out Marquez and Frankie Morbidelli in MotoGP already so far this weekend. So the rather nasty bumpers have emerged here this year at the Sachsenring. Unfortunately has caught Connect cold on the sighting lap.
Here is Senna Adrian to avoid the same mistake he made here last year when he jumped at the start. He starts from 5th place, so he'll be looking forward to in that podium battle. Part of one of the all-time great Moto2 finishes last time out at the Cathedral Speed at Assen. Features Alonso and Gonzalez duked it out on that final lap before he that went the way of David Alonso. Home Grand Prix for the Intact squad with both of their riders on the front two rows.
Eddie Gassi finished the closest in 24 Grand Prix. He had the closest ever Moto3 finish between Benetton and Diogo Moreira in Aragon. It was the closest Moto2 podium since Valencia 2020. That's how tight he was at the top. Involved in that big melee with Senna Ages. Let's get his thoughts pre-German Grand Prix with Jack.
Yeah, it was indeed right in the middle of that Moto2 Classic last time out. I imagine that's going to be great motivation for today, Senna, to try and make sure you put to bed having missed out last time.
Yeah, exactly. This one is a bit of a different game to Assen. We have plenty of grip. We're definitely lacking this year, so everybody's in the same boat with the distance here on the left side. So it will be a tight game out there. So yeah, we need to make the right choice and yeah, then get off to a good start and stay clean and then settle into my rhythm and then not put stress to the bike. So yeah, I expect the same 5 guys out here in the front of the road to be battling for the win again. So yeah, I'm happy to be up here and yeah, I'm ready for it. Let's see if we can settle as well. Take it high up again.
Have a good one. Thanks, Jack. One place behind Senna Ages on that second row is Alex Screed. Impressive once again. He's qualified top 6 in 6 of 11 Grand Prix so far this season. And one place further back. What a performance so far this weekend by Taya Purasati. The Japanese rookie, 20-year-old, his best Moto2 qualifying. First time he qualified inside the top 10 on team major. 7th on the grid is Purasato. Sam, I'd like to say he joins Jack.
Tayo, happy birthday first and foremost, and what a birthday weekend it's been so far. Up here on the 3rd row of the grid, what's possible today?
I don't know if my birthday, but still I have good view, better view than before in the grid, so let's see if I can win a position in the beginning and let's see what tire goes on the drop, so I try to manage, but I don't need to care about the position. Let's try to get the experience with the bike, know about still looking. So let's run more things.
Good luck, have fun. Good job yesterday by Taya Purasato. He held it off the second row, led by 3,000 in second. He's finding his feet in Moto2. 11th on the grid he was in Aston last time out. Season best 7th here today. A couple of points going through well decently for Purasato. 14 and 14 right. Bruno back at full strength this weekend is Moto2 Major. Mario Aggi back after a long injury absence. Doing a brilliant job. 10th place on the grid. Let's get the thoughts of Mario with Jack.
Yeah, it's been such a roller coaster season so far, Mario. Some really difficult injury issues, but this has been a great return. How nice is it to be back?
good one.
Good job, even back on the grid. He has missed the last 5 Grand Prix. Last time we saw Angie feature in Moto2 was at the French Grand Prix in Le Mans. Season badly disrupted by a serious back injury.
So we've got a letter there on the grid on the 4th row for the SC on his Foster's Roy. He came through qualifying 1. He was also joined in that Q1 second by his teammate Celestino Vietti. Vietti did not get through though. The rider who was previously up the time Sachsenring World Champion, that's right to 5th, having got back up those podiums in Barcelona and Mugello. Vietti, he starts all the way down in 22nd place on the grid. His worst qualifying since his trailer last year.
Let's find out with Jack on the grid.
Yeah, once again, these boys have done a magnificent job. Time and time again, the Mark VDS squad proving they're one of the best outfits on the grid. Number 44, Aaron Canet, gloves on, helmet on. They are more than happy for him to get going after that early blip.
Yeah, that's actually by the Mark VDS crew. On a scored a point in the last 4 Grand Prix. He's been out in the lowest 14 in the category. We just saw briefly there coming via the 21 off the Netherlands. He qualified top 10 in 9 over 11 Grand Prix so far this season. Via launched his way to the back of that 3rd row in 9th place. Mike running well in his own Grand Prix Aston a couple of weeks ago. He was the 2nd top 10 in the last 6 Grand Prix since he was on the podium at the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez.
Dropping in on that bump coming out of turn 3, back in the picture. So unfortunately, of course, you don't want to crash on a slicing line. You can see straight away with his hands up. What on earth have I done? Whether that effect, I think, will go through the head around him there. What Prix is able to get him on back at the moment, back into the grid. Thanks to the hard work of his mechanics, goes start P21.
Joe Roberts then, 13 on the grid. California scored points in the last 4 Grand Prix. He was best in that sequence. An 8th place in Renault. But a housekeeping to bring him back. Balcus still out with a left shoulder injury. He picked up in that Grand Prix. His place in Banks Racing once again going to Jorge Navarro. Honda Lopez still missing with a couple of right-hand fractures. He's been out over the last couple of Grand Prix. Once again, he's replaced by Avalanche. James Bugos, who had a route heading back on the 3rd flat. In Aston a couple of weeks ago, 2 back to his right from a small factor. Not the place here this weekend for a tank. Front row of the grid then. What a front row it is, an all-Spanish affair. Ethan Guevara, 2nd in the World Championship, 3rd on the grid. World Champion Manu Gonzalez fires away from 2nd. That's been the 4th front row start of the season for Manu Gonzalez. But in superb form so far this weekend. Looking for his 2nd win in the last 3 Grand Prix. There's a maiden pole position in Moto2 for Ivan Ortola.
It's been another superb Moto2 season so far, with so much unpredictability. One more installment before we head off for the summer break. It's Ivan Ortola, the first pole position of his Moto2 career. He leads the championship frontrunners Manu Gonzalez and Ethan Guevara. Danny Holgado qualifies 4th for the 2nd Grand Prix, running in ahead of Senna Aegis, and Alex Stridge, his 5th top 10 qualifying in a row. Kai Rosato's career best in 7th ahead of David Alonso, whose pole streak ends qualifying for Twitch Row 3. Mario Anchi back to victory, 10th ahead of Jose Antonio Reda and Luca Lanetta, the 2 rookies coming through Q1 yesterday. Joe Roberts 13th ahead of Denis Onchu and Philip Salach, his worst qualifying from Jerez. Armelino Ferrandez and Sergio Garcia, although it's Garcia crashes in Q1. Second, Huertas and Kinet next up. Huertas is the sole Italman rider with damage to the injured. Vietti 22nd, his worst until Prix last year. And Figueras, Vandenberg, Surituza, Navarro and Hamilton.
So we get another Moto2 classic, just as we saw in Assen a couple of weeks ago. Closest Moto2 podium in 131 Grand Prix since Valencia 2020. Which gives Roy Martin, Peccato and Marco Bezzecchi, 5 leaders in Assen with the most in a dry Moto2 race in 5 years. Portugal Grand Prix back in 2021. More of the same, please, gentlemen. Over 25 laps coming here around the tight and twisting Sachsenring, where we are sitting Lewis Peroni tight.
Every rider is on the soft SC1 front tyre. There are 2 different compounds of rig tyres, different specifications of rig tyres. They're both medium compounds with different structures. Ivan Ivan Oltola has gone for the D922. Now that's a tyre that we can higher initially, that might drop off later on. Manu Gonzalez and Isena Aegis, they've gone for the other medium rear tyre option, which might give them better longevity over the race. So keep an eye out for Gonzalez and Aegis on the rear tyre that should last longer. Oltola, Guevara and Danny Holgado, they've got to be better initial grip.
7.5 points in his commanding lead. As Manu Gonzalez has over Ethan Guevara in the championship. The material of what happened today in Germany. And next time out over the British Grand Prix at Silverstone, Manu Gonzalez will be leading the World Championship heading to Aragon in late August. A few weeks off coming up. A welcome summer break coming in the lead up to that Silverstone battle. So the riders coming under starters' orders. Once again, Moto2 spectacular racing this season. Unpredictable, tough to call at times. Oltola is in territory for the 21-year-old Spaniard. 8th pole victory in the Grand Prix career, his first in Moto2. Get the job done from that first ever Moto2 pole. Got Sunday Luster's coming alongside him. The top two world champion next to him on that front row. Manu Gonzalez second, Guevara third, replace near the back. Lights out, we're racing here in Moto2 in Germany. It's a really good start as he cuts across the front end of Manu Gonzalez there. Going defensive, wasn't he, was Ivan Oltola. Guevara's going to try and go the long way around the outside of Gonzalez into that first corner. Good start by Alex Escrees there, from 6th to 4th briefly. He's trying to lean on Holgado as they drop down turn 3.
Guevara didn't get it done. He held on around the outside, getting the inside for turn 2. David Alonso further back didn't get the best of start, although he's fighting back now. He's up the inside of the screech. He's initially behind Forasato, but got it back into turn 1.
Start that white more talent there. With the minute there, the butterflies was made in Moto2 proposition. He certainly did not show the bidding. Dropping down through the high-speed left-hander of turn 7 for the first time. Here is Gonzalez and a big pressure from Holgado. Holgado's picked him off then as they run through the high-speed turn 8 with Gonzalez then bumped off the turn. I think Escrees has got a problem further down.
Just went wide coming through what turns 8 and 9. It's Cosby Cruiser down. He's now out of the top 10. Unchu straight up into 9th place. He's made big progress from 14th on the grid on his Mark VDS Foster scorer.
His last 2 visits here over the turn in Moto3 in 2023. Of course, he won, well, he was cracking the last pitch pass on Sachsenring on that occasion. Here comes Senna Aegis. It's been a poor first half, hasn't it, for the world champion leader, Manu Gonzalez. He was briefly second on that run down to the first corner. He's going to complete the first lap down in a 5th place because he got picked up by teammate Aegis.
Well, Gonzalez is going to take that back again. And look at David Alonso getting into the action. Is he going to take 2 for the price of 1? Picking up exactly where we left off last time out. In Assen, Alonso, Aegis, and Manu Gonzalez battling it out.
Timothy Assen, anybody? What a move that was by Alonso. Came for a long face back, didn't he? And then sending on the inside of both Aegis and Gonzalez, that breaking the impact rider. What a move that was by the hard-charging Colombian. It's already paid big dividends of how Alonso finds himself up into 5th. Gonzalez then bumped back down to 6th.
Top 3 away at the front at the moment. Oltola, Guevara and Holgado. A reminder, they are the 3 riders on the medium rear tyre, which gives you the better initial grip. Aegis and Gonzalez in particular, they're banking on their rear tyre coming in later in the race. And it gives those places to do at the moment, particularly Manu Gonzalez down in 6th place now, but already over a second back of the lead.
Strong first lap and a half, didn't by the started this Grand Prix 14, he's worked his way up now into P7. That's brilliant by the turf on the 53 Foster scorer. Further down, Philip Salax is taking 15th back from Tony Arbolino. Haven't seen much of Philip Salax in front running forward so far this weekend. Push up the back of Tony Balaton and in front of his home crowd in front now. Over the line we go then. It is going to be Oltola. Fastest rider on circuit is the rider in 3rd place, Danny Holgado, the Gazini Ducati Van star in MotoGP next year. 122.248. Some early pace this by Holgado. He's 3/10 faster than Guevara ahead of him. 4/10 almost quicker than your leader Oltola.
Gonzalez with a 123.3, so he's not got the pace at this very early stage of those up ahead of him. You see a bit of a gap between Alonso, next rider up the road from the World Championship leader. Another rider we haven't seen in the force near the front of the field this weekend is Celestino Vietti. He's only gained for 1 place from his local position to start outside the top 20.
Stinkful of only Celestino Vietti, no points after the crash in Assen. His championship challenge is just starting to unravel as we head into the summer break. Not unraveling at the front of this Grand Prix so so far is the Ortola there on the number 4 bike, powering through the high speeds turn 9 and 10. Setting himself up there, making sure that not going to be attacked on this run through 11 and then downhill in the brakes in the turn 12. On board then with Guevara, second in this Grand Prix, second in the World Championship.
Gonzalez putting together really good attack in the first stage. Sachsenring has got a double long lap penalty according to the graphics on the left of the screen. So for the issue, he jumped the start to get himself up into the action. Saw him make that big early move. Did he potentially go slightly prematurely?
Did take any of them, eventually got Muskin with a drop down to 24, crossed the line in 8th with Assen, and then was pushed all the way back against the long as a jump start then, and for Alex Screech. So sticking aside to see the tactical messages all over his Ford machine. So I mean we saw it from wide, then we're going through turn 8, so it's going from back to worse for Screech. Just with on fresh tyres and the fuel tank at the moment, Gonzalez clearly just does not have the confidence of Ortola. Oh, he was really wide there, wasn't he? So wide going through turn 4. He left the door wide open for Guevara. Not quite close enough to attack there was Guevara. But that will light his eyes up in second.
Most of the first couple of laps, Ortola favoured a slightly wider line up through the hill, up into turn 4, but that was certainly extreme for Ortola. Certainly will light up the eyes of Ivan Guevara right behind him. Guevara, who was right up at the sharp end fastest on Friday, Ivan Ortola, your fastest rider on Saturday.
So through 11 we go on this lap 4 at 25. Ortola leading P1 right from the get-go. French start from that main pole position. Can't no shake off Guevara and Holgado. Holgado trying to celebrate the news. He'll be with Grandmere on a Gresini for Catchy MotoGP next year with a podium. Podium is few and far between. Holgado has played just for one since his win in round 2 in Goiânia in Brazil. That was the third over line in Mugello.
So 80th, the fastest rider now on track. He's in the 122.9 for him. And the top 3 really do close up. Guevara on the brakes, zeroing in on Ivan Ortola. They were doing low 23, Aegis at 22.9. So he's pulled a half second now over David Alonso. And Aegis trying to get himself now in touch with the Spaniards on ahead of him.
Through the end of the corner we go. That's lovely by Holgado. Just cut to that tight inside line. He's been ultra aggressive at the start of this Grand Prix. That's Holgado. Fastest rider so far in it. And now he's making a charge towards the lead. Lovely that on turn 3 on Guevara. So the 96 are now up in 2 seconds.
Early in the stages of Action 2 from Holgado. There were 5 different leaders over the course of the Dutch team to simply good moves. Guevara practically the door open a little bit forward as they come through the end of the curve. It's on the same line as Ortola, but that tighter inside line for Holgado saw him snatch that second place, and it's now Aegis now putting Guevara under further pressure.
Well move that by Holgado. Right with that nasty heavy bump on the inside of turn. He was caught Kinet out on the sides of that zone. That was a move that came with pretty high risk. Quite funny.
Pereira Dixon last year too, when they came together at that very corner, and that's what led to the Pereira Alonso collision, which took the eventual champion out of the race. Ortola blissfully aware of what's going on behind him. His lead is 4 tenths of a second, and Manuel Gonzalez is now on race leading pace. He's doing the same lap time as Ortola up ahead, but he's best part of 2 seconds in arrears already.
Daniel Lewis has picked up Arbolino to dig himself into the point place in 15th. His fellow Japanese rider Tayo Furusato keeping himself interested inside the top 10. Fresh off his best ever starting Moto2 as he led the field away from the 3rd row in 7th. So Guevara trying to find a way back through here on Holgado. So hard. Pretty practically impossible to make any kind of attack through this particular part of the Sachsenring. So narrow, so one line, and through sort of 4 and 5 in particular as you climb up that hill.
That wider line for Ortola up through 5 and 6 is clearly very deliberate. He obviously must feel it gives him a much better look at 6 and then the drop downhill through 7. And he has started to pull a little bit of an advantage up here on Holgado through the 3rd sector of this lap. Completing as they drop the line forward on turn 11. He's remaining at around about 4 tenths of a second. Guevara having been caught sleeping a little bit at the end of the curve a lap or so ago. So no signs of Guevara taking second place back here.
Last time and only time Ortola led in Moto2. He did it for about 100 metres when he kicked the pocket of Alonso at the final corner in that epic finish in the Grand Prix. Check it out, Alex Screech in the background, just coming in for one of his 2 long laps after the jump start. The long lap on the outside of that final corner into turn 13.
Punish you heavily with the long lap penalty around here, that final corner.
Gardo's not been close enough to strike on Carlos Spaniard directly ahead of him. Center ranges there. Not watching Prix in 4th place. Screeton had returned from the third long lap in 15th place. More damage to be done though for the number 11. We are told he's got a 3-piece probably going to Untitled Translation in 2027. Still to do plenty of performance from that forward chassis to merit potentially an upgrade next year.
At the very front of the race, we've got a list of Roger Arm and team managers who want to search for next season. We know that Dan Holgado is going to be doing the MotoGP next season. We're awaiting confirmation that David Alonso is going to do the same one-off Manny Gonzalez acceleration that looks like we'll move up to MotoGP 2 next year. So plenty of places opening up. It's the bring back of Escobar, who's running 3rd in this race, likely to move up to the Prix MotoGP squad next season. So many Moto2 teams for Ortola is their best bet for next year.
Screeton dives into the long lap counter loop for the second time of asking about all the points, so he now drops in alongside Pavlec, just in front now of his standing Javi Suratuza. So right out of point contention right now, there goes Screeton. Yeah, Dan Alonso, no news on his destination in 2027. He'll be on a Honda next year. We're not quite sure which stickers that Honda will sport though. He's been heavily linked with a move to the factory Honda team alongside Fabio Quartararo, with a potential reshuffling of the pack. Diego Moreira's impressive rookie season, Lucho checking over his LCR Honda squad. Might see the Brazilian get a factory promotion, and that will allow Alonso to slot into the LCR project.
In the car before the storm, the 1/3 distance in this Moto2 race, one of the two for the world championship at the moment. First time in quite a while, first time since he won the French Grand Prix. Guevara was pushed back on Manny Gonzalez. His lead now stands 57.5. That was cut down by 6 to the benefit of Guevara. The race stays here in the moment, and Guevara has no intention of staying in 3rd place.
All about your right hand there, all about your fucking control, all about the time management. That is always such a pivotal part of any Sachsenring battle. Even Ortola had another lap in the books where he's led all 8 laps so far. 25, we hope to complete here in the Sachsenring. Holgado there in 2nd. Still no significant progress being made back towards the top 5 by Manny Gonzalez. He's stuck about 9/10 to a second behind Alonso for a decent chunk of laps now. He's got further back to Dennis Honjic. He really is capitalising on that slot qualified yesterday, 14th on the grid. P7, Sato via and Rueda behind him.
Sato does nicely, that in the high one, 23, 6 exactly the grid that he wants to learn by riding with some more elevated company at the sharp end of the race. But Alexander very early in this Grand Prix, taking the first top 10 finish in the Moto2 World Championship. That grid was pulled away nicely from the American racing pair, Roberts and Salax, just in the back of the picture. There you can see them appearing now, Roberts and Salax, they're just outside the top 10.
See much of Sato so far this weekend. Fantastic open half to 2026. He's climbed up to 8th in the World Championship at the moment. He's not been this far back in the order since he was 14th in the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez. He's been reading off top 10s and podium for fun of late. He's been Czech rider, including one which went down very well at home in front of his massive home support in Prix.
Sato is absolutely turn 11, but too much. He's still right on the rear tyre of Ocean. Top 6 are all pretty much taking a second each other. We've got Ortola, Alonso and Gonzalez doing 23.8. Holgado, Guevara and Ages doing 23.7. Still 2.2 seconds covering our lead 6.
Once again, fighting a bit of a low battle against the armada of Calexes. Is Guevara on the bottom scorer, and what a job he was doing for Yamaha right now. His performances, which look like they are going to earn Guevara a crack at the very best. He will be joining the elite in MotoGP next year. Yellow flag around turn 3. I think it is Mario actually. He wanted to return, and he missed the last 5 Grand Prix with a serious back injury. He came back, excellent qualifying, 10th place, but he's gone down at turn 3. So it looks like this race over for the team major rider. Through the opening corner, turn 3 with lead angle, maybe just feeding the power back into that stage, down as he goes, heading hands for the Indonesian.
The sort of latter part of Turkey was caught very well in that weekend. Of course, he actually didn't make it that far. That was the bump that we had gathered. Took down Connect before the Grand Prix got underway. And he's back in the fight back. He's currently running in 20th place. Gonzalez, though, just simply does not have the pace here to go with the top five. He's been really detached on this lap. He's now a second back of Alonso, who's in a 23.7. Ortola increased his pace to a 23.5. And this is dropping the World Championship lead into what's looking like quite a lonely sixth.
He's not super slow, and his pace was exactly on par with Guevara in third. They both doing 23.8, but the problem is, is he just maybe trying to keep some life in that trolley rubber underneath him as Sato starts to close in here on Anju. Pretty good kendall down for Sato. Really has stepped up here this weekend. He stepped up of late in his first season in Moto2. He's in experience, he's gold right now for Sato. Right to in here on the Moskva of Anju on the 53 bike.
Two riders who's fought the Moto3 victories here in the past. Anju, of course, has taken one. Sato came very close a year later when he ran into the unstoppable force with his David Alonso in Moto3. Sato has second place on that stretch into the occasion. He has given some tough love so far on his rookie season by team manager Hiroki Oyama, who has expected big things from Sato. Don't we all? He's clearly a very talented young rider. As we approach the halfway stage of this rookie season, we are now starting to see the tyre wheel forward six.
Anju won the race winner here in Moto2 last year, what was ultimately a shorter Grand Prix. He was leading when the red flag. Back to the captain teammate and LIQUI. Former Moto2 contenders themselves back in the day. Current crop are still being led by Ortola here in this Sachsenring battle. Ortola have not yet seen anybody else's rear tyre in this Grand Prix, and we're closing on the halfway point of it. His advantage is still hovering just above 4/10 over Holgado.
What David Alonso did in Bordeaux, he led the on-the-side Grand Prix Ortola with hopefully it's not the same ending. And of course, he was the rider that snatched victory from the long-time leader at the very end of the Grand Prix. Here is Manny Gonzalez then. This is exactly going slowly, lapping in I-123, but 10 of a second or so, maybe a couple of tenths each lap that he's moved into Ivan Ortola at the front of the race. He's now 2.6 seconds off the race lead. Not under any threat from behind is Manny Gonzalez, with Anju in 24 behind him, and preoccupying with Sato in the back of the 7th place. But Gonzalez already feels like this is a damage limitation exercise for him.
Strong lap by Ortola. I was keeping an eye on him coming through the third sector. First time he's established a leader over half a second. He grew to 6/10 as he came over the finish line. So he's just maybe starting to attempt a significant break here, trying to stretch this lead pack out. Mariaggi has rejoined the Grand Prix. There's still out of a fourth between Aegis and Alonso. These two have got a bit of previous between them over a few big battles in Moto2. Holgado sort of recovered at 10th back on Ortola through the first minute, getting that rear tyre lively, wasn't he, going through turn 6 there for Alonso. What a big move on that Pirelli rear for the Colombian.
We don't know how this race ultimately is going to shake out in the second half of this, but David Alonso going to be absolutely cursing qualifying. He found himself down in the third row in 8th place, got himself into the lead position of 5, but he's one at the tail of it at the moment. Alonso finally ended his wait for a first victory of the season. He had to last time out, as he left himself with too much to do to go back to back.
Too long back on the screen, pulled himself back inside the top 20. Good start for a season that started probably second row in 6th place. Prix got himself up to 4th. Just the start. So a squeeze in recovery mode. At the front, trying to recover a near 4/10 deficit to the leader is Holgado in second. Everything being so equal here in the Moto2. Everybody on the same triumph, 76 prices, the engines, not much in terms of side doors and Pirelli. The major differential in this season is the fact that the bar is on the Moskva chassis, taking the fight once again to the collectors, which has been something he's done admirably in the first half of 2026.
Riders in this leading group getting 5 they're looking at all the winners in this season. Ortola winner in Brno, Daniel Holgado winner in Brazil earlier in the season, Guevara won the French Grand Prix back at Le Mans. Acceleration was back-to-back victories when we arrived in Europe. Of course, Austin's the fourth first European MotoGP in the record, alongside most recent winner at the Dutch Grand Prix and Assen. Which of those five is going to come from one of those five who's going to take the final one into victory before the summer break?
Just slapping off ever so slightly. Tola, Alonso and Gonzalez on the last lap, but back in 24th. First time we've seen that anybody in that top six dipping to the 24th. It just made a little bit of a lull. Are they trying to just try to take some rubber? Going to a little bit of conservation mode for a late charge in this Grand Prix. Well, is the pace dropping off because already we're getting some excessive tyre wear, particularly on the left-hand side. The left-hand side of your tyre here, both front and rear of the Sachsenring, gets a proper problem, doesn't it? 10 of the 13 corners are left-handed. It's just one of the 3 rights into the first corner, and it's pretty much as you were, isn't it? The gaps are kind of held station now for what feels like an age, or Tola, Holgado, Guevara, Ages, Alonso and Gonzalez. That top 6 split once again by 2.5 seconds.
So that's likely a mindful of front tyre temperature. Even in Moto2, it is still an issue, particularly a circuit like this, when probably keep the front tyre to such an extent sitting on the left-hand side of that front tyre. So it's going to turn 1, and for the second time today, unfortunately, this time though in the race itself, it's a crash for Aaron Kinnett. DNF in the last 5 Grand Prix. He was down on the sides of that, caught out by the big bump at turn 3. And at turn 1, overtaken Kinnett at the Grand Prix. Nothing other than abject frustration from a rider. 5-time winner in Moto2. 34 podiums in this class for Aaron Kinnett, but at the moment, can't get anywhere near that top 3. A top 3 still being led by Ortola. He's about to climb up through turn 13, the second third corner. Up the rise he goes, still run to the finish line. Still, he has led every single lap so far. 15 completed at 25. It's Ortola. Once again, he's good in the second half of the lap. Once again, he's able to just squeak out an advantage over Holgado, which is just over 6/10 of a second. And the overtaking opportunities around here are in the second half of the lap, in the last sector of the lap, final 2 corners. And then, of course, you need to run out of that final corner to attack into the other overtaking opportunity, which is at turn 1. We've just seen Aaron Kinnett go down. You might well see some overtaking coming here. Guevara looks like he wants to get on with this. He wants to crack the move on Ortola. He needs to pass Daniel Holgado first. Celestino Vietti's miserable weekend is complete. He joins Kinnett in the turn 1 gravel step. Back-to-back DNF for Vietti. That's another massive blow for his championship challenge. Vietti was outside the point scoring places. 2 of our high-profile Boston scoring talents, Kinnett and Vietti, both going down this Grand Prix at the first corner. At the moment without the talent of Ethan Guevara, 2022 Moto3 World Champion, of course. He dropped down into 12 then on lap 16 of 25, Ortola. Again, this time around Holgado, who's able to nick a little bit of time back on the 96 bike. Looks like Alonso really is now closing on the rear tyre of Aegis. Good battle for bragging rights of Red Bull KTM further down the order. Nothing between Vaya and Rueda in their scrap of 9th and 10th. A little bit of movement on the MSI Calyx of Ortola on the way out of turn 12. As Alonso now does make his move, he's on the inside once again. Aegis is going to try and hang it out on the outside, but that is a bit of an optimistic move from Aegis to try and hang on to that one. David Alonso has seized the high ground and with it, 4th place. Yeah, I saw that coming in that final section. You can see Alonso got right on the rear tyre of Aegis going into turn 13, set that move up quickly, made sure he got the perfect drive, picked up the throttle right on cue. The big wheel still back on the rear tyre. That allowed him to ease on the inside of Aegis then on the brakes into the first corner. Alonso then on the move. He's up into P4, the first significant move in this league group, which seems to quite some time. What's going to be very interesting now is to see how quickly, if at all, Alonso jumps onto the 3 up ahead of him. Which of course is still left by Ortola. Holgado looks like he's perhaps thinking more defence than attack at the moment, with Guevara swarming all over the back of him in 3rd place. But can David Alonso now chase up to the top 3 and leave these intact pair behind him, with Aegis and Gonzalez now with 5th and 6th respectively? Running so close, so tight to the rear tyre of Holgado. He needs to be mindful about that ballooning front tyre temperature. Not hot conditions, not as hot as we had in previous years here at the Sachsenring.
but we have, for the most part, blazing sunshine here this weekend. In fact, I would say we've probably got the biggest cloud cover we've had on the weekend so far. And Alonso then runs a real wide line, doesn't he? He does run out wide, almost going up to the white line over the pit lane exit there as Mario Aggi, unfortunately, his race was ended by a crash at turn 3.
It's a good though for Honda. Borsato has just taken on to. I just saw the flash pass down Coniston's window. Oh, high side in the back of the picture. That is David Alonso out on 4th place at around about the same point he crashed out last year.
Well, that's also, we've talked about Vietti throwing away a whole bunch of important points lately in this world title scrap, and now Alonso then. Well, having done all that hard work to get through on Sachsenring, we said it was the first big move in this lead group. Was it the bump? Was it maybe the bump that settled the bike on the exit there as he was on the gas? What is not up for debate, what is not up for question is Alonso's out of this Grand Prix. Here he is and on the gas. Oh, he's gliding up the rear. Nasty little vicious snap there on that body rear for Alonso. Oh, that's a disaster for David. He's really, really frustrated. He's angry with himself because he knows at this stage he can't be throwing away big opportunities like this. He was clawing back some points on Manny Gonzalez a couple of places further behind him. That's a gift for Gonzalez.
Both Aegis and Gonzalez up a place. Aegis now runs 4th, albeit he's some 1.6 seconds back. He's about to check up and make sure he avoided any potential chaos when Alonso crashed ahead of him. He's actually reversing back towards Manny Gonzalez as a result of that. So we could have seen an intact battle for 4th and 5th.
Have got something late on the raw motor. They might have been getting on with it very, very soon because with 7 laps to go here, Tola is almost 6.5 tenths clear. He's the fastest rider on circuit once again on that previous lap, your race leader, who has been immaculate. He has been picture perfect so far. Power slide to run your rear tyre through 6 and 7. Spectacular stuff this by Ortola. But a 124 flat on that last lap was a 10.5 to win Holgado. Quarter of a second almost clear of Guevara. Ortola is riding a stunning race at the moment.
Big result for Holgado. Almost the second place rookie. His best result since the victory. Sole victory this season in Brazil. Round 2 of the World Championship. When we all thought that Daniel Holgado was going to be a big title contender this season. 19.5 points behind Manny Gonzalez, or he was when this race began. That will come down as it stands at the moment, but a big payday and a big result potentially coming in for Cassini's upcoming MotoGP rider.
Back to Alex Screech. Salah is now takes place back from Bayer, back at the front now. Looks like it's anyone from 3 does it now with Aegis and Gonzalez. The Dynamo intact riders, the tax of Guevara's a little bit wide going through that first corner. Back to this further down the corner. This is on to in 7. The time for Sato checking out in 7th place, 6th place. You can see Sato moving out the street. What a ride this has been by Tyre Sato. Onji now is a bit of a rolling roadblock here, isn't it? Because look at this gang behind him. It's Salach, Bayer, Rueda also holding into the picture as Luca Lanetta.
Look at this down to first, unfortunately, for Dennis Onji, 25. Have to say, so much credit here for Sato doing the 24.4 on that track. Sato, as I say, he's probably the fastest rider on the track as Salach dumps up the inside of Dennis Onji, whose damage is not done yet.
Obviously, that rear tyre has got those red buttons specifically done. Absolute passenger. I think that was the way he almost banged the back of him. That's how slow the 53 is. Look at that. Onji had to sit up there because he lit up that trolley rear tyre so much. Yeah, I think he might have been, thought maybe he might have been getting a high side instigating there. So Onji is dropping like the proverbial stone here.
I wonder whether that's been passed along to the property scorers because Guevara has dropped off big time from Holgado on this lap. He's now 8 tenths back of Holgado in the second half of the lead. Rueda having nearly back to the back of Onju, this time moves past him and now up into 9th place. Yes, 25-1 on that last lap from Guevara. He's not under any pressure from behind, but he's dropped it well away from the top 2. Surely it is now between Ortola and Holgado for victory.
Holgado just not being able to get back within 6 tenths of a second of Ortola. Spurting over the high 123s and then that 124 flat because Ortola now is threatening to drop back into mid 124s as he's almost in the mercy of that fading already grip. Onto the stand breaking to get the flag. Look at the moment there, wasn't there, for Rueda to keep squeezing the power back on. going out of turn 3. Further back now, this is Huertas who's just taken 13th place from Sasaki. Huertas doesn't have a track finish for him from Montego later on here in Sachsenring.
Got to see the frustration there as he has a moment on the front end this time for Dennis Onchu. These are going to be 5 long laps for Onchu, who's now down into 12th place.
That rear tyre's cutting. That rear flow now is just cutting. I mean, Onchu is going to potentially have to roll out this little bit and just back off to a safe place because trying to keep himself in this battle, a losing battle in the extreme here. Onchu's having moments pretty much in every single corner, entry and exit. No dramas at the front though for Ivan Ortola, who is still, what, about half a dozen bike lengths clear of Holgado. It is 1 or 2 now. Surely Guevara's faded dramatically out of contention. Senna Aegis and Gonzalez now have gone back into the 125s. Santos just in a 124.513, which is 6/10 of a second faster than the world champs leader ahead of him. Unfortunately, Cruzzato is not going to have enough time to recover what a 3-second deficit to Gonzalez. But at the moment, Tyler Cruzzato is the quickest rider around the Sachsenring.
Good to see that Fernando Alonso is sitting up and now standing up down there. And that's part of the high side. Of course, it wasn't far away from that particular point of the race. That was race ending here last year when he managed to battle the recovery. Diogo Pereira got much luck following David Alonso around Sachsenring in his Moto2 career. 3.5 laps then remain of this race. Does Danny Holgado have anything up his sleeve? It's going to be hard enough just to get on terms with Ivan Ortola, who has barely put the wheel wrong. Is this Ivan Ortola just riding to a pace that he is comfortable riding at? You feel that perhaps if he needs it, Ortola might get more up his sleeve.
Holgado, you have to say, he's doing a brilliant job of keeping this pressure on Ortola, who we have to say has not shown one sign of buckling at this stage. Yet Guevara right now then, he has taken his punishment. Punishment he's given those Pirelli tyres has been too much. It's a very lonely third right now for Guevara. He came on the line 2.1 seconds off the lead, 2.4 seconds though off the road clear of Aegis. Here comes Holgado. This one is not over, is it at all? Holgado then just starting to close up. He was stronger down the hill on the brakes into 3 compared to Ortola.
The hard line now where Ortola seems to be a lot of his time. Less again before we get to the end of sector 3. 96 closing in on the number 4. Some more time picked up in the second sector for Danny Holgado. Having saved his best for the very last.
Looks like this maybe Ortola is just trying to encounter more rear grip problems, more slipping and sliding on that rear than Holgado. He's desperately trying to find the traction through 6, 7 and 8 was Ortola. Every time you generate wheel spin, you generate more temperature as well. Now, Ortola here, well, this is the closest he has been for a long, long time. Look, he's on the green there as well on that run up towards turn 13. So has to be mindful of track limits as well. Over the line we go then. There's going to be 2 laps remaining here. It was potentially building up to be another thrilling Moto2 finale. And the gap now is down to a 10th and a half. Holgado a 124.8. First time in the Grand Prix. Ortola then is in the 125s. And he's under massive, massive pressure here now.
Has to be wary of the move into the Omega. We saw Holgado take Guevara there earlier on in the race. This time Ortola is clear of Holgado. This is where Ortola favours that wider line. Is Holgado going to have a look on the inside into 5 and 6?
Holgado just looks like he's got so much more pace, so much more grip. That's going to be the crucial factor. A bit of a twitch there from Holgado himself, a full lean angle as they climb through turn 4 and 5. They're both now sliding their way through turn 7. This is going to be another grandstand finish here. Fair play to Ortola because, as you knew he would do, fighting with all of his might, fighting for grip as well on that Pirelli rear tyres. Now he attached to the left hand of 10. Holgado is going to be close enough maybe to have a lunge down the hill into 12.
I said a moment ago that Ortola might have more of his sleeve. If he does, now he has to deliver it. We're about to come on to the final lap. Less than 2 tenths is the advantage. It's a matter of bike length. And is Danny Holgado going to do to him on Ortola? What Ortola did to Alonso 2 races going for enough.
Here we go then. It's going to be another thrilling finale here in Moto2. We have an all-time classic last time out at the Cathedral of Speed here at the Sachsenring. It is Ortola versus Holgado on the final lap. They both exchanged 1:25.1. Ethan Guevara's going to be in a very lonely third place.
What's happened to Manu Gonzalez? He's been passed by Forasato on that last lap. Gonzalez did a 26. Forasato has just passed the World Championship leader for fifth place.
Down here we go. This is where Holgado was wrong on the last lap. So hard though to be aggressive. He's going to cut to a tight inside line, almost running to the back of Ortola. Said it on the previous lap, Holgado's a lot stronger down the hill on that braking zone into turn 3. Both tyres screaming for grip underneath Ortola there. Trying to get the power on, trying to use some finesse in that right hand to hold off this onslaught from Holgado.
They are both on the absolute limit here on the very last lap, just pleading for any last ounce of grip they can get from their Pirelli tyres. Holgado needs the run now through the Bournemouth curve to attack into turn 12.
Squirming that rear tyre. I mean, Holgado almost careers into the back of Ortola. Ortola is right on the ragged edge here, almost thinking about a move around the outside of him there was Holgado. 2 corners remaining then of what's been yet another Moto2 barnstormer in 2026. There's 1 corner left now. Ortola's going to go super defensive. He almost loses the rear once again. Out of 12 into 13 we go. Holgado tries to send it on the inside. Oh, he almost goes down. Even Ortola then is going to win from start to finish from his maiden pole position. He takes the victory here in Moto2 in the Sachsenring. Brilliant performance by Ortola. He wins for the 2nd time in the last 3 Grand Prix. Holgado has to settle the 2nd. It's a podium for Guevara. Aegis is 4th. Forasato takes a sensational 5th place. The Dynamo Intact riders just had no grip whatsoever at the end of that Grand Prix. Aegis, by the skin of his teeth, by 0.06 of a second, denies Forasato 4th. It was already a sensational 5th. Manu Gonzalez on the last lap with a 1:27.1. He almost lost 6th place. Top 10 for Salax, Rueda, Vita, Vanessa. Points for Huertas, Roberts, Sasaki, Takeras, and the Screen. Good job that by Screen after 2 long laps to pick up a solitary point. Well, Moto2 has delivered once again, hasn't it, in 2026. We have had so many epic battles, so many epic fights late on. Once again, that one went all the way down to the final corner. Holgado tried an ambitious move, a daring move on the inside of Ortola in that final turn. He wasn't able to make it through. He almost washed out the front as well. That would have been late heartache, a late disaster for Holgado. He does though take 20 points in the championship. That leaves him with 1 point now behind his teammate Alonso in 5th in the rankings. But now 2 wins in the last 3 Grand Prix in very different fashion for Ortola. He won it at the very last corner in Brno in a classic against Dan Alonso. He won this one from the very first corner. A start to finish win for Ivan Ortola. That was some ride by the Spaniard.
In demand, Ivan Ortola showing exactly why practically half the Moto2 team managers want his signature on a contract for next season. You've got to give so much credit to Daniel Holgado for pushing it as hard as he did. But Ortola just about had it covered. MSI, Jordan Patel, sticking the jab.
Oh, Johnny, what a battle that was. Ivan showing so much nerve on the final laps to hold off Danny. What a performance.
Yeah, for sure. It was a difficult race because we knew from before that it was a difficult race about the tire management. He did well. He defends a lot in the last two laps. And at the end, we got him.
Congratulations.
Thank you, mate.
We're trying to get to the bottom here of what happened to the Intact pair on the final 2 laps. Taya Forasato went on the rampage on the final 2 laps. He got 1. The Intact riders he nearly got both of them as Manu Gonzalez plummeted very near losing 6th to Philip Salax, who was doing 24.9. He was 2 seconds back quicker than Gonzalez. Salax from nowhere managed to salvage 7th place. Aegis just hanging on to deny Taya Forasato 4. Ortola looked like he had that one covered from Prix Saturday morning in free practice 2 when he set a new all-time lap record. You might not have expected to be pushed as hard as that in the final couple of laps from Holgado to everything out in. Ortola flexing his muscles into that final corner, across the front tyre of Danny Holgado and leading his fellow Spaniard in. Absolutely no doubt that he will take the victory here this afternoon. number 4 is presented in front of rider number 4, 6 is number 2 in Moto2. Andy Gonzalez will lead the World Championship, of course, into the summer break. 1.5 points over total finisher today, Ivan Guevara, but it is Ivan Ortola who heads into the summer break in red on 4 with 2 victories out of 3, and performances like that is going to make it very hard for MSI to keep hold of him for next year.
2 places, or 1 place for championship, just ahead of Charleston and Vietti, but another miserable weekend here at the Sachsenring. That was a class ride, wasn't it, by Ivan Ortola? Just about stuck third in that thrilling last couple of laps with Danny Holgado. Really did keep on some big pressure. Holgado just coming up short without the checker flag. The winning margin just over 6 tenths of a second. Ortola and Holgado, though, a class apart, particularly in the second half of that Grand Prix. Nothing more at all with their time management in that race. Ivan Guevara, once again the leading light for Boston Score. He starts and finishes that 25 lap battle here in P3. 16 very hard world champion points for Guevara. Mixed emotions, it looks like, doesn't it? Bittersweet, I think, for Holgado. I think at some point in those last 2 or 3 laps, it felt like he had the upper hand, he had the better pace. It just goes to show, doesn't it, how tough, how difficult it is to pass here in the Sachsenring. So wide in so many parts of it. And you can see the back of that frustration, almost like he got his fist through the tank of that Calyx machine. So near yet so far then for Holgado. That was an absolute phenomenal performance by Tom Furusato. Started the Grand Prix in 7th, back to about as low as 8th, I was going to say early on. It was like the second half of that Grand Prix was nothing short of astonishing. This play for Furusato. Fires his best O2 finish. He scored points in 2 of his previous 10 starts, and they were a pair of 14 spots in Hungary and in the Grand Prix of Czechia. Next time Furusato will join the party in Moto2.
Could be 4th place intact team, most of which that this Moto2 battle was a 22 or 23 lap race rather than 25. 1 more lap and they could have lost a handful of points on that last lap. But you can see a friendly exchange between Ortola and Holgado. It was on the limit, wasn't it, into those final couple of corners, just showing how badly they both wanted that German Grand Prix win.
A real eye-catching late race pace too with Salah, the Czech driver. He was right for 100 points for places for the early part of that Grand Prix. But once he got going, once he balanced with it, he found his way through up to an impressive 7th, but almost denied Gonzalez in a top 6. Both shows how strong you have been in 2026, and a 6th place for the world champion of Gonzalez is your worst finish of the campaign so far. 11 top 6s for Manu Gas, towards the 200-point mark. Head off on a 3-week summer break. No dispute, you know who is the Moto2 King of Sachsenring in 2026. Ivan Ortola from his first pole position. He had to get the hardware with so much pressure. He did lead every single one of those 25 laps. The centre ages starts the quest of what happened to him. I think it's pretty clear there as he's indicating. Real spin, which was just too tough to comprehend with. Really good job actually by looking at ages to cling on to that 4th place. Distant 4th place for a 13 very important world championship point. Another podium though for Ivan Guevara. Starts and finishes the German Grand Prix in 3rd place. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Ivan, another top ride, another podium, more important points for the championship. Just how difficult a race was that to manage?
Yeah, so difficult race because my next tire it was difficult, but I arrived with good gap for position. I secured my 5th place. I'm so happy because for the championship this is so nice. Feel Moscuro another time, which is amazing. Thanks to all the team for this amazing work during the weekend. Now it's time to race the line these 3 weeks and return to Silverstone.
Tough thanks to the Spanish rider. He celebrates with a wheelie, a very important podium. It is his 5th of the season. Long overdue as well, his first one in 5 Grand Prix, since he was also 3rd in the Grand Prix of Catalonia. And we mentioned there, we had issues with Jack. Miles clear of anything else on a bottom scorer in that Grand Prix. Trying to jump back by Guevara, 3.2 seconds he was off the win at the end. But when you try to build a championship charge, it's all about being fast and consistent, as he has proved to be so far. Danny Holgado then so close to his 2nd win of the season. He had to settle 4th second as he scores.
Danny, what a week you've had, announced as a MotoGP rider, but more importantly, back onto the podium today, pushing Ivan so close. Could you have done any more today?
Yes, a fantastic race for us, very happy, because finally we are back on the podium after a long time and after a difficult race for us. But well, the race was very difficult because the grip was super bad, but I tried my best today. Tortola was very fast during the race, but in the last part I was pushing onto my limit and I tried in the last lap. I can't do it. I'm not happy because I was thinking about the victory, but no problem. Another opportunity after the summer break. I need to stay focused on my goal and working very hard during the summer for the second part of the season. Thank you very much, and thank you to my team for the
Yeah, it wasn't funny, right? You just sense a continued disappointment in the voice of Holgado there, having come so close to denying Ortola. 3rd in the Moto3 race here in 2023 was Holgado. On that occasion, he held off Ortola to take the final place on the podium 3 years ago. Ortola exacts his revenge though in the 2026 Moto2 fight. The brilliant performance, what a weekend for Ortola. His 1st pole position, his 2nd win in the last 3 Grand Prix. He's going to be a real tough contender to deal with in the second half of 2026. Your German Grand Prix would have ended Moto2. Ivan Ortola Butcher.
Ivan, huge congratulations, a 2nd Moto2 win, but this one's so different to the 1st. You were pushed so hard at the end by Danny. I'm sure you were nervous in those final laps.
Yeah, so at the beginning I was quite comfortable because I was managing, I was putting my pace, and I was quite happy because I get a little bit of distance from the rear. There was a group, but I was quite comfortable with this pace. But apart from managing to be on the limit on the last lap, so I did it well to manage all the race. Yeah, the last laps I was trying a lot with the rear tire. I could manage really well these 2 laps, and it took me a lot, but I knew where I was in points where I was more strong than him. Yeah, anyway, happy for this 2nd victory in Moto2. Very happy with the team, very happy with me also, and thank you to all the people that helped me all this season and support me.
Danny Holgado's 2nd with black tooth, back-to-back of the race, denied Ortola the Grand Slam. The pole position, thanks to that leading every lap of the race and the victory. Close. Holgado goes through that final corner. There he knew he was resigned to his fate. He's done so much, but unfortunately ultimately not enough to deny Ortola back to check the flag. Side squad, they are victorious in the Moto2 World Championship for the 2nd time in the last 3 Grand Prix. The force to be reckoned with in part 2 of this year's World Championship. That is clear from Ortola. Starts to the process here with Ivan Guevara. Out of the top 3. Absolute belter he produced here today. First ever top 10, first top 6 to beat as well. So much confidence that Prus-San can take to our next Grand Prix over in the UK mid-August.
Borsato for one. Jose Antonio Rueda beats his teammate Colin Wyatt to race at 8. Luca Veneta giving the DRS something more than the final smile back. He goes from the top 10 once again. So, once again, the rookies shining in Moto2.
road after a serious injury earlier on the season at Austin and Texas. Keras 40, which is the season papers on the season played by back-to-back 40 players actually. Keras as well. Having served 2 long laps, so that was a recovery ride by a screen. He'll be probably contemplating what might have been. And he not jumped the start. Later realised it was because he needed to be a little bit too quick ahead of the lights on the line. So heading into the summer break, it's Untitled Chapter 11 of MotoGP World Championship. Can't wait for the second half of this campaign. It's going to be an absolute cracker, isn't it? 7 different riders from different ponies, 7 different winners, unpredictable so far this season, I think, with Moto2. So it's more the same in part 2.
Guevara still very much in the title chase. Closing the gap for the first time since the launch. Gains points over by 51.5 into the 2. Celebrate Guevara using the point of the teammate over the first spin. Very, very close second place today. Van Ortola knows he's going to be a title challenger at the back end of this season. It's right about this time last year where Diogo Moreira began to start winning. Side squad who know what it takes to win a Moto2 title themselves. Title today, one of Rossi Scuro in 2024. Congratulations to Van Guevara. Bit of a podium drag from time to the end of the day. This year, 4 points of course. Best result since he won in Brazil at round 2. A return to form for Danny Holdado. Start. Saturday and just cooking up on Sunday. Ivan Ortola is your German Grand Prix
reaches its conclusion. Van Ortola on the top step of the podium. He's done a lot of winning of late in the Intermediate World Championship. A few more performances likely produced in the Grand Prix of Czechia and in today's Grand Prix of Germany. He might be one we have to factor into the champion equation as we move into the business end of the season. Like that by Guevara. For some of the other Oscar scorers, big names with the exit, both crashing out of the first corner. But Ortola then back on top here in the Sachsenring.
6 tenths of a second doesn't really do it justice to how close that was, but Ivan Ortola narrowly held on from Daniel Holgado. Ivan Guevara 5 third, Sachsenring just 1 on to 4. As fire for a starter, came to attempt to deny him on the line. Manny Gonzalez also wanted to late on, just held on to 6 ahead of third starter, but no get going away then. Qualifying 9th and Victor Benetto was Adrian Huertas scored points in 11 ahead of Joe Roberts, Yuji Sasaki, and Keras points once again for the outside rookie. Alex Sprint, slight jump at the start, serving 2 long lap penalties, which still recovered to take the final point. Denny Sochu, retired 7th earlier on, plummeted to 17th. Manuel Gonzalez, goal change in lead, is cut for the first time since Le Mans. It's 51 and a half to the good. Summer Prix, Navarra, gains the ground today. Fenneray is third, he's just up to 6 points back. Nothing for David Alonso today from his high side, out of 4th place. He is now just a point ahead of Daniel Ricciardo. The 4th in the standings, Ivan Altola, just a point and a half further back. And he moves into the top 6. Constructors' Championship. Today, their 19 double from Scuro, who did get a podium courtesy of Ivan Navarra today, with 92.5 points. In the team standings, the MotoGP GP Repair Home Grand Prix, 100.5 points ahead of Aspar. Just 20 points for Daniel Ricciardo, second. Finish. Oh, to work hard for it. The final. Not follow back. Gonzalez bronze second, but never really a fixture in that battle for victory as soon as Ivan Navarra taken second 2 corners into the race. Really thinking they're badly in those early stages. Mario Aggi, on his return from injury, crashing out of the Omega. He couldn't fight for much of the first half of the race with Gonzalez struggling to match their pace. Aaron Cadet, who crashed on the sighting lap, the repair only lasted as far as turn 1 mid-race. He crashed for the second time today. David Alonso, moments after taking 4 from Senna Aegis, would suffer this big high slide coming out of turn 3. Ensuring that there will be no back-to-back victories for the Colombian. Which left 2 at the front. Once Guevara's challenge ran out of steam, it was left to Daniel Holgado to take the fight to the one-time leader, Ivan Altola. Altola clinging on in the closing corners, just had enough to fend off the 96. Their desperate lunge for the final corner. Altola, your winner in the end by 6 tenths of a second. In an epic Moto2 finish. 2 wins out of 3 for Ivan Altola. And it is Manuel Gonzalez who leads the World Championship by 51.5 points in the Moto2 summer break.
Grand Prix of Germany brings the first half of an engrossing 2026 title chase to a fully conclusion at the Sachsenring. Tucked in between Leipzig and Dresden, one of the season's biggest crowds is ready for action in Chapter 11 with a big question. Can anybody stop Marc Marquez from stealing the Sachsenring show once again? We'll find out next live. It's time to race in MotoGP. Circuit on the Grand Prix calendar at 28 visits to the modern-day version of the Sachsenring. 3.61 kilometres, 2.281 miles in length. Our first race here back in 1998. On 6 anti-clockwise tracks on the Grand Prix calendar, 10 left-hand corners in a tight and compact 13-corner configuration. The track really, after tight first sector, opens up to a series of third, fourth and fifth gear corners, the most spectacular of which, without any question, the Mount Oliver curve, the plunge downhill through the fifth gear right-hander. What a corner that is in the Grand Prix calendar. Time management so crucial here in MotoGP. Taking it so well. Turn 13, one of 4 good hot spots if you fancy a big move. This was Marco Bezzecchi on Vigia last year. Back in familiar territory, on pole position in the Sachsenring once again was reigning world champion Marc Marquez, leading the third away on what was an all-Ducati front row of the good Alex Marquez's younger brother, swatting immediately into second place as Fabio Di Antonio looked to try and go with the 2 Ducatis ahead of him. Ultimately, the turn out to the eye would leave the Aprilia charge, a weakened Aprilia charge, with Marco Bezzecchi ruled out of contention with a fractured left collarbone after a heavy qualifying crash at turn 7. But from yet another Sachsenring pole position, it was a record-breaking 19th sprint success for factory Ducati star Marc Marquez. As Ducati maintain their undefeated record in the sprint format here at the Sachsenring, ahead of what is, we hope, going to be exciting and entertaining 30-lap Grand Prix of Germany as Marc Marquez looks to win for the 10th time in MotoGP around his most successful circuit. This has been for so many years, hasn't it? Marc Marquez land, for so many years, Marc Marquez territory. And from pole position, and off the back of a start-to-finish win in yesterday's 15-lap sprint, make no bones about it. We have a massive overwhelming red-hot cookies favourite going into this afternoon's LIQUI Grand Prix of Germany, which didn't play the way that Marc Marquez hoped. Should be leading the Sachsenring as high as second in the World Championship. All the build-up, all the action live coming your way in the company of Matt Burton, should be in the Conti box, Jack Appleyard, enjoying some rather pleasant Sachsenring sunshine before we head off on our summer break down in pit lane. There has been some breaking news after the break of his left collarbone yesterday. Marco Bezzecchi, and we know sadly sidelined after his future crash at turn 7 yesterday. Well, Prix have just announced through their official media channels that Bez has already undergone successful surgery performed by Dr. Giuseppe Porcellini at the University Hospital of Tissot. The fracture of the left clavicle has been reduced and stabilised. We are hoping that Marco Bezzecchi will be fit to line up on the grid at the British Grand Prix at Silverstone in about a month's time when we reconvene from the summer break. A more accurate, definitive prognosis will be delivered in the coming days based on the evolution of Bezzecchi's condition. We send all of our well wishes for a speedy recovery to the 27-year-old Italian who has had a real, brutally tough recent period. Haven't seen Marco Bezzecchi, we won't of course see today hit score a single point on a Sunday Grand Prix after that unforgettable retail weekend that he and Aprilia had in the Tuscany Mountains at Mugello. With no Bez, Jorge Martin upholding factory Aprilia on it as he looks to increase or sort of defend an 11-point lead in the World Championship over Bezzecchi. For Lewis, so far the master plan has been executed to perfection by the undisputed king of the Sachsenring. Can he be dethroned here this afternoon? Alex Marquez and Fabio Di Antonio look like his big threat, despite Fiji having a big crash this morning in the warm-up at turn 8. But it would be, you have to say, a major shock big surprise if Marc Marquez is defeated here in Sachsenring.
Defeated easily here with Marc Marquez. You feel the only person that could truly beat Marc is Marc himself. Eventually, mistake. Physical condition, although there have been no obvious signs of Marc's physically so far this weekend. It felt like he won the sprint yesterday at the slowest possible speed. His off did what he had to do to hold up and lift the foot at Alex. Of course, with the championship situation as it is, a major opportunity. The absence of Marc Marquez clearly on a weekend where Jorge Martin is far from the peak of his powers in terms of his feeling on the bike. Marc Marquez will be around maximum possible.
2 points behind Marquez after that Italian Grand Prix of the Gelo. He insisted on occasion, well, it's all over. I'm not going to mount a successful defence of the title he won in Japan last year. Well, that has changed again, and the landscape has changed in terms of the top of the World Championship, because you could have a situation exactly where Marquez said he could be overhauled by Marc if he goes away of the number 93. Marquez and both Fabio and Antonio tried to put pressure on Marc in yesterday's sprint. Admitted that they felt like he was holding something in reserve. He was conserving energy ahead of this bruising third drag race coming up ahead. This was Marquez's personal message on his Instagram feed yesterday after the Q2 crash. It's a tough moment, but we are tougher. I'm going to get thick as we have been, and I'll get back to work. Nothing will make me give up. Defiant, a resolute message from the factory rider. We hope to see Bez back in action at Silverstone. His absence here this weekend in Germany as a result of this huge crash yesterday.
Marc Marquez has taken enough hits over the last month or so. Of course, 1 or 2 of them, thanks to Renault, were self-inflicted, but the huge high side, a huge crash at Ramshoek on the second lap in Assen, and then on the second flying lap of Q2 yesterday. That head spill and turn 7 Marco Bettec. Damage to his collarbone will heal up. We wonder whether the damage to his world championship prospects will ultimately be repaired. He will at very least be 11-point line for Martin, of course that deficit could grow. Let's get some early comments from one of those starting Saturday Grand Prix. He rides in 16th place, top track Grand Champion.
Yeah, great to hear from Top Rack. Good afternoon. I understand not been feeling your 100% best this weekend, so how are you today? Hopefully a little bit better, and what are your chances in today's race?
Yeah, the feeling is not really good this weekend because I feel not really good, not 100%, but anyway, you know, I'm trying my best always. I'm especially this track in after 30 years later. Again, I'm riding. That's good because I'm really happy to riding in Sachsenring. Really nice track, but with MotoGP bike and with this tire it was not easy to manage, especially in the race, because with this track many left corner, you need to manage the rear tire, that's especially left side. This one is very difficult for me because I'm still not really adapted, and still we are working about this, because third last race is very difficult for everyone, but for me it's really hard to manage the rear tire. Anyway, we will see. We try something different. I feel just a little bit better, but also important one, my riding style. I'm trying to change a little bit riding style in the race. I don't know if this one is working or not, but I will try to my best this weekend. This is not the best weekend for me, but anyway, you know, I will fight.
Absolutely, as ever. Already halfway through nearly your first MotoGP. It's gone so fast. Hope you have a good run today, Top Rack.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Raymond World Superbike Champion, Top Rack Vasquez. Having a bit of a massive pre-race. He has been under the weather so far this weekend. Top Rack, suddenly was behind Martin, fight his way through to a very hard top 6 in yesterday's sprint. He has won here previously in Sachsenring. His one and only success in the Red Bull MotoGP Cup here back in 2014 and right here in Germany.
Great, thank you. In case you haven't had enough of your fix of two-wheel action here at the Sachsenring, they follow the MotoGP race. Jorge Martin was the champion of that category, of course, himself. Back in the day, MotoGP World Champion once, looking to make it twice this year. He goes from the third row, promoted up to 7th on the grid by the sprint take place the Morbidelli. Of course, the teammate Marco to get anywhere near the podium, you'll have to have gone something.
Real experience yesterday for the 28-year-old Spaniard because he was beaten in a sprint here on the Sachsenring for the very first time. His previous sprint starts on the Ducati in 2023 and in 2024. Got the job done and sealed the victory. Just saw there Pecco Bagnaia, who maintained his perfect point scoring record in sprint so far this season. He is the only rider so far this campaign to score points in all 11 sprints. With a lot of disappointing 7th place for Bagnaia once again, crippled by some severe rib issues. Struggling with that to get go here on Friday morning. Struggling with a bit of pain, I'm sure, and a few bumps and bruises, and more than a few scrapes. It's Fabio Antonio who cracks a brave smile after what was a real heavy get off the hip this morning. Physio, multiple big barrel rolls through the gravel track after a crash at turn 8 in the warm-up. It's been a long old 30 laps now for the Italian.
Didn't appear from that makes me as confident as this keeper must be fine when he gets set to head out there. Next time he comes around this Saxon second angle, will be on the first lap of the Grand Prix where he'll hope to be somewhere near or ahead of this man. The man they all have to chase down, Marc Marquez. Comes with the points of opinion here at the Sachsenring. Watching Marc Marquez victory in the sprint yesterday. Clear as the most prolific winner in any Tissot Sprint since the year began. And back at the start of 2023, which is the 10th Saxon victory in Take MotoGP success, we've seen him tie the record for most MotoGP wins in single circuit.
Record which currently sits with Italian icon, Italian legend and Hall of Famer Giacomo Agostini, who's been scoring 10 times in the iconic Marca over in Finland. Sporting what is an absolutely stunning tribute livery, homage to their 2003 livery, Harley Brazilian Racing Squad, part of their 30-year anniversary celebration. The match is absolute huge. It's so nice to see some retro liveries making a welcome comeback. 73, Alex Marquez emblazoned all over the front end there. 74 featuring there as well as a memory of the Giracato. This is why they decided to run that special Telefonica Superstar livery here this weekend on the German Grand Prix. It was all the way back in 2003. I remember it very, very well as a journalist back in the day. Sette Gibernel with a last corner move on Valentino Rossi. What a rivalry those two had at that stage in the MotoGP World Championship. Sette Gibernel on the inside of Rossi at that final corner. It's fantastic to see that iconic movie star livery, iconic Brazilian livery, back here once again at the Sachsenring. Although we're going to get to see one of their GP Ducatis featuring here today.
Unfortunately, you can't say that about Fabio Antonio despite this crash, which looked painful enough in morning warm-up. Very latter stages of the 71 session this morning with Antonio. A bit of movement on the rear end there, which checked all the way over the front end. Antonio along the ride, goes back towards Torres, but as you saw on the go, smile on his face. Antonio now looking to put that behind him and focus on what's ahead. Ahead of him are the Marquez brothers, Alex Marquez on that beautiful 2003 throwback to see the bridge.
Get off that. Fabio Antonio was a contributing factor to the fact that, rather surprisingly, as Jack so brilliantly spotted this morning, was that the fact he was trusting out the new revised Ducati Aero. Was that on the hard to flight. So we go down to Jack on the grid for some thoughts.
Yeah, just to add, you speak about that brand new Aero. I think what has to be our Moto3 squad is going to race it as well, rather interesting. For the very first time this season, Fabio Antonio opting for the 2026 Aero. Now, put that tweet, Pablo Nieto on the grid, looks like a big risk when he's in victory contention to see what the Yamaha response has to say later on.
As always, thank you very much for that. 8 now for Fabio Antonio, 11 sprint podiums. I've seen him depart the scene with a bronze medal. Big confirmation of your penalties, couple of them in this wrong. But thank you, Morbidelli, slow on line to Magnus, second defence, straight on to back at his first defence when he falls in there last year, nearly over in Athens. A couple of weeks ago, another 3 plays grid penalties, slapped the way of the Italian. What we expect Pecco across this time around was his victim.
Who can blame him? Well, this weekend, you end up in the gravel gap at turn 7 and doing a lot of damage to you. Running to the back of the PR4 Ducati. Well, we don't need to get very familiar with trying to break hard over the damage to all the others. 10th place on the grid. Pedro Costa actually one of the lines defenders in that as he moves up.
Damage to the Ducati in the sprint yesterday, in fact, only the only non-finisher in our 20-strong field yesterday was the Italian who crashed out early on at turn 13. A recent Sunday decline, particularly at no points in the last 2 Grand Prix, and went to retire halfway through the Grand Prix of the Netherlands last time out with a something issue in his right arm, particularly sensation, a bit of pain and discomfort, numbness in the right hand. He did go for immediate surgery post-acid, successful surgery. As well as he had to report, there's been no issues whatsoever, no problem with the carpal tunnel issue. Cost him to a couple of points yesterday in the sprint. It hoped to have been a lot higher up than 8th place over the line, but like so many KTM, like so many riders, said yesterday, dealing with chronic understeer, massive overheating on the left-hand side of both the front and the rear tyre. Predominant, it's been a lack of front confidence, which has slowly cost him this weekend.
KTM on the grid with the Grand Victor, who lines up in 14th place, also yesterday, and they are back in place in the grid after now missing out on the top 10 on Friday afternoon. And Vinales, the left end up this weekend is better, both on and off the track, and starts second to the back in 19th.
Well, we saw Brazilian hero Neymar finish his World Cup career with a penalty a few weeks ago, or a couple of days ago, in the FIFA World Cup. And there's another Brazilian with a penalty to face in this upcoming German Grand Prix. Diogo Moreira, slow on line during practice. First offence for the reigning Moto3 world champion. He was impeding Luca Marini on Friday, and that was the reason why Moreira has also been busted with 3 places on the grid.
That's an 18th place start this afternoon. Zaidura contemplates his Grand Prix from 5th. Well, how much progress realistically can he make? Zaidura doesn't think more than a place or two that can be made in vehicles. You never know what can happen, that's why we all line up on a Sunday. You don't race these Grand Prix on paper, but it does feel as if this weekend where Ducati have a clear edge over Aprilia, but a lack of fast corners for the Aprilia Green French Air Rail. Locking out the front of the grid, answering Aprilia's front row lockout from Assen 2 weeks ago, when of course Aprilia then went on to lock out the Grand Prix podium. I think many are expecting Ducati to do that today.
Gera, Japan's first winner in MotoGP in 22 long years, first victor in Assen since Tissot Sprint at the Japanese Grand Prix in 2004. Long odds, the big ass, you feel if there's more history to go the way of the Japanese than I know. Japanese rider history has ever won back-to-back races in the top class. Kind of the third Japanese rider after back-to-back podiums in Renault and they have to score 3 podiums in succession. Ton of power back in 2002. Well, here's the breaking news which we brought you right at the top of the broadcast. Marco Bezzecchi was jetted out very, very quickly back to Italy after this high-speed crash, 4th gear down the hill in turn 7 yesterday. He has already undergone then successful surgery. The best from Aprilia and from the Bezzecchi camp is the repair job has been completed initially on that badly damaged left collarbone. They are hopeful. I'm sure they'll be confident that Marco will be back in action after this Grand Prix. So the Grand Prix was won for the first time in Aprilia last year after Fabio Quartararo's ride height device went kaput on the factory Yamaha. So at least we've got a 3 to 4 week buffer now to rest up and recuperate, and in many respects really best to reset after what has been a real brutally tough run into the summer break.
Yes, very wise comments from his team manager Paolo Bonora yesterday when he spoke to Jack ahead of the sprint, trying to remind Marco that you are still the same Marco that won the Italian Grand Prix and won the first 3 Grand Prix of the season without so much as being behind someone for a single lap of the first. Marco Bezzecchi, but if the riders all finished where they did in the sprint yesterday, which is far from certain that Bezzecchi would actually drop all the way down to 5th in the World Championship. A Marquez victory, a Gian Antonio podium, and an Ayagura 4th place would see them all leapfrog Marco Bezzecchi.
That unrespectful lineup now featuring just Agura, Fernandez, and World Champion of our team. They'll try and do something that no other Prix rider has managed in German Grand Prix history at the Sachsenring. Never had an LIQUI finish on a Sunday podium. Latest Spargo in 4th place here 4 years ago, back in 2022. The closest that Prix has come to troubling the post-race Prosecco here. It's a big act, a big deal. It's certainly to run Marquez close over 34 laps. And nailed the perfect start from our revised grid yesterday. It was the first time in that 15-lap sprint we saw the extra spacing between rows on the grid. Mixed view from the MotoGP riders seems to get clearly added to the safety aspect, the wider margin, with a bit more space, a bit more margin for error on the short one on the break into the first corner. Most of the riders, I think, in the three comments I've said, they didn't really notice the code difference really. They didn't have any kind of impact on their charge in turn one.
Yeah, of course, it's the nature of top-level motorsport that you always trying to find that ideal, perfect balance between risk, speed, and safety. Is an ongoing battle with every year of multi racing. That goes past Fabio Quartararo, then through for a second exciting lap on his factory Yamaha. He lines up in 6th place on the grid. In terms of tyres for this upcoming German Grand Prix, every rider, with the exception of Quartararo's teammate Alex Rins yesterday, raced the hard front soft rear combination. Rins raced the medium rear. We do expect evidence to move across to for this afternoon 13-lap German Grand Prix.
How can it be that it was 4 years ago to this weekend as Fabio Quartararo and Yamaha were victorious in the MotoGP World Championship? That is the solid stat though, which Quartararo and the Iwata factory are still carrying around their neck. Proving to be somewhat of a heavy burden for the Iwata factory. Really slumped in the bottom of the order in terms of the construction standings. Quartararo could at least score his first sprint point yesterday. Tissot Grand Prix in Le Mans. Look, what, 82? This will be the 83rd Grand Prix since the Sachsenring 2022. Fabio Quartararo departing Yamaha at the end of the season, still on the top step of the podium. That has not been an issue for this rider on Twitter, has it? At all. Marquez victorious 75 times in his MotoGP career. 9 wins in MotoGP. I mean, Marc Marquez has had more MotoGP wins here at the Sachsenring alone than some riders have had in their entire MotoGP career. That just shows how strong Marc has been. Fabio Quartararo case in point, 11 MotoGP victories. Marc has won his 10th here today at the Sachsenring. Well, he was the only rider that ran the nearly rear tyre yesterday, which might give him a little bit of experience in crucial days ahead of this battle. Back to Yamaha star Alex Rins.
Yeah, great to be joined by Alex. As you rightly say, some valuable data with the medium rear yesterday. Just talk us through your thoughts ahead of this 30-lap race.
Well, yes, the medium yesterday
was in Aston Company, so that was the best, finishing 13th. He was Sunbug line in Phillip Island. I reckon we see both factory Yamahas try the top 10 together in recent history. Frankie Holiday then, accompanied with his most grid penalty. He needs to start making good start this year in German Grand Prix last year. It was a real big get-off he had at turn 8, was caught out of teammate Fabio Antonio this morning, fourth in that wet sprint last year. He was had a real proper washing machine tumbling. He was unfortunately sidelined through the Grand Prix for injury.
Today, there's your front row of the grid then. Marc Marquez, Alex Marquez, and Fabio Antonio. They have gone off the step in the rear tyre to top to medium. Ralph Fernandez, Ayagura, and Fabio Fabio Quartararo, your second row of the grid. Quartararo starts sixth. While you look at the grid, let's head down to the grid to hear from the rider that does start fifth, Tissot Sprint.
Yeah, you can see there the man in the middle of the second row of the grid. Gura fourth yesterday in the sprint, a great ride, pushing those Ducatis as far as he possibly could. Just give us your thoughts ahead of this one. 30 laps, I feel like it's going to be a long one for everyone.
Yeah, this is going to be a long race. I mean, the race is going to be pretty similar to yesterday. Seems that the guys from the fall let's see what medium they have.
Have a good one.
Free weekend idea, so he'd be happy to depart the Sachsenring with a couple of top six finishes, so that's half of the mission accomplished so far. I mean, 23 points behind Jorge Martin at the top of the World Championship, so mathematically it's possible that he could, depending on what happens, lead the Sachsenring circuit as the World Championship leader, which was a strong story, wouldn't it, because 51 years ago, the Japanese rider led the MotoGP World Championship, Hideo Kinaya was on top of the standings after the 1975 German Grand Prix at Hockenheim. It's a big ask for Agura to take the silverstone as the series leader, but he's done it a few times with MotoGP. Never say never. It sounds like he's expecting a story to unfold similar to yesterday. He might be in the mix for that sort of top six again, but potentially not having too much to threaten those three dominant Ducatis.
So it appears this weekend, Marquez said today it has to be Ducati Day. They want to take advantage of Aprilia Chapter twice a week. Here is a graphic demonstration then of how the grid looks, how different it looks from last time out in Axel, where of course they took a step forward. The start of the race by whole shot devices, they've added a meter to the grid slot on each row. Turn therefore means a 3 to the grid. From one row to the next, and we had in the past all the efforts to improve safety at the start of the
Brought a cost and then fighting back to full fitness after his recent double tunnel surgery.
Something again this morning, but we didn't really make anything better, so we go back to what we know, and then try to get a good start, hang with the guys, make some gaps, and bring it home. Good luck. Cheers, buddy. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks as always to Porsche back again. Pretty quirky, pretty unique this Sachsenring circuit, along with Goiânia down in Brazil, with Valencia and Phillip Island. This was only 4 tracks on the calendar when the Michelin roll out. The full allocation front and rear, where all single options are asymmetric in configuration. Track is dominated by the 10 left-handers. Wear and heat build-up is a major issue. You have to contact the gear on that left side. Not just the fact that you're on the left side for so long, because you carry so much heat angle. Physically, mentally, and technically challenging Grand Prix this. From the outside, the Sachsenring layout doesn't look like too much of a serious complex challenge at 3.6 and the 1 kilometres, but the tyres, the teams and riders are one of the toughest examinations of the whole Grand Prix calendar. Well, can Aprilia try and stick their nose in the Ducati 5 at the front? Well, their ambassador and former MotoGP raceman Max Biaggi.
Yeah, great to be joined by Max here in his Aprilia shirt. Of course, just the one Aprilia going at it today in Jorge Martin. What you've seen inside the Aprilia camp, what are his chances?
Well, I think all the weekend is not the best weekend for him. Still some missing points. It's a complex, but it's like mix of braking stability and turning. And this particular track is very complicated. So he stepped up yesterday since the practice. He did better. This morning he said something needs
said, it was better even if last time wasn't there. But let's see how confident it is, and it's a very long race. Anything can happen.
A tough weekend for Marco, a tough period for Marco at the moment. I'm sure you've been there as a rider through the highs and the lows. It's certainly a tough moment for him. Just take us into the world of Marco Bezzecchi now. What is he going through?
What a poor feeling. I really understanding the way he feels. We do the same. We feel very bad because where we was, a few races ago until now, it doesn't matter if you lost some points by damaging his collarbone. Well, hopefully he can keep up and be back in Silverstone. And the championship will start over again. It's like a complete new championship starting after some break. Hopefully he can come back strong and with some confidence too.
Thanks, Max. Great to chat.
From 4 times Super World Champion Max Biaggi. Few riders and also Alex Marquez, who carried his 19th sprint podium yesterday. Alex, all weekend, the key word from the secondary recap has been survival, still nowhere near full fitness after recent big clashes in both Barcelona and in Assen. Well, he's surviving quite superbly here so far this weekend. Here's Alex, front row of the group, second already in the sprint. And if anybody's going to maybe stick it on Mark this afternoon, might well be from across the same household.
One here starts 12th, as you can see there on screen. Honda on the grid. A trio of Hondas all now in Q1. Yesterday they qualified 13th, 14th and 15th. Of course, 2 of them moved off the place with Bezzecchi's absence. One of them moved down the grid with Diogo Moreira's penalty. Flattering to deceive a little bit earlier on in the weekend, perhaps. Honda, and this is not really a certainty that plays to the strength of their particular machine. They are firmly the core manufacturer around here.
Move from the Brazilian Ducati to brand new because that will be the bike, not in that configuration of course, we drop down to the 850cc capacity. It's Brazilian Ducati, which will be the home for 2020 World Champion here in 2027 and beyond. Right touch there. 74 distinctive number. 250cc World Champion at Brazilian, of course, will be the Ducato. There's the boss himself. For Brazilian, doing so much for Italian motorsport and back in the day. Let's go and get some thoughts from another Italian team, was Pablo Nieto. Of course, Fabio Di Antonio, a real heavy clash this morning in the warm-up session. Can he make it though? A double podium here in Joe. Let's get the thoughts of Pablo, isn't it?
Yeah, big crash this morning in warm-up for Fabio. So just firstly, Pablo, how is it after that, and can you give an explanation as to what happened?
Yeah, big crash this morning. This is the reality. But anyway, the good thing is that he's okay. First of all, we have to check everything how it's going. The race is going to be very, very long. 30 laps is a lot. But anyway, we have to be focused. We have to be very concentrated to try to make a very good start, and then we will see.
You decided to use the Ducati's 2026 aero package. The first time you used it this weekend. It looks like a...
Contract expected to remain with Ducati in 2027. That's the team. I'm not pleased with Fabio. medal though here this weekend in the sprint. Glorious sunshine, another massive crowd here at the Sachsenring. Holding down a record crowd. Which gave the German fans who have come out in their number, they've come out in their droves, haven't they? Will provide a super spectacle here at the Sachsenring. Are they going to see another spectacle from reigning world champion Marc Marquez then? He will take a breather here. Going to come to us very, very shortly. Take a pause for the national anthem of Germany.
Yeah, an absolute legend of the footballing world, World Cup winner, Ballon d'Or winner, and Lota, welcome to MotoGP for the first time. How much do you enjoy it?
I'm very happy to be here, especially on this place. I know how it's important that this race today for the people who are living in this area. Look here, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, more than 250,000 spectators. This means a lot.
Germany's biggest sporting event year on year, and I guess now you can see why with this atmosphere.
Yes, also this is something special. They are driving very fast, and I was not going up with this sport, but I'm fond of sport. And I have memory about Prada. He was the second world champion, five world champions in 30 years ago. And I remember, and I met now his son who was winning the world championship, and I think we need German wrestlers, good German wrestlers, to make this sport more popular in Germany.
Absolutely. Just one final question after last night's result, Lota. Is it coming home?
I think no, sorry. My favorite is France.
Okay, that's not a bad shout. Enjoy the day. Thank you.
Oh, we were just wrong answer for all of us. It was fantastic to see a genuine German sporting icon enjoying the atmosphere here at the Sachsenring. Ballon d'Or winner, 1990 World Cup winning captain for Germany, 150 caps, and made a stellar career with Inter Milan, with Bayern Munich, and he is part of yet another record crowd here this weekend. As he mentioned, over 250,000 fans here this weekend, almost 100,000 here today. They are going to be enjoying this special Brazilian livery sported by Alex Marquez. What a day for Brazilian Ducati. Can they make it a double podium as well? Let's get a pause to the boss, McKenzie.
Yeah, this bike looks magnificent, Michaela. I have to say, one of my favourite liveries for a long time, but the big question, can it be fast? Can Alex emulate Sete Gibernau from 23 years ago?
Thanks for the word. It's true. It's really amazing, and I think that, and we hope that we will give us a boost today. And so there is a few words to describe it on track. It remembers our history, is our great history, and I hope to continue to make it.
Absolutely. It's a similar story against the great Valentino Rossi that day, now up against the great Marc Marquez. Let's hope you can come up with the same result.
Yeah, I think that just we hope to manage like yesterday the race from the start, from the beginning, and then we'll see if we can manage well the better yesterday, but we have to go. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll definitely sign and we'll definitely take her a team to the Gimana Rossi battle here back in 2003. We went all the way down to the wire. Spaniard passing Valentino on the very last corner. Boy Martin then. Race winner here on the 2023. Should have really backed up with a win in 2024 in that epic title fight he had with Bagnaia. Just a couple of laps to go, didn't he? Arriving to a Grand Prix as the world champion leader in MotoGP, leading the third time since he won the title in Barcelona in 2024. You know that Marc Marquez is going to take some stopping in this upcoming third lap Grand Prix. Given his unbelievable record, can he get the business done once again? Let's get the thoughts of the boss Davide title.
Yeah, not a lot to say, Davide, about Marc Marquez and his record around the Sachsenring. So, what were your final words to him?
Just to demand that we have to fight for the podium to collect points. The most important thing is the win is something that we hope, but the most important thing is to collect points and shorten the difference in the ranking from us to the first.
Thanks, Davide. Good luck.
Thanks, Davide. Jack important to collect points, but Mark surely will be disappointed with the technical 25 here this afternoon and lead Germany with the clean sweep of the sprint win on the Grand Prix with 37 points. 50 more damage on the factory pullers at the top of the standings. Pecco Bagnaia fighting his way through to what would be a fourth successive Grand Prix podium here at the Sachsenring. Halfway here last year, hard to overtake. There was a list of that here last year. Third from 10th place on the grid, although he's looked a little bit out of sorts so far here this weekend. A rather unruly factory Ducati underneath him, lacking both front and rear grip. There's been two rather significant issues for the 29-year-old Italian so far this weekend.
The run on ice on Friday did at least climb out of the cold waters of Q1, but he's got a lot of work to do.
Quartararo's last win came right here at the Sachsenring all the way back in 2022. Second row, the grid in 6th place. We moved over to an all Ducati front row. Yesterday was an all Ducati podium. Fabio Antonio third. Alex Marquez in that beautiful green livery second. But Marc Marquez on pole in Germany. Sachsenring. We're in the heart of eastern Germany, and we are one of Marc Marquez's favourite playgrounds on the Grand Prix calendar. Is today the day, for the very first time in his illustrious and his success-laden Grand Prix career, takes a winning tally at one circuit into double figures. 9 previous wins in 10 starts here at his beloved Sachsenring for the reigning world champion. Can he make it a perfect 10 here? Over 30 laps coming your way here in this Grand Prix of Germany. We tip into the halfway point of this year's MotoGP World Championship, which has already seen so many significant momentum changes, in particular at the top of the standings. Marco Bezzecchi sidelined here for this German Grand Prix after a big crash yesterday in qualifying. He's got a fractured left collar that has already been repaired back in Italy. Yet another record crowd, more than 260,000 fans at Ford truly gates here around our shortest track on the Grand Prix calendar. Let's hope there's plenty of drama that has come over the 13 laps. The big question that we've been posing since we first arrived here in Germany, if Marc Marquez first tackled the German Grand Prix in MotoGP back in 2013, who on earth can put a stop to this winning streak, this winning spree that a 33-year-old has experienced down the years? In terms of the championship, it's a Vantage Martin on the factory Aprilia. Never in MotoGP history here at the Sachsenring has an Aprilia finished in the top three. Martin 11 points clear, as you can see in the classification. Just 23 points divide the top four in the rankings. One of those sadly missing in the shape of Marco Bezzecchi. Marc Marquez, if things do go his way, if he does join Giacomo Agostini with 10 wins at the same track, Ago's impeccable record at a Martra in Finland could be matched here this afternoon by Marc Marquez. Marc Marquez could be as high as second in the World Championship at the end of play today. He left the Italian Grand Prix Mugello just a few weeks ago, 8th in the World Championship and 102 points off the summit. Into very familiar territory then lines up the factory Ducati rider, and all Ducati front row here then in the Sachsenring. Is more magic beckoning from Marc here in Germany. Green flag is cleared at the back. Lights out and we're racing in MotoGP there, here then in the Grand Prix of Germany. It's a brilliant start from pole position once again by Marc Marquez. How aggressive will Alex be on the brakes into the first corner? Going a long way around the outside. The two trackhouse of Prix immediately through on Fabio Di Giannantonio. It looks like Ayagura indeed has gotten himself up into second place. Digi, a poor start, third to fifth.
Yeah, Martin, a very good start. He was briefly up in the sixth. He's been passed by Quattro. That's Pecco Bagnaia, and he's been hung out to dry down the Omega curve. He's side by side with Pedro Acosta.
Going a long way around there. Pecco working down through that turn three. Drops back across the nose of Acosta. Getting time between Martin and Quattararo, two former MotoGP World Champions, topping it out through six.
Well, a nightmare start there. Fabio Di Giannantonio must have feared being passed by both of the trackhouse Aprilias. He has now got a major job, and he's got to strike as quick as he can as Quattararo now gets pushed wide by Martin in the background. Digia with big work to do on that one now.
The flares and the smoke bombs go the lead through. Marc Marquez then, just as he was to sprint yesterday, in position A from pole position. Drops down into turn 12 for the first time of asking. Really good start this from Ayagura as he looks to become the first Japanese rider since 2002 to be on the podium in 3 successive Grand Prix. But Raul Fernandez attacks him at the end of this first lap into turn 13. So Raul Fernandez then now spies the trackhouse Aprilia up into P3.
Trackhouse versus trackhouse. If that battle continues, it might give an opportunity for Fabio Di Giannantonio, but it might also delay him further away from the lead. There's a battle further back. Look, Acosta was attacking Bagnaia for 7th. They have both passed Fabio Quattararo, who's clearly pushed wide by Martin on that first lap. So the Frenchman is now back to 9th.
Antonio said he was having to deal and contend with some ballooning front tyre temperature and pressure in yesterday's sprints. Well, that would have been third with those two bikes heading up the road. Where he is now, stuck in P5, that's going to be an issue that he's going to have to be dealing with as well. Further we go deep into this German Grand Prix. Can't get back through on Agura, who's already getting a little bit attacked here, isn't he? The Marquez is signalling, and Raul Fernandez is just starting to check out at the front here. Antonio's going to find a way through here quickly on our last winner.
Acosta just got through on Pecco Bagnaia into turn 8, so he's up into 7th place now. So Bagnaia, having made some early progress, now they're rushing back towards where he started. As we ride on pole with Fabio Di Giannantonio, even on lap 2 and 30, these feel like crucial moments for him.
Yamaha's in the top 10, Quattararo 9th, Miller in 10th place, both at the back of the second place in the prestigious Suzuka 8-hour endurance race last weekend. Marc Marquez then drops anchor into that final corner. Good battle this raging further down between the Spanish superstars of Martin and Acosta, 89 versus 37. Alex Marquez quickly from circuit right now on that special celebration livery for Brazini. For the 1:21.204, slightly quicker than Mark ahead of it.
Matched by Raul Fernandez on a 21.2 himself in 3rd place. So Raul Fernandez looking very good at this stage of the race. We're picking up Martin now on the factory Aprilia. We'd love to know whether our timing screens are correct, because they're suggesting that Martin is on the soft rear tyre, which I have to say would be a heck of a gamble if that's true.
That would be some front from the World Championship leader. try and manage that soft grip tyre with 30 laps. We will keep a very, very close eye on that and get some information, because that would be some roll of the dice from Martin, who comes into this Grand Prix 11 points clear of the absolute best second. The head change there on a good Prix as he flung left through the fast left-hander of 10, building speed now for this fifth gear. 220 now attack through 11.
At the moment, has got a pace to go with this group of 7 up ahead of him. See the former two-time world champion, Olympic touched already in a lonely 8th place. The group up ahead of him, led by Marc Marquez then. Alex still holds second as Martin potentially on a bit of a defensive line there as Acosta is swarming all over him. He wants that 7th place.
Jack was telling us, confirming a run before Roy Martin is on the medium grid. Right, it would have been a real left field choice. He's under attack here though from Acosta. Acosta sees that inside line. Nothing that Martin can do about this end. This has been very aggressive, awfully mobile start from Acosta. He fires himself up into 6th place. Bagnaia starting to regroup. He said on Friday it was like he was trying to manage a 300 horsepower dirt track bike around the Sachsenring circuit. So worries issues with the lack of grip. Bagnaia, like he's going to be on the box for the 4th season in a row here at the Sachsenring, trying to find his way back in the top 6 contention.
Frankie Dunn demonstrated this weekend, but it's continuing to go south. He's dropped a bunch of places down to 15th place now. Maybe we'll get an idea from the picture here of where he lost those places. Gianantonio had already lost those places to the Trackhouse Prix, just slow off the line. He's already boxed in behind them by the time they ever got into turn 1. Morbidelli to the outside line, and that's where he gets hung out to dry, and he loses a bunch of places.
Oh, is that Fabio Di Giannantonio? It is! Fabio Di Giannantonio's shocking Sunday here then at the Sachsenring has ended in more gravel. He had a huge crash this morning in the warm session at turn 8. The 2026 aero gamble has not paid off. Racing it for the very first time this season, it is through another fast left-hander. This time around it's turn 10. This is a 4th gear, even faster than still this morning in the warm at turn 8. Fabio Di Giannantonio then has cracked. It's his first DNF on a Sunday Grand Prix of the season. Big World Championship points, slipped through the Italian's grasp. What a terrible Sunday for Digia.
Miserable day from start to finish, and it has now finished for Fabio Giannantonio, who got to the World Championship out of fact. We just saw that the winner through briefly. That would now put Marc Marquez up in the 2nd place in the World Championship. As it stands, was Giannantonio already thinking of trying to line up a move down the waterfall on Raul Fernandez and Ayagura up ahead of him. Full metal material now. The DJ is out of the action.
First DNF in 9 or 10 months. His first DNF on Sunday, 18 Grand Prix. Catalunya last year. He's built this championship charge on speed and consistency. Unfortunately though, it's the consistent part of that equation which is lacking here this weekend on a real tough Sunday. The toughest Sunday Digia has had for some time after the big crash this morning. He is on the deck once again. Further back, bragging rights at stake here in the factory Honda squad. This is Marini trying to fend off Mia. This is now a battle for 10th place with Giannantonio exiting stage right at 10.
Serious Japanese honours up for that six. We've got 2 Yamahas leading 2 Hondas. Quattararo and Miller, then Marini and Mia. And behind them is Binder in 12th place. Moreira's done well to get himself up in a 13th place. He's trying to shape up for a move on Binder to take 12. Moreira, don't forget, came from 18th place on the grid after his 3-place penalty for going slow online in back to Prix.
Inside that top 10 area, the picture in turn 3. 9 is the Australian, close behind factory Yamaha star Quattararo. Then through into turn 6 down in the 7th. This is where that second was real on his factory of Prix in Q2 yesterday. Something that fractured left collarbone, which is going to keep him that much tension out of this Grand Prix. No points scored again this weekend for Bez. At the front, the gap between Mark and Alex is sort of stabilised around 4 tenths, 3.5 tenths. Alex is not able to get any closer.
Bagnaia got up to speed now. He's now jumped onto the back of Jorge Martin. Of course, these two have fought for victory in the past. The epic 2023 battle between Martin and Bagnaia when they were both on board Ducati. This time their battle is over 6th place.
He's got some good and early speed at this stage. The Grand Prix just finished best lap on the race, and now he has just picked up Moreira for 12th spot. Further down the ranks, pick up the lead group, then charging out of the 2nd gear final corner. 2nd place still is Alex Marquez trying to find a way through on Mark ahead of him. so often in this scenario when you give Marquez clear tarmac anywhere, but of all places, the Sachsenring, Mark does tend to follow through and get the job done. He has looked unflappable on every single race that we've had so far here this weekend. Did not see anybody's rear tyre over 15 laps in the sprint. Have not seen anybody's rubber so far here this afternoon.
Alex Marquez and Fabio Gianantonio, who was out of his Grand Prix now, they both felt that Marc Marquez was managing and riding within himself to a certain extent to win the sprint. Mark doing the same thing at the moment. Marc Marquez potentially could have the pace he wanted to pull away from Alex Marquez, but he knows it was a long Grand Prix, 30 punishing laps on the Sachsenring circuit. So important he keeps on rubber for those closing stages.
It does feel like there's some normal service, some normal service here this weekend with Sachsenring. I think potentially on course for a double win, and he could be moving into the top Ducati in the World Championship standings if he does get the job done here with Fabio Gianantonio's early exit at turn 10. We're on board then with Bagnaia, still circulating in that 7th place. Watch the rear ride how you ride to maximise acceleration and the drive brake out of that second gear, turn 13. But it's close enough to attack Martino on the brakes. As I think we've lost Juanmir. Juanmir's name is tumbling down the timing screens, and it's going to be, is it going to be another DNF? He's walking away from the scene of another crime for Juanmir, who's just a nightmare. He will tell you that he doesn't settle just for points for in place. He says, I'm just on the flanking edge, I'm pushing on the limit every single corner, every single lap of that factory Honda. But once again, he throws it to the scenery.
7th Sunday DNF and 11 starts for Juanmir at first. For Fabio Gianantonio, who's apologising to a team who have already repaired the bike that he broke in warm-up this morning. Fabio Gianantonio won't be leading here as the World Championship leader. He'll be dropping places in the standings after dropping in Ducati.
This will hurt poor Didier. He has been like granite on Sundays for so long. So hard though, isn't it, to go through a full long 22-round World Championship campaign without the odd error, without the odd mistake. But that's a big one, his first big one on a Sunday so far in 2026. Time will tell just how damaging that spill will be for Gianantonio. Time will tell how crucial a potential double win will be here for the 93 and Mark. He leads by just under half a second on lap 9 and 30. We're coming to third race distance completed here in the Sachsenring. For Mark, leading the way once again here in the Sachsenring, firmly on track, firmly on course for that 10th MotoGP success here in Germany.
With pace on the top 7, we're all pretty much there with one camera shot, bookended by the factory Ducati for Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia, who are both doing 1:21.5. We've got Fernandez and Acosta on 21.6, so to Alex Marquez and Ayagura, who's running.
Jack, a running performance so far by him. Running once again, and faultless and flawless once again by the rider who's on the screens. Marquez leading the way. Another. He's going to be in the books for the world. Alex Marquez has clashed out. Alex Marquez then has dumped the Gresini Ducati out of second. Playing trailbreaking on the hill into the second gear. 100 km an hour, turn 13 is unlucky. Turn 13 for Alex. Pushed into this mistake by the metronomic consistency of Mark at the front. Down then goes Alex Marquez, out of contention here. And once again then, we're going to have potentially another track house double podium here, because that has pushed Ayagura up into third place. German Grand Prix victory hopes extinguished then for Alex Marquez. Two big-name Ducati stars down and out of this Grand Prix.
Those can assume nothing, take nothing for granted, even if Marc Marquez leading the Sachsenring feels like the most surefire bet you can find in MotoGP. It really is tricky out there, particularly, I guess, if you're following someone, which is the problem Marc Marquez doesn't have at the moment, with the front tire temperature going through the roof, whether that way they can roll in. Alex Marquez is scrambling, and he can tell us what it means, though, is that there is now a 1.3 second gap behind Marc Marquez to his nearest challenger, which is Raul Fernandez on the first track over the previous. That double podium, though, might be coming in as a threat now for Pedro Acosta's KTM.
This will be a superb rescue by Acosta. Once again, just riding his heart out, riding out of the skin on that factory KTM. So he would have seen Dingy go down in front of him. He would have seen now Alex Marquez go down in front of him. So many riders have said over 30 laps in the hot conditions, with how much abuse and punishment you give the left-hand side of both front and rear tyre. In many respects, the Sachsenring is a race of survival, and it feels like we've already tipped into that territory, doesn't it? Third distance complete again, 10 of 30, done and dusted. Marc Marquez, has he got a 10th win? Done and dusted, because that mistake from Alex has left Mark 1.5 seconds clear of Val Fernandez, who looks like might be potentially dropping back to the Agura-Acosta battle.
Well, of course, it's also a good benefit. Jorge Martin, the World Championship leader, who now moves up into 5th place and 11 World Championship points. He's got a bit of a gap now back over Bagnaia, who's perhaps just giving his front tyre a bit of a breather to attack later on in the race. Martin beat Bagnaia 6th. Martin with 11 points will be 22 ahead of Marco Bezzecchi, but it would have mentioned Marc Marquez will move up into the 2nd place in the championship.
Mugello, Marc Marquez is 8th in the championship, 102 points behind Marco Bezzecchi. If he gets the job done here in Sachsenring, he'll be 18 points behind Martin, and up 6 places from 8th to 2nd. What a transformation. What a massive turnaround in fortune, particularly going in the opposite ways for the likes of Marc and Marco Bezzecchi. But it just goes to show, doesn't it, how quickly the championship picture can change over a long, long season. Marc Marquez, after Mugello, was resigned to the fact that he had no hope, not a prayer, of successfully defending his World Championship. We're going to the summer break. We're in striking distance, 18 points back potentially of Jorge Martin. A game-changing few weeks.
Those in the summer break, he hangs on to this. He's far from hanging on at the moment. He's pulling away from Val Fernandez. Double surely and the clear World Championship favourite for the 2nd half of the season. Just goes to show, though, that you can never give up in this game. Even Marc Marquez might have been resigned to his fate after Mugello. The circumstances are playing in his favour. The championship is coming towards him, and it's going to be on brilliant. It's going to be on Marco Bezzecchi to try and respond to this. Jorge Martin, as it stands, would still lead the World Championship, so he would certainly have signed for that situation going into the summer break. But the momentum at the moment is always Marc Marquez.
He's on course for his 3rd win in the last 4 Grand Prix. The reason why he was so pessimistic about his championship challenge after Mugello, of course, is because he missed. Well, he crashed out of the sprint in France. He fractured a bone in his right foot. Took the opportunity then to get more corrective surgery on a loose screw, which was pinching his radial nerve, which was causing all kinds of issues in the first part of the campaign. That saw him miss the whole of the Catalan Grand Prix weekend. And he thought that, well, it was all over. Curtains for his world title hope. Very much though, firmly back in the game. Frustration for Alex. There's going to be no back-to-back podium for him here at the Sachsenring. He fought a great fight and came up short in yesterday's sprint. It was finally a good fight in today's Grand Prix before he was in the gravel at the final corner.
There's nothing else, we don't get to see that 2003 tribute livery going around the Sachsenring Court. Third this afternoon, Alex Marquez running that from Seoul proceeding to Chapter. It started this afternoon at the Prix weekend in Birmingham again. And we hope to see him back in action at the British Grand Prix on the 2nd weekend of August.
It's fair to say, can't think about it much, can't make any bones about it. Yesterday's sprint was not an all-time classic. It was a little bit processional, to say the least. It looks like that's the way it's going to pan out as well here in this afternoon's Grand Prix. But do just have to marvel and acknowledge the talent of Marc Marquez. We know this is one of his happiest hunting grounds, but still not fully recovered. The strength in that right shoulder. First injury back in the Indonesian Grand Prix. Mandalika just 7 days out of winning that 7th world title. But this is Marc Marquez working his way back to his peak, his best, isn't it?
Top 5 in the 121s. Bagnaia progressing into a very lonely 6th now, doing 122.2s. He's dropped 1.3 seconds away from Jorge Martin now. Battle. Bagnaia, who took it on once the podium had been on the grid here at the Sachsenring last year, is going into more circumstances to play into his favour. He'll score another one today.
We know how good the Ducati is, we know how good the Prix is. So the fact that Pedro Acosta is still keeping himself in this mode back on the KTM is more power once again to the former Moto3 and Moto2 world champion. And you can't wait to get on a red Ducati in 2027 when we're going toe-to-toe with the same box and the same kits as the golden boy now at the Moto factory in Marquez. Once again, this is the top run performance, isn't it, by Acosta? He drops down through turn 11. But Fernando at the moment is pretty comfortable holding that gap back to his teammate Agura, which is sort of stuck around 3/4 of a second now for the last 3 or 4 laps.
37 then attacking the final corner. We've dropped back now to pick up the other 57 or 6 for Bagnaia behind Jorge Martin. There's a big battle going on for the final World Championship point actually. Back in the field between Topan Raskatioglu, who's just passed Cal Crutchlow for that 15th place. Crutchlow certainly getting a good fist of it. Of course, we expect Crutchlow to be on the grid at Salzburg for his home Grand Prix with Joan Zarco's return expected at the earliest in September. Very little to choose between that trio at the moment, 15, 16 and 17, including Maverick Vinales right at the back of that trio.
There, that battle for 7th place, waiting as Crutchlow, Raskatioglu and Vinales took it out through this tight first sector. And Crutchlow, who was never one shy, was he, taking a few steps forward, always well up for a battle. Was the 35 back in the day. Less than years clearly behind him now at the ripe old age of 40, but still showing that he could do a turn on a MotoGP bike anywhere in the world. Cal Crutchlow, considered a brilliant performance. Prime former world super top champ.
Just up the road is Alex Rins, just ahead of him with Frankie Morbidelli. Crutchlow with very good pace at the moment in the mid to high 122s, and based himself with top rank now around the lap. I mean, one was before he was on the Maverick Vinales. There's a graphic demonstration of how poor his weekend was going. That KTM just would not turn, would it, when he came to turn 10. Maverick Vinales, a miserable last right now.
Yeah, the Top Gun right at the very back. Top Gun's MotoGP career is fading out to a rather timid conclusion. The 31-year-old Spaniard, 10-time MotoGP winner, a milestone winner, of course, for 3 different brands, victorious for Yamaha, for Suzuki, and for Aprilia. It looks like Vinales' MotoGP career is peteling out with a bit of a whimper, unfortunately. Trying himself in now, lasting this battle. Bagnaia, I was going to say Bagnaia has just found some pretty impressive pace at the halfway point of this Grand Prix. He's now back in the 121 himself, which is on par with the top 4, Martin, Agura and Acosta.
Like Jorge Martin off the line, he put himself on the outside of Fabio Gian Antonio, who, as you saw there, had already lost 2 places on the bike. Trackhouse careers.
He's not going to the gearbox. You can see there he's getting a lot of wheeling, a lot of lift on that front tyre. That's costing him so much momentum. His glide device disengaged. A spark flying off the right-hand side of Fernandez's Trackhouse at Prix. We saw that issue, didn't we? About at the halfway point of the Assen Grand Prix. But Agura, I think either engaged it by mistake. Those multitude of buttons on it and levers on a modern day MotoGP bike. I think I just actually engaged it purely out of a human error. So obviously not the rear IDAR device stuck down there, not pressing up on the brake body for that into that first corner.
It will all be a thing of the past for next season of MotoGP, the new generation of MotoGP for 2027. 60 bikes inducted in aero and wide-eyed signs to the dustbin of history. Look around Fernandez. Back-to-back laps now that Bagnaia has taken some time out of Jorge Martin, so the World Championship leader hasn't got that 5th place bought and paid for just yet. The gap now down to 3/4 of a second, with Martin not able to get himself out of the 122s. Bagnaia doing high 21s.
He's been on those high 21s now for a good 4 or 5 laps in succession as the factory Ducati rider. A bit of a hovering once again from his teammate, 93 mark, as we drop down with Fernandez through the 5th gear, about 4th curve. All this now is a test of the focus, a test of the concentration for Mark. Comfortably clear at the front of this Grand Prix. It's got pace to burn. You feel as though you do feel if anybody got close to Mark, he'd be able to drop the ante a little bit. Felt like well, Alex and Gian Antonio said yesterday they felt like, despite the fact he won the sprint in rather dominant fashion, he was keeping something in reserve. There was a bit more in the pocket, another gear should he require it. Feels like the same fast forward about, what, 24 hours later?
It's at home, so he is watching somewhere, having undergone successful surgery on that broken collarbone, about to drop behind Marc Marquez in the World Championship. Ultimately, he's got to regroup, recharge and try and fight back stronger, try and prove to Marc Marquez what Marc Marquez has done to him in the World Championship by gaining 100 points or so in the last 4 Grand Prix. After winning the first 3 Grand Prix of the season, Marco Bezzecchi became the red-hot favourite for the World Championship. It would appear as if the man in red is about to take over that particular track.
Martin's getting the Bagnaia hurry up behind him. The message has been crystal clear. Rory Martinez, because for the first time in what feels like about half a dozen laps, he has actually slightly bettered the pace. Bagnaia in hot pursuit behind him. He's that majestic turn 11. Just over 200 kilometres an hour. That shot in slow-mo does not do that justice. It's a blind entry, 5th gear. One of the most spectacular, one of the most awesome corners on the 22-round Grand Prix calendar. One of the most awesome corners of any Grand Prix circuit we've ever had since 1949. And we're looking at one of the best to ever do it since the inaugural series, all the way back in the late 1940s. Cruise control, well and truly engaged for Marc.
One battle we might have to keep an eye on, I think, trying to develop the latter third of this Grand Prix is between the 2 track hours of Williams the second, Ralph Fernandez and Ayagura. Ayagura comes in at 21.5 on the last lap, and there's a full 10.5 laps on Ralph Fernandez, and 6 10 behind. Seats on the Prix, he's overtaken the first 10 part way around this lap. Generally, Ayagura comes on very strong in the latter stages of this Grand Prix. Can he, for the second Grand Prix in a row, chase down and catch and ultimately pass his teammate Ralph Fernandez?
Yeah, the 2 trackhouse boys have dumped Acosta out of the podium battle at the moment. Acosta has produced more heroics on the RC16, but he clearly at the moment is suffering with fading grip. He's still got a third of this Grand Prix to complete as well. I think Acosta might be okay with what is now turning into a rather lonely 4 spot. There he is, just in the moving out of the picture and we move into turn 13. Almost 4 seconds up the road ahead of fellow Spaniard Martin. First family in the Grand Prix, courtesy of a 1:21.512. Marc stretches his lead out to over 2 seconds clear of Fernandez. Once again, between Fernandez and the girl in terms of lap time.
Yeah, Ayagura, when he was asked by yourself in the press conference on Thursday what his chances were of potentially winning again or even getting on the podium this weekend, it's fair to say he wasn't bubbling with optimism on Thursday. Ayagura. Now, of course, he's been the benefit of some good fortune. Alex Marquez crashing ahead of him, probably Gian Antonio crashing from close behind him, but you've got to be there to take those opportunities. If Ayagura can hang on to this, it would be a 3rd consecutive Grand Prix podium, which would move him ahead of Fabio Gian Antonio, ahead of Marco Bezzecchi. He will be 3rd in the World Championship, of course. He will also be leapfrogged by Marc Marquez.
Points potentially. There's so much at stake here for a girl. Torukawa, 2002, the last Japanese rider to have 3 successive podiums in the MotoGP World Championship. That is in the hands right now, isn't it, of Ayagura? He's miles clear now of Acosta, who just tried to go with the Achilles ahead of him. Once again, you have to say, it's the March American camp that are giving a bit of a bloody nose to their factory counterparts out of Aprilia. Fernandez and Ayagura trouncing the factory Aprilias once again, just as they did in Assen.
It might be 9 seconds off the leaders. Ayagura goes charging in to turn 1. Something that was an overtaking attempt by any means, but Ralph Fernandez has seen this movie before and he doesn't want the same ending as Assen.
Well, that was Fernandez just making a bit of a hash of his braking marker into the first corner, or whether Ayagura was just lightning good on the front brake lever. Squeeze it going into that tricky off-camber downhill first corner. First gear through there, just under 80 kilometres an hour. We're on board then with Ayagura. Without any question, I mean, Davide Brilio has talked recently to Jack Downing saying, we're under the radar, we're low profile, we're low key in this championship battle. Not any longer. I'm sorry, Davide, to break that news to you, but you are one of the big
go at Martin, trying to catch his own turns with him, and then letting his front tyre temperature and pressure cool down with him before attacking again. Once more, is this the latest attempt from Bagnaia to haul himself onto turn, potentially ahead of Jorge Martin to try and rescue what was in 5th place if he can pass the 89.
Well, in terms of the lap time between Mark and the track out to put it behind him. 21.8 for Mark, 21.9 from both Fernandez and Agura. So they're running a pretty hot pace, the two track house boys behind Mark, but because of this, they've let him check out almost 2.5 seconds now up the road. Very lonely 4th place incoming for Acosta. The bonus will be a welcome 13 points added to his tally after back-to-back Sunday DNFs over in Brno and in Assen.
So a top track battle still rages on. They swap places again. Top track took that 15th place in the last lap. Cal Crutchlow got back ahead of him. Partway through this 22nd lap and third. We've added all 4. 1 World Championship point. 20 points on offer for the rider that finishes second, which looks like it's going to be the colours of Trackhouse. Will it be Fernandez or will it be Agura?
Great deal of movement, you have to say, throughout the pack. And then, actually, a couple laps ago, did take a length from Herrera. Yellow flag lap. So, Cal Crutchlow's gone down. But Cal Crutchlow having a fantastic tussle with Turk top lap Razgatlioglu. Unfortunately, Cal has bailed out at turn 3. Down the hill into over the corner. Playing back to Cal Crutchlow because he was right in odds for World Championship points. We'll have to see. It's okay. Bit of a knock to the old bones.
Turn 3 has been in trouble since spot throughout this German Grand Prix weekend. There's been a bomb fire sort of 2/3 of the way around that corner, which has caught several out throughout the weekend. Turn 3 fighting all the way to the end. It's the corner that Marc Marquez is tackled in now, and that is what 93 World Champion race pace looks like. A pace that no one else has been able to match today.
It's all starting to get a little bit obvious, isn't it, for those title rivals. A match around Mark as we move into the second half of the season. Some real strongholds coming up in the final 11 Grand Prix when you think of Aragon at the end of August, other anti-clockwise tracks where Mark's taken wins galore at Valencia, pre-season finale, Phillip Island. Some tracks where he'll have already ticked them off. Well, that's 37 points. Hopefully, safe and secure. 37 points, surely coming his way here in the Grand Prix of Germany. What about the battle for second and third, which is still raging between the track out twins of Fernandez and Agura.
Not just second in the race that Agura is fighting for, second in the World Championship as well. If he can pass Raul Fernandez, then he will score enough points to Marc Marquez behind him in the World Championship, but it will be Martini Agura in the World Championship. We have 7 laps of this to go. This is the closest Agura has been.
Yeah, Agura flying the wheel on the inside. Just a game of there on the brakes, and now is the Fernandez tries to resist. He does just about do so as well. Dropping back across the road to Agura on that tricky first gear turn 1. Agura's had one very close look at his teammates. Trying to get a bit of revenge here as Fernandez, having had nothing for Agura over the Grand Prix of the Netherlands.
Whether that has been his teammate, whether Agura is his best friend. We're not going to go with that. Doesn't want to, of course, take his teammate out. Trackhouse takes that on course for a moment for a 2-3 after a 1-2 in Assen. You have to say, with the form of Marc Marquez at the Sachsenring, a 2-3 is about as good as it's going to get for his opposition.
Pretty on course for their first ever podium finishes here at the Sachsenring. Podiums and Alex Marquez and Fabio Antonio not made the early mistakes that they might not have expected. They felt that, on paper at least, Alex and Vision both had the upper hand compared to the track-out duo. They're going to be in to win it, or in to be on the podium. That's what Fernandez and Agura are doing in the moment. This will feel like a long 6 laps or so for Raul Fernandez as he sees plus 0.79 on the P1 because he'll know what is coming. It's just a matter of when.
It could be now, because once again he's in the slipstream coming towards turn 1. He's right up alongside this time. He can just hang Fernandez out to drive. Fernandez wants to tip it in, but his teammate is firmly in the way, and Agura now moves up into second place.
Barring that surprise move he made on Acosta at the final corner in Barcelona a few weeks ago. Normally, he swings the whistle up and moves and Agura makes it. And Bagnaia runs over the curve on the inside there in this battle for 5th with Martin. Now there's some important World Championship points at stake here. Agura then will seize outright second in the standings. Unlikely it's going to get any better for him. Another 20 points to collect 4 seconds. But can you imagine if he'd have said to Ayagura, having his second season in MotoGP, and then Marc Marquez has done a couple of Grand Prix, but going into summer break, Ayagura will be second and ahead of Marc Marquez in the World Championship. What a story it has been for the 25-year-old Japanese star.
5.5 long laps here for Jorge Martin, shortest lap of the calendar, but it won't feel like it for the current World Championship leader as he is hanging on to big place Bagnaia. I was watching the top left corner of screen. Bagnaia had a bit of a lunge at him into turn 1, and then he put a stop to Bagnaia halfway up the curves on the way around turn 2. Martin and Bagnaia, as mentioned earlier on, this is not their first Sachsenring battle. There's only a point difference between 5th and 6th, but plenty of kudos, plenty of ego too.
Fernandez caught in another Agura blitz once again, having made the move at the start of that lap 25. Straight away Agura checked out by almost a second. A 122 flat from Agura as opposed to 122.9. He was moving up the racing line in the third quarter, wasn't Fernandez? Has moved up the racing line, goes initially Martin, then Bagnaia through the first 2 corners. This is not their first rodeo, is it, here in the Sachsenring? 2023 and 2024, these two had epic battles for the victory. On this occasion, though, it's going to be for instead of minor places, but 5th is not what they came for. They're certainly hoping to be closer to the Agura-Fernandez battle.
Martin trying to make that a pretty wide as possible. Bagnaia trying to clatter past him, round him, over the top of him, but at the moment not able to find a way through for that 5th place. So far on this lap, Agura has now pulled out a full second over Raul Fernandez. Fernandez not coming under any pressure from Pedro Costa at the moment. With that 2-3 for track out, it looks like the order has been settled in favour of young Ayagura.
Agura pushing out a bit of a kick in for Fernandez, who's got nothing late on, and for his teammate. You know that kind of the new times for MotoGP, isn't he? Ayagura, so good he is. And towards the back end of Grand Prix, he'll tell you, well, yeah, I'm too weak at the start. We seem to resolve that particular issue. Once again, he's a couple of tenths quicker than Fernandez in 3rd place. Yeah, Fernandez has no bother troubling him behind. Across the kicker by almost 3 seconds. Not find a way through. He's had a couple of little niggles, hasn't he, at Martin, without being able to mount a fully successful race.
Well, a good 26 laps of Jack Miller, who's been hanging on to that 8th place for so long. He's lost 3 places on the last lap. Only Bastianini and Binder all took him, pushed him down to 11th. And already on this lap, Jack Miller has been overtaken from Diogo Moreira, so it looks like that dam has finally burst.
Maverick Vinales' weekend of woe ends with a pit. He has just entered the pits as Maverick Vinales. A thoroughly and intimately forgettable German Grand Prix experience for Maverick Vinales, who glares at his front tyres, complained about a lack of front feeling, a lack of front confidence all weekend. Obviously some kind of serious issue. Very rare for a top-level MotoGP rider to quit on their stall. We'll get certainly thoughts of Maverick post-race, I'm sure. As we look at Marc Marquez back to inflict another massive Sachsenring win on the opposition here. 2.5 seconds to get clear of Ayagura. Destroyed by Fernandez in their particular team fight for 2nd place. Fernandez has got no late race pace to go with
Bagnaia going in a little bit hot, but you can cut a late apex out of turn 1. He doesn't lose too much time there to Jorge Martin. 3 laps to go for Pecco Bagnaia, who's filling, spent the entire Grand Prix staring at the rear tyre of the rider who beat him to the World Championship back in 2024. Not what Pecco Bagnaia came to the Sachsenring for, but a bit of bragging rights over with this great Jorge Martin, especially the one of Frank Stackway that's been playing.
Martin has to see this weekend as something of a successful one, given the fact that he's going to increase his World Championship League, which potentially double it from 7 to 14 points. I think what he is going to say though is that clearly he's been outraced, he's been outperformed once again by both Agura and Fernandez. He's still not quite able to find that sweet spot. He's finding the sweet spot, currently almost going through 11 with Bagnaia. Martin put a move on Bagnaia at that very point in the circuit in the sprint yesterday, trying to get some revenge there with Pecco. But some defensive ride this by Martin as he looks to defend potentially about 14-point lead in the championship.
When there's on-board camera around, I think you'll see some steam coming out of Pecco Bagnaia's ears. He's tried at turn 1, tried at turn 2 and turn 3. He's now tried through turn 11. No success yet to pass Jorge Martin back to the front. He's got 2 more laps to try and crack it.
Hope Martin may be questioned out late on at the first corner, like he did so in front of Pecco when they were fighting for the winning a couple of years ago. Mistakes though, but Jorge Martin can't make a mistake. If he runs a millimetre offline or misses the braking marker by half a foot, Bagnaia is going to attack him. So this has been a real top performance by Martin, bringing on the DLI for this 5th place, what will feel like 11 incredibly important World Championship points. At the front, Marquez in cruise control. He's just backing it off now, rolling out of it just to make sure that there are no late concerns for him. That come down to just over 2 seconds between Martin and Agura.
Well, Marco Pecco is back in the Grand Prix. This was far from easy. It wasn't a formality, but boy, did he make winning look so easy. The expensive win that he described back at Brno when he rode out of his skin to defeat Agura on that particular day. Marc Marquez doing what he so often does at the Sachsenring. 29 laps completed out front, the 30th to come for a 10th MotoGP win at his beloved Sachsenring.
Has it ever been in doubt for a single second? He has done trebles for fun in his Grand Prix career. This could be his 10th pole position sprint win and Grand Prix win. Feels like that was written in the stars to do it here at the Sachsenring, where he is going to crush the opposition once again. He has made it look a breeze. It has been anything but Marc Marquez was already, he said pre-weekend, I'm in the game, I'm fighting for the World Championship. A game that's becoming very complicated for his arch rivals. Looking over their shoulders now will be Jorge Martin and Agura. They'll see the big threat of the 93 looming large. Martin somehow is still defending that 5th place from Bagnaia.
Yeah, Martin looks over his shoulder right now. He'll still see Pecco Bagnaia with 11 points still up for grabs. The 25 they've not felt in doubt since the moment we touched down in Germany.
Through turn 12 we go, then just one corner left for the reigning world champion. Marc Marquez, well, he is MotoGP royalty, and he's going to remain on the throne as the undisputed king of the Sachsenring. It's a perfect 10. It's the 10th victory here in the Grand Prix of Germany at one of his favourite circuits. Game on in terms of the World Championship for the number 93. Agura leads home another double podium for Trackhouse of Prix. Another brilliant day for the American squad. A brilliant day for Agura, who now moves up into 2nd in the World Championship on a tough weekend for Italians Marco Bezzecchi and Fabio Di Gianantonio. Fernandez is 3rd, Acosta 4th. Martin somehow does hold off Bagnaia for 5th place. Lothar Matthäus, German World Cup winning star, waves the checkered flag. But it's a perfect 10 once again for the factory Ducati star, Marc Marquez. He is motoring towards that 8th World Championship. Once again, he has been simply untouchable, simply irresistible here at the Sachsenring. He joins Giacomo Agostini on 10 wins at the same circuit. He would become the Italian icon who had 10 wins at the Matra. Winning nowhere near finished here at the Sachsenring is there as he gets the crown as once again on the throne, crowned the king of the Sachsenring. It is the one and only Marc Marquez.
It was a 10 out of 10 performance, wasn't it, from Marc Marquez this weekend? He's going to take that crown with him back to Parc Vermeil. And he might soon be back ascending the throne in MotoGP. Once again, your undisputed king of the ring. For the 10th time in MotoGP, it's 13 wins in all classes, 2 in Moto2, 1 in 125. They might as well name this place after him. Simply unbeatable here again.
King of the Sachsenring reigns supreme once again. The fireworks, the firecrackers are going to get set off on what has been another cracking weekend, another all-conquering weekend for Marc Marquez here at the Sachsenring. He takes his winning tally in MotoGP now to 76. 10 of those have come right here at the Sachsenring. A winning journey which started in MotoGP back in 2013. 11 times Marc Marquez has raced in the Premier Class here in Germany. He's only got 5 points. Only once has he not won. That was when he was second back in 2024. Once again, Marc came, Marc saw, Marc conquered the German Grand Prix. Completely untouchable, completely on a different level. Nobody really in both the sprint and the Grand Prix came close to laying a single glove on him. It's the first time since Pekka Bagnaia in the Tavy last year that a rider has led every single lap of the sprint and the Grand Prix, emphasising the dominance in Deutschland once again for the number 93.
Didn't see which way he went, but the closest was Iagora, who wouldn't give you a single penny, I don't think, on Thursday, standing on the podium himself this weekend, but that is what he's done. He is looking like the complete package, isn't he, right now in MotoGP, as our Trackhouse, who once again take a double MotoGP podium, and Iagora moves up into a clear second place in the MotoGP World Championship. He is a big title contender as we head into the second half of the year.
3 successive podiums in a row for just the second time in his entire Grand Prix career for Agura-san. He repeated that before in Moto3 back in 2020. Great times for the Japanese rider who does reflect the shoot for the first time in 2002, become the first Japanese rider to get 3 MotoGP podiums on the spin. Well, Ducati knew this was going to be a stronghold, a potential 37 points up in the offing for Marc Marquez. He delivered. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Davide Tairovsky.
Davide, 18 points now, third in the World Championship. Game on in the second half of the year.
Yeah, but as I said, when he was 100 points behind, Bezzecchi is not finished. I still say he's not finished. I mean, the championship is absolutely open. We saw that the Trackhouse guys grows a lot, so is the championship open to at least 5, 6 riders.
Congrats to that. Thank you.
3 wins in the last 4 Grand Prix. That completely turned around. This World Championship has been turned firmly on its head. With a brilliant performance by Ralph Fernandez. A superb weekend for Trackhouse and Puglia as well. But they might as well just reserve this G1 spot in Park Roma here in Sachsenring for the one and only number 1 again here in Germany, Marc Marquez. He takes the checker flag, 1.9 seconds clear of Iagura. The storybooks won't sort of paint a true picture of just how utterly dominant he was throughout. Led every single one of the 15 laps in yesterday's sprint, and every single one of the 30 laps here in the German Grand Prix. On this defence of the World Championship, Marc Marquez, the factory Ducati team, is well and truly open for business.
Where MerliMollyMeki made a right royal mess of it. The king of the ring remains atop his throne. Marc Marquez, who was surprised by his own victory in Prix a couple of weeks ago, was most surprised by that one. The momentum has completely swung around in this World Championship. It is still such a close title picture. 24 points cover the top 5 as we head into the summer break. Ralph Fernandez, you just saw there, popping into pictures to congratulate Marc Marquez. He's 6th in the World Championship now. He's at 49 points off the World Championship lead. It is a golden season of MotoGP. There you can see the situation as we head into our summer break. 65 points covers the top 8 riders who haven't had it better for quite some time in MotoGP.
Tough weekend for Bezzecchi and for Antonio. Sunday points for that pair. How hard did Jorge Martin have to dig deep for that 5th place? One of the hardest low points he'd have collected in his Grand Prix career. That's some salvage job that by Martin, a pair of top 60s. Sees him move 14 points clear then at the top of the World Championship. Came into this weekend as the leader. As the leader, I'm sure would have been his prime goal. That it was going to be a super tough challenge to wrestle top spot away from Marc Marquez. Marc didn't let us down, he delivered, and so too did Ralph Fernandez. It's back-to-back Grand Prix podiums for the Spaniard. He's 3rd in the Grand Prix of Germany. Let's see what he thought of that.
now 3 podiums in your last 4 after what's been a difficult weekend. It's not feeling 100% today, so how much of an effort is that to get onto the podium?
Yeah, I am really happy. I never thought that I was able to make a podium here in Sachsenring, especially MotoGP, because it's a market track. So yeah, I'm really happy. But today I have a very important person on my mind. It's Edu Pisio, because yesterday I had a very hard movement on the bike and I feel very blocked in my back. In the first 3 laps I was not really comfortable with my body, but also in the last 3 laps I was done. So yeah, I am really happy. So thanks to the team and also gracias Edu.
That was a top boy. He reminded us there. He was quite some discomfort, a bit jolted. FP2 yesterday, he went through turn 8 on the curves. Left him with a painful back injury, trying to come out of an acid with top results, but he was suffering with appendicitis. More pain for Fernandez, but plenty of gain as well in terms of his points tally and his World Championship challenge. 6 at the moment, 6 to Spaniard, and in place with his teammate Ayagura. Will be planned out next year, but Ayagura now has jumped up into 2nd in the World Championship, on the podium for the 3rd race in a row. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Another brilliant performance. That's now 5 top 2 finishes in your last 6 races to move up to 2nd in the World Championship. We thought that the catches are going to be strong today, so how big of a result is it?
I'm so happy about today. Better Sunday than I expected, so it was really tough to overtake now, but at the end we managed to pass in
Fair to say, pre-weekend, he wasn't exactly over-optimistic about his podium chances here on Sunday. He has got the job done once again, hasn't he? Agura-san, points behind Jorge Martin at the top of the World Championship. Japanese fans, well, I'm sure you're starting to dare to dream. There has never been a Japanese MotoGP World Champion in history. Well, we've got a serious contender right now. From Agura as he made the move on Fernandez on breaks into turn 1. Expect to really into Fernandez pretty rapidly in the Agura. I suppose you have to say, if you're second to Marc Marquez at the Sachsenring, well, that further underlines what a top performance you have delivered. Victorious last time out in Assen, second over the line here in the Sachsenring. Points making potentially big prizes for Agura, on for the biggest prize in the ball in Grand Prix motorcycle racing. So well back out of the But once again, he stands proudly, he sits proudly on the throne as the king of the Sachsenring. 10 of the best from the world champion. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Mark, you are the undisputed king of the ring. Of course, give us your thoughts on the race, but also on what this place means to you after getting a record equaling 10th victory for the Sachsenring.
Yeah, super happy. You know, it was a special weekend. I was super concentrated because the race on Thursday, if I want to have some chance to win the championship, I need to attack here, and we attack. The fact is that we need to do the things when we feel strong, so it was with these last races, and yeah, super happy to achieve 10 victories in MotoGP class here in Sachsenring, and special number, and thank you to all the crowd and all the fans. Congratulations.
Marc Marquez has a lot of special numbers associated next to his name. What has been one of the greatest Grand Prix careers we've ever seen. It's still flourishing, isn't it, for the 33-year-old? But it is magic number 10. No great surprise to see you win driver of the race, voted for you by the fans at home. Poetry in motion. That is the world champion at his very, very best. Attacking one of his best Grand Prix circuits. Well, it's the best, certainly in terms of his success. Astonishing record. 13 career wins They know. They know how the land's lying now as we head into the summer break. The 93, the reigning world champion. World title number 80 MotoGP. It seemed like after 4 or 5 Grand Prix this season it had already become rather unrealistic. Fantasy though now is becoming reality for the reigning world champion. We'll go to Silverstone. 18 points off the lead in the World Championship. Well, the first half we've had at 2026. Can't wait and look forward to part 2. The second half, this is building up to be a classic, isn't it, in the fight for glory in 2026.
Pecco Bagnaia is not a million miles away from the point of view himself. 65 back to Jorge Martin, and Pecco Bagnaia certainly knows what the rear tyre exhaust of Jorge Martin's Aprilia looks like now. His entire first laps staring at the back of it. I know way.
His career win 102 for Mark Marquez. How many more records are going to go his way? How many more records are going to break? It's just what he's just confirmed, hasn't it? They're sticking around for at least 2 more years, and we could be to the new 850cc engine era next year, signing a new factory capital contract for 2027, 2028. He enjoys 24 days like he enjoyed today. Talking about this being Marc Marquez's last MotoGP contract, because he is steamrolling towards the top of the championship. Remarkable how quickly the game had changed. 102 points behind Marco Bezzecchi was 5 Grand Prix to go. Now ahead, 4 points clear of the luckless Bez. 18 behind Jorge Martin.
Del 4 al 6 iba del 6 al 8. Había vueltas que muy igual. Pero adelante mucho mejor, ¿no? La trasera me la ha cargado, la delantera yo la delantera me he cargado. Tirando la trasera, yo la llevo abajo, yo soy hasta la 3, no quería tirar mucho porque no creo que las tomas ya está. ¿Has tirado? ¿Has cortado? ¿Has tirado? Sí, he tirado. He visto que no, he cortado. Sí, y ahí ya me han tirado porque además Alex ha caído. Ha caído. Sí. La última curva. Yo tenía ritmo, iba casi más rápido que como estaba. Ahí, ha visto que se va a funcionar.
Process that hard-earned podium here on the Sachsenring. Love that time. Just asking GP to Marc Marquez. Mark, could you go any faster? Could you have more pace? You saw from Mark's expression and his reply. Yes, there was more to come. Should he have needed it? Didn't need though to call on all of his supremely gifted talent, including Marc Marquez, but once again prevailed to it on the Sachsenring. Once again, he will see the Spanish flag fly above his head for the 10th time here at the Grand Prix of Germany in MotoGP.
A member of the team's press PR communications squad, Laura Beretta, the press officer, is to accept the winning constructor prize. champs when we come to the Sachsenring. Yeah, in fact, he was treated by his physio Edu. The person that Raul was credited with today, 3rd place. 2nd place for Ayagura, who's gone second in the last 3 Grand Prix. Or 2nd in the World Championship. Combo Trackhouse putting together at the moment. This is Sunday in the Sachsenring. Hit the trophy for P2, heading his way shortly. Marc Marquez, I think, is well aware that he's got a serious challenger to come in Ayagura. Very little disturbs that cool young man. He's up in the 2nd in the World Championship, 14 off the lead. Yamaha duo, and 1st and 2nd in the championship next season's Yamaha duo, of course. But last year's world champion has taken another step to retaining that title from nowhere to almost the brink of the lead once again. Marc Marquez, German Grand Prix winner for a 10th time.
Marquez has done it once again here at the Sachsenring. 10 wins for the superstar Spaniard now here in MotoGP at his favourite circuit. Now, is he the favourite to complete an 8th MotoGP World Championship success? Will be a brave person right now to bet against the factory Ducati rider. Lord back over 80 odd points in the last 5 Grand Prix to force his way into the championship picture big time. 3 Grand Prix wins in the last 4. A clear and loud message sent out by Marquez and Ducati. We are still in this fight to retain the World Championship. First time in MotoGP history we see Aprilia in part fair mate at the end of the Sunday Grand Prix here in the Sachsenring as Marc Marquez gives Ayagura an earful of Prosecco, which I think I was happy to engage initially, and then decided to spin to walk away. Brilliant scenes. Boy Martin then goes into the celebrated World Challenger leader. Who would have thought it at the start of the season that it would be Ayagura, who would be the closest challenger halfway through an epic season so far. 11 rounds completed, 11 still to go in the Sachsenring. What a first half to the season we have had. Boy Martin, Marco Bezzecchi, Pedro Acosta being World Championship leaders. We've had first-time successes for the likes of Ayagura. First Aprilia win for Jorge Martin. Injury problems once again for Marc Marquez. Fighting back to his very best. The World Champion looking for more glory. That was a key moment in that Grand Prix. Fabio Di Giannantonio crashing out of contention. That was the second of two fast crashes the Italian suffered on race day here in Germany. First Sunday being at 18 rounds for Fabio Di Giannantonio as a costly one as well. He dropped from third in the standings down to fifth. And having been the front runner for Ducati for pretty much the entirety of this season so far, for the first time it's Marc Marquez who is your top dog from the Bordeaux Panigale factory. We're off on our well-earned holidays, the summer break beckons, but we will be back with a bang as always. Our next port of call is Qatar Airways Grand Prix of Great Britain. I'm sure it's going to be a great weekend at Silverstone.
Marc Marquez heads there on the back of 3 wins out of the last 4. The latest, he's 10th at the Sachsenring. Igor at Marc Fernandez, another double podium for Trackhouse. Hedger across the best of the rest, and Prix would have taken 4th at the start. Jorge Martin, a race-long battle which he ultimately won for 5th over Pecco and Bagnaia. Quartararo finds 7th, then Marini, Bastianini and Brad Binder. Morera got points, but only finished a good score. Miller falling to 12th in the end, coming back in the top 10. Morbidelli Rings and Toprak taking the final points. And it all means this: 24 points cover the top 5 into the summer break. Leading it is Jorge Martin, 14 clear of Igor. He and Marc Marquez each climbing 2 places today, with Marco Bezzecchi not starting and Fabio Di Giannantonio not finishing. Marc Fernandez, he holds 6th. Pedro Costa maintains 7th, ahead of Pecco Bagnaia. 65 points covers top 8. Championship closing at nicely too. Aprilia's what seemed like an insurmountable advantage at the start of the season has now been cut to just 11 points over Ducati. And in the team standings, Aprilia Racing leads now by just 41 over Supermile Trackhouse, who of course took 2nd and 3rd today. MotoGP victory number 10 at the Sachsenring for Marc Marquez, which seemed a formality as soon as he converted pole position into his first lap lead. Antonio cursing his poor start as he goes behind both of the Trackhouse Aprilias. Fernandez chasing Alex Marquez in second in the early stages. Marc Marquez gradually opening up an advantage. Fernandez securing that 3rd place with a lap 1 move on his teammate Iagora. Also upwardly mobile. Took Jorge Martin into turn 1 at that stage for 5th. Antonio will drop out of the way just as he was trying to line up a move on the Trackhouse Aprilias. He crashes out at turn 10, losing hope of taking the World Championship lead today. Fantastic battle those emerging behind, with Martin falling into the clutches of Pecco Bagnaia. At that stage it was a battle for 6th. That became a battle for 5th when Alex Marquez slid out a 2nd. Marc Marquez brother no longer behind him, and his 2 Trackhouse teammates for company. They were in their own private inter-team battle for 2nd, slung the way of Iagora. Bagnaia spent so much of the Grand Prix staring at the back of his long-time rival Jorge Martin, rekindling memories of their 2023 scrap here, but rekindling memories of 9 previous MotoGP victories, 11 in all classes. He made that 10, of course, in MotoGP today. Marc Marquez retains his crown as King of the Sachsenring and might yet retain his crown as MotoGP world champion. He's up to third down the world championship, just 18 points off the leader, Jorge Martin. Enjoy your summer break, everybody. We will see you at Silverstone.
been pushed back down the order as well. Just ahead of the Kyrgyzstani rider, ahead of the Kyrgyzstani rider in third place.
Interesting, isn't it, that Ogiwara with a meteoric rise through the field yesterday. He qualified 12th. In laps, such laps, he went to 8th, then to 4th, then to the lead. Why can't he do that today? Right, the number 11 up the inside and into third place. That is, of course, David Gonzalez, who was superb in second yesterday, finished in second place.
The 18 started 60th, to push down to 20th, right at the back of this list, and that is most of all the riders that we have here today. There at the moment in the shot, essentially. Christian Daniel, fastest lap of the race then. That was when he went down yesterday. His race chances ended, unfortunately, but today looking a bit stronger.
Right, really, I wonder now, the number 11 there, David Gonzalez, moving, I think, trying at least in second place, maybe he's still in third, but maybe he's a guy who can try and push the limits here and break this 20-rider battle at the front.
Yeah, and what's interesting is most of the riders are now doing mid-129. Now, yesterday, they were setting 129s at 130s. The fastest lap of the race was actually down about 128.7. So maybe there is still a bit more in the hand. Is this a slow race? Do you think by those lap times? The finish is very different.
Well, yeah, you say there's plenty of rubber down. There's no reason, really. There's no strong wind or anything. It's not overly hot. There's no reason why this can't be a very fast race. And there is the number 11, David Gonzalez, looking for the win. He moves into the lead, in fact. So maybe he can up the pace. He's certainly got the ability. He's got the determination. Can he break this group?
Oh, who's that going by? That's Daniel. I think it's Daniel who's been pushed right onto the grass that time. I was just about to compliment him because he was really making even bigger moves up the order. As we see, Archie Smith has been unable, has been flagged after rejoining from a scratch earlier on.
Same thing happened to Daniel Fernandez yesterday, if you remember. He had damage.
Oh, wow, Christian Daniel had to really avoid something there. Okay, so he didn't actually fall back through the pack entirely, but he did touch someone's rear wheel, perhaps, not sure. The American certainly engaged in a bit of drama there. Has been 6th and 10th now, just behind Ogiwara.
Right, so it is the number 11 of...
Oh, who's that down? That is a big crash there. Goodness me, good to see the rider. Oh, it's not Ogiwara, is it? I think it is. It's Ogiwara, yesterday's winner. Oh, this championship keeps taking turns and twists after twist. Goodness me.
Well, there's a bike ahead of this one, but that's the Archie, I think, the big front lap round. So that's what the lead is now.
Oh, I think it's Marolanda who's down now as well.
Yeah, Marolanda's finished down.
Oh, what a big shame for him on a comeback ride from this weekend. He's up to lead out the way forward through. But wow, what happened to Ogiwara? That was such a fast accident. He skimmed across the top of the gravel right towards the benches. Glad to see him up, walking away all okay, but that changes everything. Once again, it's finished now. You put the flag out at the moment, then it will be Daniel Fernandez with a 27-point lead.
It is the 32 of Keandre Ramadika who's back in front, but if he looks over his shoulder at any moment, he's going to see the yellow helmet of David Gonzalez. Gonzalez looks up the inside, in fact.
It's not a common move, is it? Not a common move at all, but very attractive for the number 11. Ramadika, of course, got his first Rookies Cup podium here last year, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. He did it in leg most of the race as well.
Oh, Ogiwara tackled the plough and went down similarly to Marco Bezzecchi and Fabio Pianantonio over this weekend as well. That was Marolanda.
Yeah, you can see the Alpine Stars 10-man gear going off really well and saving the riders there. So good to see these guys having great races, but saves them every
we at? 175 laps, 5 laps of 19, exhausted already.
Number 11, David Gonzalez with the advantage. Round the deeper. Carlos Cano is up there now. And up the inside. The German hero, Finn again. He's into third place. Ahead of Cano.
Then go back up front. Number 20 falling into his path. Back through he comes. We're looking at the 23 of Travis Bourne. 7th position for him. Ethan Sparks just behind him. 8th place for the Brit. Then Benjamin Fernandez just displaces PM Plonk at 24.
So, we're only a quarter of the way through this.
Well, the laps on class around near 129 from everybody. So, keep going fast. I mean, yesterday we saw the group split quite a bit this morning. Today, a different dynamic on the base, I think.
Yeah, no one's prepared to put the hand down. I think they're all worried that they've got to keep some tyre towards the end. I mean, it's not tyres, disintegrate or anything. It's just that they lose the best performance. At least that is the feeling of everybody. And that's what they felt towards the end of the race. And they've got
absolutely well. They've got 3 Grand Prix as well, who were watching their race strategy, sat there looking stuff like the tank. We saw that pre-show, watching all of the racing. These guys, they're up and coming riders for sure, but they already know exactly what to look for when they're watching other riders on track. They will see what they think to be the best strategy to run. So very high.
right down the hill, going through the left-hand and right. It's a question of when you pick to choose to change the third. There's no slip of clutch on this, so as you go second to third, to fourth, to fifth, with it heeled over like that, you've just got to slip the clutch a little bit to take the load off the gears off the rear tyre, otherwise you can promote some different.
All of the riders last time around set 129 back to 2, set 130, so not low 130s at that.
The second one was way off in the green there, right on the back.
14. Not the same kind of form we've seen from Singapore yesterday. You really thought was second on the grid. We're off that.
Yeah, I mean, I think he thought that he might be able to do that. So he didn't
got wide again.
Yeah. So, but he said he didn't plan to make any changes to the motorcycle. He was so happy with it. So I doubt that he's made a change which has ruined the bike for him. But something's different.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race, the first real 128 from Tibor Varga. We had that coming together yesterday with Benjamin Fernandez. So, I mean, that says everything, isn't it? To go in 16th position, second fastest lap of the race.
And I had a chat with him at lunch, and he said, I don't know what happened yesterday. But he said, I said, it wasn't your fault, it's just one of those things, it's a racing incident. He said, but it's always me, it's always me. And he said, look, it's me and Alejandro in practice at Assen, and that was he said it happened to me in Mugello as well. I said, look, mate, Alejandro, that was absolutely nothing to do with you. The other, take that away, but it's 2 times out of the year. That's not a statistically significant number. I said, you can look at the videos, listen to Danny Rivolta and Gustav Alba, do what they say, and just think, well, am I taking too many chances? Am I putting myself in danger by being too close when I can't overtake anybody? Just think about it and listen to the rider coach.
Seeing Jaroslav Karpushkin move back through the field up to 8th position. He got the podium here last year. So the supermarket.
So, their seemingly ever-present number 11 of David Gonzalez just pulls out of the slipstream and goes for a lead for
Carlos Cano up the inside, the 71. Moves Ramadeepa out of the way.
Right, now. motorcycles. You can see there that the whole field is in the one picture.
Yeah, but now it's late. 1:30, this is slow racing, and really conservative time. So he's going to put the kid through that time. Gonzalez has got a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, if we look at yesterday, it's in Singapore, he really upped the pace with about 6 laps to go. So, with 8 laps to go, whereas Singapore, well, it's got himself up to 14th place. But of course, 14th place, it's still only 1.9 seconds off the lead.
Yeah. So close. Another rider going off there. Giving speed so wide onto the actual gravel itself. Is that sort of like the hoser? They sort of commented down the order of the timing screens a bit there. Not seeing the rear.
There's Finn, number 20, who's in 4th place. Coleman, the local hero. Number 24, Willem Clark.
So far today, who wasn't going so wrong? Solidarity with my fellow camera operators. Hayes is our #1 enemy. Especially on days like this, as we got the yellow flag. Oh, I think it's Borg. Borg has departed. Plummeted down the timing screens. Cannot see the Maltese rider anywhere. And we have a yellow flag. Yes, Borg is down. What a shame.
Maltese. He's been, such a great feature of the race.
Stop with a technical issue. Yeah, well, that's the second technical issue we've had this year. We've jumped into that.
Anyway, right, back. Number 32 still has the advantage, Gianna Ramadipa, our Indonesian hero. And he's got it back from, where's the number 11 gone?
Number 11 is in 10th, Peter. He's in what happened there right now. Yeah, exactly.
Blink.
The opposite side of the corner, can't push it, back up to 4th position. Brilliant from the Kurdistani rider. Cocktockville, 3rd position at the moment, Germany. If you're listening, if you're watching. But it's Ramadipa out front.
And there's number 7, that's the point leader. Of course, is extending his points lead. And Aguila's really slid out of this race, yesterday's winner.
So when he finishes, he will be doing just that. And here's what happens to Dave Gonzalez. Oh, coming right. Spicy with Benyak. Wasn't Benyak complaining to you that everybody kept guarding into it?
Yeah, I think he played better. 24, as I say, is Willem Clark, the 18-year-old Frenchman.
Sullivan Ramsey, number 4, into a much stronger spot. He's got Christian Daniel in 6th position on number 7.
Okay, right, we are now winding down. It says that we are now with 14 of 19, so it's time
to go.
Yeah, time to see just what's left in those tyres, surely.
Back to the mid 129. As we see some riders starting to go a little bit wide in towards turn 1, a variety of line choices there.
And Yaroslav Kapushin, the 16-year-old from Kyrgyzstan, up in
a couple of riders down in the background. I think one of them is Bahosa. The other one, it's Benyak Fernandez. It's Benyak Fernandez who's gone down. Well, how about it, Peter? It's all back on. Ramadipa at the moment, live championship standings making inroads. And it is Bahosa and Fernandez. Positions 1 and 3 previously before at the start of this race. They are down and out. The top 3 in the championship have not finished this race.
Wow. I mean, Benyak said it doesn't matter where I am, I
they always seem to get bumped into. Well,
But the second black flag. Goodness me, that is incredibly unfortunate. Surely we'll get a replay at some stage, and we can suss out what really happened. But for now, we return our attention towards the front, which is now a group that's whittled down to 11 spots. Singapore just off the back, battling with Ethan Sparks.
nice. Right, Ramadika with the advantage. Now, Putin in a good second place.
Oh, we have a red flag. Red flag, Peter. Lights came on with 5 laps to go. Is that 2/3 race distance?
That'll be the race call, I think. 19 to go. Yeah, that's my maths suggests that it's 2/3 race distance.
Well, that is a real shame for it to end like that. Of course, we send our very best to Bernard Fernandez, series leader, and that may well be a result.
Yeah, I would think so. Because the result will go back at least a lap from that. You get information.
They cross the line. So if they cross the line, does it go to that lap or is it that before?
I think it's the last time that depends when they stop. They're actually all in a group.
Race completed after 14 full laps.
Right, yeah. So we're just going to go back to that because it's when the whole field crossed the line. If the whole field crossed the line before the red flag.
Well, then we have a result. Then, everybody, we have a result. We don't know what the result exactly is going to be. Oh, no, we do.
Yeah, because it's going to be 14 laps. So it's Ramadika, Putin, Kratokville.
Kratokville is on the podium, ladies and gents. There are some air horns going off, and that is a result.
And then fourth, Christian Daniel, Willem Clark in fifth, Carlos Cano in sixth, Gonzalez seventh, DaCosta eighth, Mounds in ninth, and Ethan Sparks 10th. But of course we'll wait for official confirmation of that.
Absolutely we will. And the riders discuss what happened and why, and Ramadika getting it confirmed. He is the winner.
Yeah, none of them want to win it like that.
No. Well, you don't want to win it like that, but you'll take it when you get it.
Well, that's right, you know.
Yeah. So, really, really well done to all those riders. Finn Kratokville being told by his dad.
Yeah, on the podium. Yeah. So just to reiterate, according to our timing screens, that Ramadika, Putin, Kratokville, the 1, 2, 3 for the podium. Christian Daniel, Willem Park, Carlos Cano, Eddie Gonzalez, Costa, Sullivan Mountain, 9th, Ethan Spark, 10th, Singapore, Varga, Pugliese, and Tinez, the 14th, were after the finishes. Yeah,
I think Gaffigan and Ada already went back to the difference that they haven't yet completed the lap.
Yeah.
They need to grow that so there is the Hogan walking away.
He's obviously okay.
Giant rookie.
Yeah, he's a big fellow.
Strong, big lad. Motorcycle racer could also be runaway. Top four. No, he's not. Oh, he's not.
Oh, come on.
No, what? I mean, yeah, anyway.
Right, and of course our thoughts very much of Bernard Fernandez, our cup leader, and that he's going to be okay.
That's the end of the day's racing at the Sachsenring. If you're still with us, you'll get to watch the podium.
Yeah, and you know, no one wants to finish the race like that. But that is racing sometimes. And Putin, of course, actually, he was third here in race 2 last summer rider.
Now then, the debriefs begin, and the long summer break for our riders now. Well, in terms of Rookie Cup, some of them will be going to the Moto3 European Cup, the Junior GP Moto3 World Championship, then after that they have a race at some point in the lecture, and then they're also looking forward to coming back. Now against Misano, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's where our season finished. There are 4 races remaining in Misano. Yes, back to back it is. So Misano September 12th and 13th is, and in fact the 13th, Sunday, that 250th Rookies Cup race, believe it or not, on Sunday in Misano. And then just a week later, Spielberg, home of the course, we like the national race track for Austria, and that is where our season concludes in local ring Spielberg. And of course, that is Ramadeepa's for Finn there in his third place. Ramadeepa's second win of the season. He won race 2 in Jerez. Finn has also already been on the podium. He was third and second in the 2 races at Mugello. Fourth yesterday, just off the podium.
Yeah, it was, well, didn't say the time in the end then, but what does a home podium mean for Finn Kratokville? Take it away, Dominica.
Finn, congratulations. Third position in your home GP. Quite unusual race with a red flag to finish. But tell us, how happy are you to be on the podium in Sachsenring?
First of all, thank you to all the fans. Vielen Dank alle. Yes, it was an amazing race. I controlled the race quite good. I was there sitting in P2, P3, and I was waiting for the last lap, but in the end sometimes a bit of luck is there, and now today I'm here, and yeah, the P3 feels like a victory here at home, and I'm just super happy, and yeah, danke Sachsen.
The next round is in Misano and we have a summer break, so how confident do you feel and what will you do during the summer?
Yes, I will work hard and I will prepare for Misano to be back on the podium hopefully, and to stay here and stay in the top.
Thank you.
Yeah, so he's going to be working hard, of course, buoyed by the great results here, and determined to go into the last 4 races of the season at full speed, I'm sure.
Well, second place then, Yaroslav Karpushin from outside the top 20 almost at one point. Back up to the podium. Great stuff from the American with about second.
Yaroslav, congratulations. Wonderful performance. Talk us through the race.
The race was very nice. I was forced to go wide in lap 1 after my friend had a massive high side on the first, but yeah. So I was forced to go wide and lose a lot of positions and basically just try to get back into the first group as soon as possible. It worked out quite well. I think I could have done better, but still I'm
stay in the front until the red flag. I don't know. I don't expect this red flag, but yeah, like I just try to stay in the front. I push every lap, and yeah, I don't know. I want to thank all the people who always supporting me, and that Rookies Cup staff, and also my parents, ayah. Yeah, also all the Indonesian people, Astra Honda. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you all the people who always support me. I can thank enough to them because yeah, it has been a really difficult last few races for me. Yeah, this win is very meaningful. Yeah, I hope in the next race I will keep the momentum going. And thank you all. Love you.
Thank you, Emma.
And of course, with 4 races, there's still 100 points on offer for 4 victories. And this is how this race unfolded. There, great action into the first right-hander, beautiful stuff. It's a great corner, that, isn't it? Really Tissot. There's so many possibilities.
Yeah, so difficult. Sachsenring downhill, fresh just before the breaking point for these riders. Well then, these were the... Oh! Well, that was Benjamin Fernandez had his own hole shot. Yeah, and I think it must have, Barroso must have got caught up. So there we go.
Right, and that's been brought out. Okay, so waiting for some good news. Looking for the best, of course. It seemed to me that Benyak, maybe his feet got run over, but not the typical parts of the pattern, let's say. So fingers crossed that he's going to be more or less okay.
Even Maryland is in the medical centre, so keep an eye on the Red Bull Rookies Cup socials or whatever else for updates.
Right, so ready for now the podium here at the Sachsenring. We're expecting, it'd be great to see Adrian Grugamos. He's the trial freestyle rider of Red Bull, one of the great Red Bull athletes, giving out the trophies today. He won his first trials championship, age 8. Since then he's done everything in trials, including this, and also been a movie stunt double. And he's now the face of trial freestyle. But onto the podium. In 3rd place, under the German flag, is Prix, and then in 2nd place, Kyrgyzstan rider Yaroslav Karpushin, the 16-year-old, and our winner, Kianda Ramadipa, takes the top step on the podium for the 2nd time this season. And there is the trophies being awarded, as I say, by Adrian Grugamos.
Trophy, of course, being given to Yaroslav Karpushin. And then finally, the winning trophy to Kiandra Ramadipa. He lifts it aloft. Very, very chuffed with that one, understandably. So time for the Indonesian national anthem.
great to see Keanu Ramadipa get the winner's trophy and to sing along with his national anthem. We'll be in Misano for September 12th and 13th. The next races of the Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup the following weekend in Spielberg. But until then, it's goodbye from myself, Peter Clifford, and I'll leave you with Matt Dunn and the point scores.
The riders continue to debrief on the podium. Peter and me will go after this, go and speak with them and catch up on how the race unfolded and all the post-race show things you can see on Red Bull TV, etc. So there we have it. The lads pose for the podium photo. And we appreciate the end of racing in Germany. Here are the final results then. We appreciate the end of racing in Germany. Here are the final results then. Ramadipa first. That's it. No. Carl Push in second, Kratokville third, Christian Daniel fourth, ahead of Cano. Gonzalez da Costa 7th and 8th. Mounsey was 9th, Ethan Sparks in 10th. Singapore was 11th. There we go. There's the top riders. So as a Costa, of course, that time around, I mean, we don't really need to get the gaps. The top of finish is sort of winding up and instead of taking moving things like that. But shout out to the likes of Cano for decent results today. It's a good weekend from David da Costa as well. 11th, Singapore, who will be missed with that in the end, of course. Timmervarga 12th, Pugliese, Tinez, Dakigan, Almeida, Corelli and Van Groot for the last of the finishes. And thinking of all the riders involved in that majority of them walking away. But here's that goes to the riders standing. Benja Fernandez first ahead of Ryota Ogiwara. Ramadipa moves up several spots into third position. Bahosa in fourth. Gonzalez, Simpon, Kratokville, Daniel are your top 8. 9th, Carlos Montano. 4th, Mountain, Plonk, Marulanda, Pugliese, da Costa, the top 16. Tinez, Spark, Dakiga, Agostinelli, Gorelli, Varga, Van Kuken, Schmidt, Almeida and Fernandez. Last the point score. These are the highlights from race 2 of the MotoGP Rookies Cup in the Sachsenring. There's 4 races to go after this one. This was 5 races to go. With Kratokville, the local rider, got a storming start and the whole shot in towards turn 1, much to the delight of the home crowd, who had stuck around to watch their home hero seemingly do, and potentially at this point, do the business. It was David Gonzalez making his way towards the front with Ramadipa there in hot pursuit, as we saw Ryota Ogiwara, yesterday's winner, crash out. We had the number 20 of Kratokville making his way back through towards the podium position, but it was Ramadipa in charge of everything until this point, as other riders went to overtake him, and then we had Benja Fernandez and Fernando Bahosa coming together, which stopped the race. Wishing the very best to Benja Fernandez. And of course, we will see you in, well, a couple of months, I suppose, in Dubai. Okay.